Hi, this is Sam Barron, author of the book that you're about to listen to. If you enjoy listening to this audiobook as much as I enjoyed writing the book, please consider subscribing to my BookEmpathy channel on YouTube and also consider buying a copy of the book to help support the author. Thank you and happy listening.
Chapter 20. The late afternoon sun slanted through the dense canopy of oak trees lining the quiet street, casting long, dappled shadows across meticulously manicured lawns. The air through Katie's half-open window carried the damp, earthy scent of recent watering and freshly cut grass, undercut by the faint, sweet smell of honeysuckle from a nearby vine. She sat in her sedan, the engine off and the interior warming slowly, parked 3 houses down and across from a well-maintained colonial. The vinyl seat creaked under her slight shift in position. The house was a picture of established, quiet success. White clapboard, black shutters, a flagstone walkway leading to a dark green door with a polished brass knocker. A late-model black Lincoln Navigator sat in the driveway, its chrome gleaming. A child's bicycle lay on its side in the next-door yard, a pink streamer dangling from the handlebar. Annapolis. She'd driven here alone, without telling Nina, taking back roads and checking her mirrors with a frequency that felt both paranoid and necessary. Her eyes had flicked to the rearview every 30 seconds, scanning for any vehicle that held its position too long, for any pattern in the sparse traffic that seemed to mirror her own. She'd taken Route 2 instead of the highway, winding through patches of forest and past fallow fields, her hands at 10 and 2 on the wheel, her shoulders tight. The impulse had been a quiet, cold burn in her chest ever since the call with Marin Solis, a persistent itch behind her sternum that made it impossible to sit still at the borrowed desk. It had started as a restlessness in her fingers, a need to tap, to fidget, to do something tangible while Braddock chased data ghosts. By midday, staring at the same financial flow chart until the numbers blurred, it had crystallized into a plan. Her jaw had set. She declosed the laptop with a definitive click, gathered her keys with a soft jingle, and walked out without a word to the duty officer. Philip Kern, retired deputy director. The name was a key, and she had come to see the lock it might fit, to measure its weight in her hand. She watched the house for 20 minutes, her posture relaxed against the seat but her eyes constantly scanning, moving from the front door to the first-floor windows, to the second-story dormers, to the empty driveway, and back again. No movement at the windows, no shifting of shadows behind the gauzy front-room curtains. A sprinkler system hissed to life 2 houses down, the sound a steady, rhythmic whisper that was the heartbeat of the neighborhood. Somewhere, a lawnmower droned, the sound rising and falling with the wind. Her phone was in her lap, the camera app open, her thumb resting on the cool glass of the screen. The sun warmed the side of her face through the window. She wasn't here to make contact. This was reconnaissance, a risk she was compartmentalizing away from the official investigation, walling it off in a mental room she would not visit while with the team. She needed to see the man, to make him real, to move him from a name in a buried file to a person with a mailbox, a lawn that needed mowing, a life that existed outside of archival ink. She needed to know if he looked like a man who could authorize a burn notice. Then the front door opened. A man stepped out onto the porch. Late 50s, silver hair cut short and neat, military precise. He stood for a moment on the welcome mat, one hand on the doorframe, surveying his domain with the upright, attentive posture of a lifelong soldier or cop, a posture that never truly leaves the spine. He was dressed in crisp khakis and a navy blue polo shirt, the collar lying flat. He walked down the 3 steps to the brick-paved walk, his movements economical and sure, no wasted motion, each footfall precise. He went to the mailbox at the end of the drive, a black wrought iron box on a post. He pulled out a small stack of envelopes and catalogs, flipped through them with a practiced efficiency, tucking one under his arm. Then he turned back toward the house, his gaze sweeping the street in a casual, proprietorial arc. Katie's breath shallowed. She lowered her chin slightly, making her profile smaller in the window. She raised her phone, bracing her elbow against the car door to steady the shot, her other hand cupping the device from below. The digital zoom whirred softly, bringing him closer, pixelating slightly at the edges. She took 3 rapid photos, her index finger tapping the screen in quick succession. The first was a profile as he sorted the mail, his brow slightly furrowed in concentration, the lines around his eyes deep grooves. The second was a full frontal as he turned, the afternoon light catching the sharp planes of his cheekbones and the neat, unsmiling line of his mouth. The third was a shot of his back as he remounted the steps, the polo shirt taut across shoulders that still carried a disciplined breadth, the fabric straining slightly. The shutter sound was off. The images in the preview were slightly grainy, but clear. His face was angular, composed, clean-shaven. He looked like a man accustomed to silence after giving orders, a man who expected those orders to be followed without question, a man who would view a file not as a life, but as a problem to be resolved. He disappeared inside, and the dark green door closed behind him with a solid, muffled thud she could almost feel through the still air. Katie lowered the phone into her lap, her heart beating a steady, purposeful rhythm against her ribs that she felt in her throat, a dull, insistent throb. A fine, cool layer of sweat had formed on her upper lip and at the small of her back where it pressed against the seat. She swallowed, her mouth dry. "I got you." She now had a face to put to the authorization, a pair of eyes that had once looked at a file, her father's file, and decided its fate. The federal seal stamped on those pages hadn't been some abstract, bureaucratic imprint. It had been applied by this man, in an office or perhaps at a desk in this very house. A decision made by a person who now collected his mail, who likely had a favorite chair, who watered the lush hydrangeas blooming by the porch. The ordinariness of it was the most chilling part. Evil, she knew, was rarely dramatic. It was administrative. It wore khakis. She waited another 5 minutes, watching the house for any sign of a curtain twitch, any indication her presence had registered. Her eyes tracked the line where the curtain met the window frame, looking for the slightest tremor. Nothing. The street remained placid. A woman jogged by with a stroller, headphones on, not even glancing at the parked car. A dog barked from a backyard, the sound sharp and brief. Katie turned the key in the ignition, the starter grinding for a half-second before the engine caught with a low rumble. She pulled away from the curb slowly, letting the car coast for a few feet in neutral before gently pressing the accelerator, not wanting the sound of a sudden, gunning engine to draw notice. She kept her speed at a residential crawl, her eyes flicking between the road ahead and the rearview mirror, watching the Colonial shrink behind her, the black Navigator becoming a glossy dot. Once she was 2 blocks over, safely out of the direct sightline of Kern Street, she pulled into the asphalt lot of a small neighborhood park. It was dotted with oak trees and had a faded plastic playground set, a yellow slide, a set of blue swings on rusting chains. A young father was pushing a toddler on a swing, the child's giggles carrying across the quiet air like birdsong. The smell of warm, sun-baked rubber and cut grass was stronger here. Katie parked facing away from the play area, toward a line of overgrown lilac shrubs whose purple blooms had long since faded to brown. She put the car in park but left it running, the air conditioner blowing cool, dry air onto her wrists where they rested on the wheel. She watched the father and child in the rearview mirror for a moment, a tableau of normalcy that felt like it existed on the other side of thick glass. She opened her contacts, scrolled past colleagues and official numbers, her thumb leaving a faint smudge on the screen, and dialed the Federal Correctional Facilities Visitation Office. The line rang 4 times, each tone sharp in the quiet car, before a clerk answered with a bored, inmate visitation. "This is Special Agent Catherine Ford, FBI," Katie said, her voice assuming the flat, authoritative tone of official business, the one that brooked no unnecessary questions. She cleared her throat slightly. "I need to schedule a follow-up visit with inmate Marin Salas, ID number 44,870-1083. Next week, any weekday you have availability." She listened to the clack of a keyboard on the other end, a slow, deliberate tapping. "We have Tuesday at 1:15 p.m. or Thursday morning at 10, the clerk said, her voice devoid of interest, slightly nasal. "Tuesday works." 1:15. Katie confirmed her badge number and the facility's protocols, reciting the numbers by rote, her eyes scanning the park. The father was lifting his child from the swing, settling the giggling boy on his hip. "Is the attorney-client room available?" "This is for case review." Another pause, more keyboard clicks, the sound of a mouse being clicked. "It's open. You'll need to submit the request form by close of business Monday." "Fax or email?" "Email's faster." "I'll have it faxed over today." "Thank you." She ended the call and placed the phone face down on the passenger seat. The plastic was warm. The visit was a thread, a deliberate, documented pull on a line that led back to Solace. It was a move she could justify if asked, with a shrug and a reference to procedural thoroughness. Case follow-up. Clarifying earlier statements. She needed to see the woman's face when she said Philip Kern's name, to watch the micro-expressions around her eyes, the set of her mouth. Would there be fear? Recognition? Satisfaction? She pulled back onto the street, the tires crunching over a few fallen acorns. Navigating toward the main artery that would lead her to Route 50, she felt the suburban calm begin to dissolve. The houses grew closer together, the lots smaller. The heavier traffic of late afternoon commuters heading west out of the city began to envelop her sedan, minivans, sedans with solo drivers, the occasional delivery truck. She merged onto the highway, the sedan slipping into the flow in the right lane, her speed matching the pack. The Chesapeake Bay Bridge appeared ahead in the distance, its twin spans arcing gracefully over the glittering, gray-blue water. The setting sun, hidden behind a bank of clouds on the horizon, leaked out in bands of fiery orange and muted purple, painting the underbellies of the cumulus in bruised, beautiful colors. The beauty of it felt distant, irrelevant, a postcard viewed from behind thick glass. Her mind was a closed room, running calculations on a continuous loop. A Kern. The authorization. A Solace. It's the warning. It's Meridian. The shell. A triangle of pressure points, and she was feeling for the weakest corner, her fingers probing in the dark. Her phone rang, vibrating against the cloth of the passenger seat before tumbling into the cup holder with a plastic rattle. Cole Braddock's name flashed on the screen. She reached over, her shoulder giving a faint twinge of protest, and answered via the car's Bluetooth, the system chiming softly. Ford. Katie. It's Braddock. His voice was clear, professional, with an undercurrent of focused energy, the sound of a man who had gotten a result. Good news from the judge. The warrant for Meridian's locked office suite was approved. Signed, sealed, delivered. We can execute first thing tomorrow morning. I'll meet you and Shaw at the field office at 7. We'll convoy over. And copy that. 7. A concrete step forward. The office was a physical space, a place that could hold things: ledgers, hard drives, a paper trail, a forgotten sticky note with a phone number. It was a box to be opened, and she needed to see inside it. She adjusted her grip on the wheel. Did the judge place any restrictions? Media blackout. Any pushback from the corporate counsel? Standard gag order on the specifics until we've cleared the scene. No leaks to press. The warrant covers all digital and physical media, financial records, the works. It's a good sweep. Broad. Judge Lansing didn't even blink, just asked if we had the server cluster correlation. I showed him the cyber unit's affidavit. He skimmed it, signed. Took 20 minutes. Good. She changed lanes, passing a slow-moving truck hauling landscaping equipment. The bridge was closer now, the scale of it becoming imposing, the girders rising like steel bones against the colored sky. The wind picked up, buffeting the car with a sudden cross-gust. There's something else, Braddock said, and his tone shifted slightly, becoming lower, more deliberate, the way someone speaks when they're choosing words with care, when they're not sure who might be listening. Director Vance stopped by my desk today. Just after lunch. Wanted an informal update on the financial tracing from the cyber unit. Standard oversight stuff, or so it seemed at first. He asked about the flow charts, the shell companies, nodded along, asked a few technical questions about nominee officers. Katie's grip on the steering wheel tightened, her knuckles paling against the black leather. She could picture it, Vance's calm, assessing presence looming over Braddock's workstation, his shadow falling across the monitor, his hands clasped behind his back. Braddock continued, his voice dropping another notch. But then, on his way out, casually, you know how he does, like an afterthought, one hand already on the doorframe, he mentioned that I should keep an eye on travel logs and expense reports for the field team. Said to make sure all the paperwork was squared away, that everything was by the book. Administrative hygiene, he called it. Said it prevents headaches down the line. The car hummed over the first expansion joints of the bridge approach. Thump-thump. Thump-thump. The sound echoed the sudden, heavy pulse in her temples, a rhythmic counterpoint to her thoughts. She felt a cold trickle down her spine, despite the warm air from the vents. Did he say why? She asked, keeping her voice flat, neutral, the voice of an agent receiving operational information. She stared straight ahead at the rising roadway. Any specific concern? A budget audit coming. No. Just that it was a good practice, especially with interagency cooperation. Keeps everyone's hands clean, but it wasn't a suggestion, Katie. It was an instruction. His eyes, he made sure I was looking at him when he said it. Held my gaze for a second longer than was comfortable. It was pointed. Understood, the word was dry in her mouth. She took a sip from a lukewarm water bottle in the cup holder, the plastic crinkling loudly in the quiet car. Just be mindful, Braddock said, and she could hear the unspoken warning in the slight pause before the words. Paper trails. They have a way of appearing when you least expect them. Or being requested. I always am. Thanks for the heads up, Tony. She used his first name deliberately, a small token of acknowledgement for the risk he'd taken in passing the message. See you at 7, he said, and the line went dead. They hung up. The silence in the car was immediately filled with the roar of the wind, buffeting the sedan as she reached the apex of the bridge, a hollow, rushing sound that pressed against the windows. Below, the water stretched vast and cold, dotted with white caps, the surface a dark sheet of hammered metal under the dying light. The implications of Braddock's call settled over her like a fine, cold mist, seeping into the seams of her jacket, chilling her skin. Vance was tightening the institutional surveillance. Travel logs didn't mean expense reports for gas and tolls. It meant he was looking for movements outside the official investigative perimeter, for deviations from the sanctioned map. Movements like a solo, unlogged drive to Annapolis, with no 302 report to justify it. It was a warning, deftly delivered through a subordinate, a classic Vance maneuver. A reminder of the architecture of oversight. I am watching. The institution is watching. Your leash is shorter than you think, and I am holding the other end. She drove the rest of the way in a heavy silence, the radio off, the only sounds the road noise and the steady rush of air, the occasional groan of the car's frame as it crossed another seam in the bridge. The brilliant sunset faded into a deep twilight, the colors bleeding away into gray, then into a velvety indigo night that swallowed the horizon. Headlights from oncoming traffic swept through the interior of the car in blinding waves, illuminating her hands on the wheel, her set profile, the tight line of her mouth, then plunging her back into darkness. She replayed the afternoon in crisp, clinical segments. The quiet street, the man at the mailbox, the click of the camera, the weight of the phone in her hand. A clean operation. No one had seen her. No curtains had moved. But Vance's warning reframed it, pulled it out of the realm of physical stealth and into the digital panopticon. It wasn't just about being seen, it was about leaving a digital footprint she hadn't covered. Her phone's location data, pinging off towers along Route 2. Her EZ-Pass transponder crossing the Bay Bridge, logging a time and date. The institution could trace those ghosts if it decided to look, could reconstruct her afternoon from electronic breadcrumbs. Administrative hygiene meant ensuring those breadcrumbs led only to sanctioned places. By the time she turned off the highway toward the barracks, night had fully fallen, a moonless dark broken only by the sodium vapor glow of streetlights. The familiar, poorly lit barracks parking lot opened before her. The building squatted under the darkness, a block of yellow, fluorescent-lit windows punched into the gloom like missing teeth. A few state police cruisers were parked at angles near the back entrance, their light bars dark and inert. She pulled into a spot away from the overhead lamps, in a pool of shadow between two cones of light, the headlights sweeping across cracked asphalt and glittering fragments of safety glass before she killed them. She left the engine idling for a moment, staring at the bright rectangle of the main entrance, at the figure of the duty officer, visible through the glass, head bent. The dashboard clock glowed 8:17 p.m. Inside, Nina would be waiting, likely having finished the preliminary report on Ray Gilmore's debrief, her desk a nest of coffee cups and typed pages, the smell of her exhaustion almost tangible. Braddock would be deep in data, cross-referencing the warrant details with the cyber findings, his desk neat, his focus absolute. They were her team, her cover, her legitimacy. They were also, potentially, her watchers. Braddock had passed the warning, but his allegiance was ultimately to the Bureau, to the chain of command that ended with Vance. He was a good agent, and good agents reported anomalies. Nina was a friend, but she was also a by-the-book supervisor fighting her own demons, clinging to procedure as a lifeline. Katie's solo foray had placed a fault line between them, one only she could see, a crack running beneath their shared workspace. She took a slow, deliberate breath, inhaling through her nose until her lungs were full, the air cool, holding it for a 3 count, feeling her heart knock against her ribs, then releasing it through her mouth in a controlled, silent stream. She did it again, focusing on the expansion of her diaphragm, the slow release. The tension was a physical armor across her shoulders and jaw, a band of iron. She consciously relaxed the muscles, rolling her shoulders back, letting them drop from their hike near her ears. She worked her jaw side to side, feeling the pop. She smoothed her expression, using her fingers to press at the tightness in her temples, then running a hand over her hair, tucking a loose strand behind her ear. She pictured her face in the dark windshield, becoming a placid, professional mask, the kind worn after a long but productive day in the field. The slight weariness around the eyes was acceptable, the sharp glint of suspicion was not. The agent returning, tired but focused on the next day's warrant, not carrying the ghost of a retired deputy director in her pocket like a stolen stone. The agent who had been running down leads, not trespassing in the past. Only when the mask felt settled, when her breathing was even and her hands were steady on her knees, did she kill the engine. The sudden quiet was a presence in itself, the ticking of the cooling engine the only sound. She grabbed her worn leather bag from the passenger seat, her fingers brushing the cool metal of the seatbelt buckle, feeling the familiar scuff marks on the bag's leather. She stepped out into the cool evening air, which smelled of damp asphalt, distant pine, and the faint, oily scent of the parking lot itself. The concrete was cold through the soles of her shoes. She hit the lock button on her key fob, the chirp sounding abnormally loud in the quiet lot, a sharp, electronic declaration of her presence. She walked toward the lit entrance, her footsteps measured and even on the pavement, each step a conscious act of normalcy. The light from the doorway spilled out, casting her long shadow behind her. She pushed through the heavy glass door into the blast of fluorescent light, and the familiar, stale bouquet of industrial cleaner, stale coffee, old paper, and faint body odor. The hum of the lights was a high-pitched whine. The duty officer at the front desk, a trooper with a close-shaved head and a thick mustache, glanced up from his computer, gave her a nod of recognition, his eyes lingering for a half-second to confirm her identity, and looked back at his screen without a word. Her face was composed, her movements purposeful, the bag hanging from her shoulder with a casual weight. She carried the grainy photograph on her phone and the heavy, cold weight of a director's suspicion with her through the doors, down the scuffed linoleum hallway that smelled of wax and dust, and into the heart of the investigation, where she would have to set both down carefully, out of sight, and become part of the team once more. Chapter 21. The air in the locked back office of Meridian Logistics was still and smelled of dust, ozone, and the faint, acrid scent of overheated electronics. The forensic team, 3 agents in blue nylon jackets with FBI evidence stenciled on the back, moved with a quiet, grim efficiency that only amplified the room's emptiness. Their gloved hands opened, probed, and cataloged the nothingness, the soft rustle of their movements the only sound beyond the hum of the overhead fluorescents. One tech, a woman with a severe ponytail, was meticulously photographing the open, yawning mouth of the wall safe, her camera flash popping in the sterile light. From behind the single, cheap desk, a male tech with a tablet cradled in his arm let out a low, disgusted sigh. He looked up, his eyes finding Nina Shaw. "Wiped," he announced, his voice flat and final. "The drive's been scoured with a multi-pass algorithm. Military-grade software, something like Blanco or Killdisk. Zero recovery. We might as well be looking at a paperweight." Nina Shaw stood in the center of the small room, hands planted on her hips, her shoulders a tight line of tension. Her jaw was clenched so tightly, a small muscle flickered just below her ear. She breathed in sharply through her nose, her gaze sweeping the room like a physical force. The desktop computer was a hollow shell, its tower casing open to reveal a naked hard drive bay. The wall-mounted safe hung open, its interior a dark, empty rectangle. Beside the desk, the paper shredder's clear bin was packed to the brim with fresh, unbleached confetti, a snowdrift of destroyed information. They knew we were coming, she said, the words clipped and hard. Someone tipped them. This cleanup is fresh. 48 hours ago, Max. Harwick leaned heavily against the doorframe, arms crossed, his expression sour. He kicked lightly at the base of the frame with the heel of his boot. Clean as a goddamn whistle. We're not getting a damn thing from this place. It's a stage set. Katie moved slowly along the periphery, her own latex gloves snapping taut against her wrists as she flexed her fingers. She consciously ignored the obvious, screaming voids, the gutted safe, the dead computer, the shredder's bounty. They were traps for attention, designed to scream nothing here. Instead, she focused on the edges, the forgotten spaces. The desk was cheap, made of particle board with a wood grain laminate peeling at the corners. The carpet under her feet was a thin, industrial gray, gritty with dust that puffed up with each step. She pulled open the top drawer. It slid out with a raspy squeak. Empty, not even a stray staple. The side drawer. Same hollow emptiness, the bare-pressed wood bottom staring back. She knelt, the ache in her shoulder a dull background thrum, and ran her fingers along the underside of the drawer's bottom panel, her touch light, searching for any irregularity, any thickness that shouldn't be there. The wood was smooth, slightly rough with factory finish. She moved to the second side drawer, repeating the process, her focus narrowing to the sensory input in her fingertips. Then her nail caught. Not on the wood, but on a small, square edge of something adhered just inside the front lip of the drawer, near the left-hand corner. A slight resistance, then the give of weak adhesive. She glanced up, a quick peripheral scan of the room. Nina was now in a low, tense argument with the lead forensic tech by the shredder. I don't care about standard protocol, I want that bagged by the inch, Nina was saying, her voice a sharp whisper. We can reconstruct. Ma'am, it's crosscut. It's confetti. The time investment is what I'm authorizing. Bag it. Harwick had his phone to his ear, turned halfway toward the hallway, muttering about a coffee run. The other techs were focused on their own tasks, one dusting the door handle for prints, another scanning the room with a thermal camera for hidden compartments. No one was looking at her. Katie shifted her body slightly, blocking the drawer with her knee. She worked her fingernail under the square edge, peeling it free with careful, deliberate pressure. It came away silently, a pale yellow sticky note, 1 inch by 1 inch, the adhesive on the back now gummy and weak. She brought her hand up casually, as if to adjust her collar, and looked at it. On it, in a precise, angular script of blue ballpoint ink, was a 10-digit number. No dashes. Below it, 2 cleanly written initials, PK. Her pulse kicked hard against her ribs, a single jarring thud that felt like a misstep. The air in her lungs seemed to thin. Philip Kern. This was it. The physical connection, the tangible thread Marin Solis had promised from a prison visiting room. It wasn't just a name in a sealed file or a ghost in a financial ledger anymore. It was a phone number someone in this room had needed to remember, had stuck in a hiding place. A direct line. She palmed the note, the paper sticking slightly to her sweaty skin inside the glove. Her mind raced, options flickering and dying. She couldn't declare it not here. It would be seized, logged, become part of the official record, a record she now deeply distrusted. Kern's name would trigger protocols, notifications, layers of scrutiny that would bury this lead before it could be pulled. She needed to own it, if only for a moment. She reached for her personal phone in her jacket pocket with her other hand, her movements slow, deliberate. She pretended to check a message, her thumb swiping the screen to wake it, opening the camera app. She angled the device low, over her gloved hand which now lay flat on her thigh, the yellow square centered on her palm. The camera focused. She tapped the screen to capture the image, the silent click a tiny, secret affirmation. The action, from retrieval to photograph, took 2 seconds. Her eyes lifted again. Nina was now watching the ponytailed tech bag the shredder bin, her back to Katie. Harwick was still on his phone. With a casual sweep of her hand, Katie reached over and dropped the sticky note into an open evidence bag on the desk that already contained a handful of paper clips, a dried-out ballpoint pen, and a few flecks of eraser debris. The yellow square fluttered down, landed on the pen, and was instantly obscured. It disappeared into the sterile debris of a dead end. "Anything?" Nina asked, turning to her, the frustration etching lines around her eyes. Katie closed the empty drawer with a soft thud and straightened up, meeting Nina's gaze. She kept her face neutral, a mask of professional disappointment. "Nothing," she said, her voice even. "It's sterile." She held the look for a half-second longer than necessary, willing no telltale flicker into her own eyes, hoping the lie was buried beneath layers of shared frustration. Nina stared at her for a beat, then gave a sharp, tight nod, accepting the report. She turned back to the room, her hands returning to her hips. "All right. Document everything. I mean everything. The dust bunnies. The dead flies on the windowsill. I want this room turned inside out." They spent another hour in the warehouse, the frustration settling over them like a palpable fog. It manifested in the small things. The way Harwick slammed a cabinet door a little too hard in the main bay, the metallic bang echoing in the vast, empty space. The way Nina's voice grew, increasingly clipped on her calls to the field office. The way the forensic techs packed their gear with a kind of resigned lethargy, the cases clicking shut with definitive finality. Katie moved through the motions, helping where directed, but her mind was a locked box containing a single, burning image, the photograph on her phone. The warehouse itself was a cavern of shadows beyond the pool of light from the office. High ceilings supported by steel girders, the air cooler and smelling faintly of diesel and old, damp cardboard from the few abandoned pallets stacked near a silent forklift. Their footsteps echoed, a lonely sound that emphasized the emptiness of the lead. Back at the Washington field office, the atmosphere was no warmer. The late afternoon sun slanted through the blinds, cutting the bullpen into bars of light and shadow. Nina, her coat still on, stormed off towards the elevators, her stride telegraphing her intent to brief Director Vance on the dead-end raid. "I'll handle the post-mortem," she threw over her shoulder, not breaking stride. The words were a dismissal. Katie went straight to her desk, a small island of controlled chaos in the near-empty room. A cold coffee mug sat beside a stack of case files, her computer monitor glowing with a screensaver of the FBI seal. The ambient sounds were the distant hum of the building's HVAC and the muffled conversation of agents 2 rows over. She sat down, pulled out her phone, and brought up the photograph. The image was clear, the 10 digits, the initials PK. She attached it to a new email to Braddock, her fingers tapping the keys with focused intensity. The subject line was blank. In the body, she wrote only "trace." Urgent. And discreet. She hovered over the send button for a second, then clicked it. The whoosh sound was inaudible, but she felt it, a tiny release of tension. The number was now in play, outside of her, a digital thread cast into the dark. Then she waited. The initials PK. Burned in her mind, not as letters but as a presence. Philip Kern. Deputy Director, retired. The phone number was a direct line, however temporary, from that cleaned-out office to him. It was proof he wasn't just a name on an organizational chart or a signature on a budget approval. He was involved in the operational layer of Meridian logistics. He was a player, not a bureaucrat. The note hadn't been in a file. It had been hidden within easy reach of someone sitting at that desk, needing to make a call. On the other side of the bullpen, she could see Harwick at his desk, leaning back in his chair and rubbing his eyes. A forensic tech from the warehouse raid walked past, carrying an evidence transfer box, his face set in a tired scowl. The ordinary rhythms of the office felt surreal, a thin veneer over the secret she was carrying. Braddock's reply hit her inbox 30 minutes later. The notification chime was soft, but it sounded like a gunshot in the quiet. As she opened it, the message was terse, professional, and utterly deflating. Prepaid burner. Purchased with cash at a big box mart in Arlington, Virginia. Activated for a 30-day period. Deactivated 3 weeks ago. Carrier has no retained activity logs for that tier of service. Number is a dead end. Katie read it twice, the cold, hard facts settling in her gut. Officially, it was another ghost in the machine. A phone that no longer existed, used by a person who didn't want to be found. She could almost hear the shrug in Braddock's digital voice. But as she stared at the screen, the initial disappointment hardened into something else, a cold, clear certainty. The dead end of the number wasn't the point. Its existence was. She now had 2 corroborating data points, where before she had only suspicion and the word of a convicted felon. Marin Solis's testimony, given in a soundproofed room, pointing a finger at the quiet men. And now, a handwritten note from a cleaned-out office, a note so incriminating someone had taken the time to hide it, and then someone else had taken the time to wipe an entire office but had missed it. The conspiracy had a name, and it had, however fleetingly, left a fingerprint. She closed the email and opened the photograph on her phone again, zooming in on the crisp blue ink. The number was useless now for a wiretap or a trace. But it was a token. A piece of evidence that proved the structure was real. It meant the walls around this thing had seams. It meant they were close enough for someone, Kern, or someone working for him, to panic and order a scorched earth cleanup. It meant Kern was not an abstract power, but a man who could be reached, however carefully, by a prepaid phone. And most of all, it meant the next move was hers. The official investigation had just hit a wall. But she had just found a crack in it, wide enough to slip a knife through. She saved the photograph to a secure, encrypted folder, then powered her phone off. She sat in the quiet of the office, the glow of her monitor the only light on her face, and planned. Chapter 22. The temporary office was a tomb of paperwork after midnight. Katie sat at her desk, the only light a green-shaded banker's lamp that carved a small, lonely circle on the scarred wood. The brass base was cool under her fingers. The rest of the room dissolved into a deep, velvety blackness, the shapes of other desks and chairs just darker silhouettes against the gloom. Around her, the case files were a silent, accusing sprawl. The glossy 8x10s of Daniel Severn and Martin Voss, their faces pale and still under the clinical flash. The financial flowcharts from Braddock, a spiderweb of arrows and account numbers. The map of I-95 studded with red pins that looked like drops of old blood. The air conditioning had cycled off an hour ago, leaving a thick, stale silence broken only by the faint, persistent hum of the lamp's transformer. The smell was a permanent cocktail of old coffee grounds, bitter toner powder, and the faint, sweet metallic scent of her own exhaustion, a smell like pennies and stale sweat. The burner phone, powered off, was a cold, rectangular weight in her locked bottom drawer. She'd placed it right on top of the photograph of Eli, a deliberate stacking of her secrets, one modern artifact of betrayal laid upon the ancient one. She had lied to Nina 3 times today. The first lie had been casual, almost easy. Just after noon, returning from the vending machines with a bottle of water she didn't want, the plastic cold and slick with condensation. Nina, without looking up from her screen, the blue light painting her tired face, had asked, "Get some air?" Katie had taken a slow sip, the plastic crinkling loudly in her grip. She made a show of wiping her mouth with the back of her hand. "Yeah. Just walked around the block. Needed to clear the warehouse dust out of my lungs. A simple, believable fiction." She didn't mention the 45 minutes spent parked 3 houses down from Philip Kern's Colonial in Annapolis, the engine off, her hands tight on the steering wheel. She didn't describe watching the empty driveway, the still windows with their drawn blinds, the perfect, manicured shrubbery. She had felt like a ghost haunting the wrong life, invisible and aching. The second lie was one of omission, a sin of careful editing. Back at the Meridian logistics scene, surrounded by the frustrated energy of the wiped office, the techs bagging shredded confetti, she'd shown Nina the sticky note with the warehouse address. "Found it stuck to the bottom of a drawer," she'd said, her voice flat. She held it up by the corner in its clear evidence bag, pinched between her thumb and forefinger. She pointed to the scrawled address with her other index finger. "Jessup location." She did not point to the faint, almost casual PK written in the same blue ballpoint hand in the top right corner. Her thumb had naturally curled over that corner of the bag as she turned it. She defolded the bag over itself with a practiced rustle, tucking those initials away into the plastic before Nina's sharp, observant eyes could land on them. "Probably from the temp," she'd offered, and Nina had nodded, already turning back to the gaping, empty safe, her lips pressed into a thin line of disappointment. The third lie was the most common and now the heaviest. Late afternoon, the light in the office turning a tired gold, Nina had paused by her desk, one hand on the cracked vinyl back of a chair. A concerned frown etched deep lines between her brows. "You're quiet today." "That shoulder giving you hell?" Katie had forced a smile, felt it strain the muscles of her face, a pulling sensation at the corners of her mouth that didn't reach her eyes. She de-rotated the joint slowly, a conscious performance of minor annoyance, though the movement sent a bright spark of pain down to her fingertips. "Fine," she'd said, the word short and final as a slammed door. "Just tired." She'd held Nina's gaze for a second too long, a challenge and a plea mixed together, until her partner had shrugged, the fabric of her jacket whispering, and moved on to her own desk. "Just tired." It covered a universe of things. The bone-deep ache of suspicion, the corrosive guilt of the burner phone in her drawer, the phantom weight of her service weapon that still felt alien and wrong on her hip, a constant reminder of her failure in the mimic lot. The lies were a sediment settling into her bones. She could feel them, a low-grade density in her joints, a stiffness in her posture that made sitting upright an effort. Each one was a brick, mortared with necessity and fear, building a wall that separated her from the bureau, from Nina, from the straightforward, by-the-book agent she was supposed to be. The air in the room felt thin, used up, cycled too many times through the building's ancient vents. She realized she was holding her breath, her chest tight, her diaphragm locked. She exhaled slowly through her nose, a long, controlled stream, but it didn't help. The oxygen seemed thin. She couldn't breathe. She stood abruptly, pressing her palms flat on the cool, slick laminate of the desk to push herself up. A sharp twinge shot from her lower back, too many hours in a cheap, government-issue chair, and her injured shoulder gave a dull, familiar throb, a deep ache buried in the muscle. The chair legs screeched against the linoleum floor, the sound shockingly loud, violating the profound quiet. She needed air that wasn't recycled, that didn't carry the ghosts of 1,000 bureaucratic conversations and stale desperation. She grabbed her jacket from the back of the chair, the fabric cold and slightly stiff from the room's chill. Shrugging it on, she winced as the sleeve pulled across her shoulder and didn't bother buttoning it. She stepped out into the hall, the door clicking shut behind her with a sound of finality, and pushed through the heavy, steel-clad exterior door into the cool, damp embrace of the Maryland night. The streets around the satellite office were quiet, a residential grid sleeping under a hazy, starless sky, the color of faded charcoal. The hum of I-95 was a distant, constant ocean roar to the east, a white noise of ceaseless transit. Closer, there was only the whisper of a faint breeze, stirring the new, tender leaves of the maple trees lining the sidewalk, a dry, papery rustle. She walked without direction, her hands shoved deep in her jacket pockets, her fingers curling into loose fists. The rhythm of her steps on the concrete sidewalk became a deliberate metronome. Left, right. She focused on the mechanics of it, the solid impact of her heel, the roll to the ball of her foot, the push-off, trying to let the motion loosen the hard, tangled knot that had lodged between her shoulder blades. After 2 blocks, the street curved around a small, dark playground, and she stopped under the cone of light from a sodium vapor street lamp. It cast a stark, jaundiced yellow circle on the pavement, an island in the dark. The light buzzed faintly, a persistent electrical insect sound. Moths, tiny and gray, beat themselves silently against the thick glass casing in a futile, fluttering dance. She pulled out her personal phone, the case warm from her body heat, the glass screen slightly smudged. Her thumb hovered over the screen for a moment, casting a long shadow, before she found the contact and dialed. It rang 4 times, each electronic tone stretching out in the night air, hollow and expectant, before a sleep-thick voice answered. "Katie. You okay?" The voice was blurred at the edges with dreams, but instantly concerned, sharpening on the second word. Chloe. Her roommate back in the D.C. apartment, whose world was currently defined by poli-sci midterms, a persistently dripping kitchen faucet, and the existential crisis of their struggling basil plant on the fire escape. The sheer, breathtaking normalcy of it was a lifeline, a rope thrown into deep, black water. Katie's grip tightened on the phone, her knuckles pressing white against the case. "Yeah, I'm okay," Katie said, and the words felt almost true in that second, spoken into the kind night. "Sorry, did I wake you?" A rustling sound, fabric against a phone, a muffled thump that might have been a textbook hitting the floor. "That's fine. Just dozing on the couch." Highlighters and flashcards everywhere. "My brain is complete mush." A long, unself-conscious yawn crackled through the line, intimate and familiar. "You sound far away." "Where are you?" Katie leaned her shoulder against the cool, riveted metal of the lamppost. The sensation was a solid, unyielding pressure that grounded her. She could feel the vibration of the faint buzz through her jacket. "Just out walking. Needed to clear my head." Case stuff, she kept it vague, a practiced deflection, her eyes tracking a car's distant headlights gliding soundlessly down a parallel street. "Duh, hey, that sounds grim." "How's the shoulder?" Chloe's voice was clearing, warming up with use. "Manageable," another tiny lie, so easy it barely registered as it left her lips. "How's the faucet?" "It still drips." "It's like a Chinese water torture for my sleep schedule." "A plink. A plink." Plink, Chloe imitated the sound, and Katie could hear it perfectly in her mind. Super said he'd come Tuesday. I'll believe it when I see it. Chloe's voice was slipping into the familiar, comfortable rhythm of their shared life, a rhythm of minor grievances and small triumphs. Oh, and the rent check cleared, so we're good for another month. Crisis averted. I got those weird yogurts you like. The probiotic ones with the honey on the bottom. They were on sale at Harris Teeter. Katie closed her eyes, absorbing the mundane details like a balm. Groceries. Rent. A dripping faucet. A world where the stakes were measured in dollars and dairy products, where the biggest threat was a negligent superintendent. She could picture the kitchen, the chipped yellow Formica countertop, the specific, maddening sound of that drip hitting the stainless steel sink basin. She could smell the faint, clean scent of Chloe's laundry detergent on the couch. Thanks for getting them, she said, and her voice softened without her meaning it too, the edges wearing down. No problem. You'll be back soon, right? This case wrapping up. The couch is weirdly empty, without you hogging all the pillows. I actually have legroom. It's unnatural. Trying to, the words came out and they tasted like ash, dry and bitter on her tongue. She swallowed, her throat tight and scratchy. Soon, I hope. Well, don't be a hero. Come home in one piece. We can binge that terrible baking show and hate watch the fondant. I need someone to snark with. My running commentary is wasted on the basil plant. Katie managed a small, real smile that pulled at her dry lips, but it vanished as soon as it formed, leaving her face feeling cold. A deal. They talked for a few more minutes, Chloe detailing the intricate, Byzantine logic of her professor's grading curve, the exciting discovery of a new Thai place that delivered past 10, their pad CU is allegedly life-changing, the dizzying news that a mutual friend from the academy had gotten engaged, to the guy with the terrible mustache, remember him. The one who looked like a disappointed walrus. Katie made the right sounds, a soft wow, a questioning really? An impressed that's amazing, but it was all surface, a necessary fiction performed over a crackling line. She held the phone so tightly, the hard plastic edge dug into her palm. She couldn't tell her about the illicit phone burning a hole in her desk drawer, the retired FBI deputy director she was stalking in the suburbs, the ghost of her father whispering from a file sealed with a signature she recognized. She held the ordinary conversation tight, a tether to a life that felt like it belonged to someone else, a life she had put on a high shelf and was watching gather a fine layer of domestic dust. Get some sleep, Chloe, she said finally, gently cutting off a story about a failed attempt at making ramen from scratch that had resulted in a pot of salty wallpaper paste. You too, Katie. Seriously. Don't work too hard out there. The world will keep spinning if you sleep for 6 hours. And I promise. I know. Good night. Good night. Text me when you're headed back. The line went dead with a soft digital click. The silence that followed was deeper, more profound, as if the ordinary world had been a radio station she'd been tuned to, a channel playing soft static of everyday life, and now there was only void. It rushed in to fill the space, cold and sharp, carrying the buzz of the street lamp and the distant highway. The tether was cut. She was alone again under the buzzing street lamp, the jaundiced yellow light making the skin on her hands look sallow and sick, etching deep shadows in the lines of her palms. She let the phone drop to her side, her arm suddenly heavy, then slowly returned it to her pocket, feeling the fabric brush against her knuckles. From her jacket's inner pocket, the one over her heart, she drew out the photograph. The motion was ritualistic. The glossy surface caught the lamplight, reflecting a white, blinding blotch over Eli's young, smiling face. She tilted it carefully, letting the glare slide away like oil, revealing his familiar features. He was caught mid-laugh, head thrown back slightly, squinting against a California sun that wasn't here, in this dark Maryland night. She held it carefully by the edges, her thumbs resting on the white border, avoiding the image itself as if her touch could smudge the memory. She traced the edge of the postmark with her index finger, feeling the raised, gritty ink of the cancellation stamp, Sonoma County. A world of sun-bleached vineyards and dry golden hills, a world away from the asphalt and diesel of East Coast interstates, from the sterile, digital network of Meridian logistics that moved cash for a phantom contractor. Two threads lay tangled in her hands, in her mind, in the very pit of her stomach. One led back through time, a frayed, faded strand leading to her father's death, to a file buried under a federal seal that bore Philip Kern's distinctive, looping signature. The other led forward, into the night, a sharp, modern wire leading to a professional killer, and a money pipeline designed to look like the work of a madman. They existed in her, side by side, pulling her in different directions, stretching her conscience thin. Were they connected? Was Kern's signature on her father's file just a bureaucratic coincidence, a man doing his job during a certain era, and the PK on the sticky note a different set of initials entirely, a project manager, a foreman? Or were they the same thread, a single dark cord running through decades, through her family, through the very heart of this investigation? Was she chasing two separate shadows, tearing herself apart in the process, her attention divided and her judgment compromised? Or was she finally, painfully, seeing the outline of a single, monstrous shape emerging from the fog? The photo offered no answers, only the same silent, smiling question. She stared at it until Eli's features blurred, not from tears. She was too hollow, too desiccated for that, but from a fierce, clarifying exhaustion that started as a burning pressure behind her eyes and seeped into her skull, filling the spaces between her thoughts with leaden fatigue. It was the fatigue of holding two opposing truths in suspension, of living in two conflicting realities, of wearing a face that didn't match her interior. She couldn't split herself in two any longer. The compartmentalization was failing, the walls between Katie Ford the sister and Katie Ford the agent crumbling into dust, breached by the initials, PK. The mortar of her lies was turning to sand. She had to choose a path. She had to pick one thread and pull with all her strength, and accept whatever unraveled, whatever came loose from the tangled mess. A decision crystallized then, cold and hard as a river stone smoothed by a winter current. It formed not with a flash of insight, but with a settling, a final, irrevocable click into place deep in her core. After this case wrapped, after the contractor was caught or killed, the last target on his list secured, the final report drafted and the paperwork signed, she would go to Annapolis. Not to surveil from a parked car with a cold engine, but to walk directly up the neat brick path to Philip Kern's front door. She would ring the bell, and when he answered, she would look him in the eye, and she would ask him why. No more archival whispers, no more cryptic questions filtered through the damaged lens of Marin Solace. A direct confrontation. It was a risk that could end her career in disgrace, could see her badge taken, and her name dragged through the mud of the Office of Professional Review. But the career, she realized with a cold clarity that chilled her from the inside out, was already built on the buried, unexamined foundation of her father's ruin. She had been living in a house whose basement she was afraid to enter, smelling the damp, ignoring the strange sounds. It was time to go down the stairs and turn on the light, no matter what scuttled into the corners. She needed to know what was underneath. She needed to know if the foundation was rotten. But first, she had a job to do. A professional was still out there in the dark, with one name left on a clinical list. A man was in danger because of a schedule and a phone app. Her partner, despite the lies stacked between them like sheets of glass, was counting on her. Nina Shaw, fighting her own private, brutal war with a bottle 3 weeks gone, was in that office right now, or maybe finally getting some fractured rest in a hotel bed, trusting Katie to hold the line, to watch the data, to be the analyst. However fractured her loyalties, that one, the partner, the immediate job in front of her, still held. It was the last piece of her professional self that felt untainted, a clean weapon. She had to help catch the killer. That came first. Everything else, every personal ghost, every question for a retired spymaster had to wait. It had waited 15 years, it could wait a few more days. She took one last, long look at Eli's face, memorizing the particular curve of his smile that was now just ink and paper, the glint in his eyes that was a trick of reflected light long extinguished. Then she slipped the photograph back into her inner pocket, pressing it flat against her chest, the paper warm now from her hand, resting next to her heart. The night air felt colder now, sharper, charged with a grim purpose. It carried the scent of damp earth and distant rain. She turned, her shoes scraping on the fine grit of the sidewalk, and began the walk back to the office, her path retraced. Each step was measured, deliberate. With each footfall, the crunch of a pebble, the scuff of rubber on concrete, she felt her mind shifting, gears grinding and meshing as it moved from the personal abyss back to the professional puzzle. The vivid image of Kern's dark green door receded, replaced by the tactical map of I-95, the precise timeline of the murders, the dense blocks of metadata from Braddock. The weight of Eli's photo became just that, a physical weight in her pocket, a flat, square object, not an anchor dragging her down into the past. She compartmentalized it, not with a lie this time, but with a promise spoken silently to herself. Later. I will deal with you later. I will find your answers. But not tonight. The satellite office came into view at the end of the street. A squat, dark shape of brick and tinted windows, with a single rectangle of soft, greenish light glowing from their first-floor window. Her window. The lamplight was a beacon in the dark, a small, specific point of work that needed doing, a focus for her fractured attention. The files were waiting. The analysis was waiting. Nina would be back in the morning, expecting progress, expecting her partner to be whole and present. She reached the heavy door, her hand cold on the metal handle, the etched steel biting into her palm. She took one last, deep breath of the clean, cool night air, tasting the coming rain, then pulled it open and stepped back into the recycled, paper-scented atmosphere of the building. The door side shut behind her with a solid thump, sealing her in. The sudden silence of the hallway was oppressive, a vacuum. Her footsteps echoed now in the confined, tiled space, a lonely cadence. She entered the temporary office, the scene unchanged, as if time had stopped. Her chair was still pushed back at its awkward angle. The case photos still stared up from the desk, the dead eyes of Daniel Severn and Martin Voss meeting hers once more. She sat down, the old chair groaning and creaking under her weight. She pulled the financial flowchart toward her, the paper rustling loudly, reached for a pen from the cracked coffee mug that served as a holder, and got back to work. The tip of the pen scratched against the paper, a small, insistent sound in the midnight quiet. She drew a slow circle around a cluster of transactions, her breathing evening out into a steady, shallow rhythm. The world outside the circle of lamplight ceased to exist. There was only the pattern, the data, the next step. For now, it was enough. Chapter 23. The whiteboard in the barracks conference room was a chaotic web of red and black marker, the surface streaked from hasty erasures and revisions. Strings of red yarn connected grainy DMV photos of the victims, to printed satellite images of rest stops. Timelines in black marker crawled along the bottom edge, dotted with precise, terrible times of death. Katie stood before it, a dry erase marker tapping a restless rhythm against her palm. The air tasted of stale coffee and the dry, chemical scent of the markers themselves. Nina Shaw leaned against a scarred laminate table, arms crossed tightly over her chest, her gaze fixed on the board but seeing the risks, the variables. Harwick sat at the head of the table, his large hands resting flat on the wood, his expression unreadable but his posture broadcasting a deep, institutional caution. "We have one left," Katie said, her voice cutting the quiet. She reached up and circled a name written in the corner of the board, Frank Collier. The marker squeaked. 62 years old, retired trucker, lives out in rural Cecil County. According to the driver records Braddock pulled from Meridian's hidden server, Collier stopped making his scheduled deliveries about 6 months ago. He's off the books. Retired, Nina said, pushing off the table. She took 2 steps closer, her eyes scanning the data around Collier's name. So he's out. He's not a current player. He's out of the active network, Katie corrected, turning to face them. She kept her shoulders square, projecting a certainty she was forcing herself to feel. But the contractor who's been systematically eliminating these couriers may not know that. The operational intelligence he's working from could be outdated, a roster that hasn't been updated. Or he might assume Collier is still active, just lying low. Either way, Collier is the last predictable name on a list we now know exists. The last target from the original set of 5. Harwick steepled his fingers, the tips pressing together until the knuckles whitened. You're proposing we use him. A civilian. I'm proposing we use the contractor's own predictability against him. Katie's marker tapped the photo of the Chesapeake House rest stop. We know the killer monitors the signal vault command stream. He sees the delivery orders go out, then intercepts the courier at the designated rest stop during their mandatory break window. Braddock recovered Collier's signal vault account details from the archived metadata. We have his username, his historic pickup locations. We can generate and send a spoofed order. Schedule a phantom pickup for Collier at his usual stop, the Chesapeake House on I-95, northbound, Lot C. The contractor sees it. He plans. He moves to intercept. Only Collier won't be there. We're using a civilian as bait in an active homicide investigation, Nina stated, her voice flat, devoid of inflection to let the words hang plainly. We evacuate Collier and his family before the operational window opens, Katie countered, her words coming faster now. She took a step toward Nina, her eyes earnest. We get him and his wife to a secure hotel tonight, tell him it's protective custody due to a vague, credible threat against former transport contractors. He never goes near the rest stop. He doesn't even know the specifics. An undercover officer from the tactical team takes his place, sits in a vehicle matching Collier's truck description. We have the make, model, and plate from the MVA. The contractor shows up expecting a tired, isolated 50-year-old man. He moves to execute a hit. And we take him down. The room was quiet save for the persistent, low hum of the fluorescent lights overhead. Harwick's gaze shifted from Katie's face to the board, his eyes tracing the red lines of the killer's pattern: Jessup, College Park, Lorton, Savage. A methodical, geographic slaughter. It's a high-risk escalation, he said finally, his voice a low rumble. We're not just intercepting. We're inviting an attack on a federal officer. We're manufacturing the probable cause. We're controlling every variable of the environment, Katie insisted. She planted a hand on the table, leaning in. We pick the time. We pick the place. We flood the zone with our people. It's the complete opposite of how he's been operating, catching isolated men in the dark, in moments of routine vulnerability. This time, he'll be the one walking into the light. We'll have eyes on him from the moment he enters the parking lot. Nina shook her head, but it was less a refusal and more a physical manifestation of her brain processing the variables, the thousand things that could go wrong. She rubbed at her temple. Collier's safety is non-negotiable. Absolute evacuation. No chance he decides to take a midnight drive for a real coffee, because he gets stir-crazy in a hotel room. No chance his wife calls a neighbor and the whole thing leaks. Agreed. We handled that personally. You and Maze. We go to his house this afternoon. We explain the situation just enough to secure compliance, no operational details. We move him and his wife ourselves. We see them into the room, we post a uniformed officer outside the door. They are completely insulated. Harwick leaned back, his chair groaning. And the spoofed message. The forgery. Your tech is confident he can insert it into the live stream without tipping off the handler on the other end. Braddock can generate it from the cyber division in DC, Katie said, nodding. He's been analyzing the traffic patterns, the encryption headers, the syntax. He can make it look identical to the legitimate operational traffic. We send it 48 hours out. That gives the contractor what he expects, time to plan, to reconnoiter, to get into position. And it gives us time to set the board, to get Collier clear, and to embed the team without looking like we're embedding a team. A 48-hour lead time also gives the contractor a window to do his own surveillance on Collier's house, Nina pointed out, her arms folding again. If he's thorough, and he is, he might check to see if the target is behaving normally before the hit. Which is why we move Collier the same day we send the message, Katie replied. Not before. We send the message in the morning. We move him in the afternoon. If the contractor is watching the house later that day or tonight, he sees nothing. The lights are off, the car is gone. It looks like Collier has left for his run. It fits the pattern. Harwick was silent for a long moment, his eyes locked on the photo of Ray Gilmore, the courier they'd saved, which was pinned next to the timeline. His jaw worked slightly. Finally, he gave a single, slow nod, the decision settling onto his broad shoulders. All right. Set it up. I'll make the call to Quantico and arrange the tactical team. Full HRT complement. We treat this as the hostile apprehension of an armed and extremely dangerous subject who has demonstrated a proficiency in silent, close-quarters kills. Rules of engagement will be clear. We want him alive to talk, but not at the cost of an agent's life. Deadly force is authorized if he presents any weapon or makes a move toward the undercover officer. Understood, Katie said. A sharp, clean current of adrenaline cut through the thick fatigue in her veins, making her senses feel abruptly clear. She felt her posture straighten, her breathing deepen. Nina let out a long, controlled breath, her skepticism visibly giving way to a grim, professional resolve. She uncrossed her arms and placed her hands on her hips, her head dipping in a nod. All right. Then let's go pull a retired trucker out of his living room before a ghost tries to kill him. The Collier residence was a modest, white-sided farmhouse set back from a two-lane county road in Cecil County, surrounded by fields lying fallow for the winter. A late-model Ford F-150 sat in the gravel driveway. Katie pulled their unmarked sedan in behind it, the crunch of gravel loud in the still afternoon. She and Nina sat for a moment, observing. The house looked quiet, peaceful. A wreath hung on the front door. "Remember," Nina said, her hand on the door handle. "Vague threat. Protective custody. We are here to help, not to recruit." "I know the script," Katie said, her own door opening to a blast of cold, rural air that smelled of damp earth and wood smoke. Frank Collier answered the door on their second knock. He was a big man, gone soft in the middle but with the broad shoulders and thick forearms of a lifetime of physical work. He wore faded jeans and a flannel shirt, his eyes wary behind wire-rimmed glasses. "Can I help you?" Katie and Nina held up their credentials. "Mr. Collier." "I'm Special Agent Ford, this is Special Agent Shaw." "The FBI. We need to speak with you and your wife." "It's urgent." The wariness turned to alarm. He called over his shoulder, "Marlene. Come here a minute." He didn't invite them in, standing squarely in the doorway. A woman in her late 40s, with kind, worried eyes, appeared behind him, wiping her hands on a dish towel. "Frank. What is it?" "We need to talk inside, sir," Nina said, her voice low and calm but leaving no room for argument. "For your security." 5 minutes later, they were seated in a tidy living room adorned with porcelain knickknacks and a large television. Katie did the talking, sticking to the broad, sanctioned story. Their investigation into a series of crimes had indicated that individuals with backgrounds in certain types of commercial transport, specifically those who had worked for particular logistics firms in the past few years, might be at risk. They had reason to believe Frank's name could be on a list. They couldn't go into details, but the threat was credible and imminent. For his and Marlene's safety, they needed to come with them, right now, to a secure location for the next 48 hours. "A list," Frank repeated, his face pale. "What list?" "I've been retired 6 months. I drove a truck, for God's sake. I didn't do anything." "We know that, sir," Katie said, leaning forward, her hands open on her knees. "That's why we're here. This is a preventative measure. You're not in any trouble. We just need to get you to a place where we can guarantee your safety until we resolve this." Marlene's hand had flown to her mouth. "But our things? In the house?" "Pack 1 bag each, just essentials, medications," Nina instructed, standing up. "We'll wait. We have an officer who will do periodic drive-bys to keep an eye on the property. This is the safest way." There was resistance, fear, confusion. Frank Collier argued that it was probably a mistake, that he had a doctor's appointment. Marlene worried about their dog. It took another 10 minutes of firm, patient pressure, the weight of the FBI badge making the abstract threat frighteningly real, to secure compliance. They packed, moving slowly, dazed. Katie helped Marlene find her blood pressure medication, while Nina stood a quiet watch at the front window. The domestic normality of the house, the smell of laundry detergent, the photos of grandchildren on the mantel, made the intrusion feel brutal. Finally, they led the bewildered couple out to the car. Frank locked his front door with a slow, deliberate turn of the key, as if he wasn't sure he'd see the place again. They drove in near silence to a mid-tier hotel in Baltimore, where a uniformed Maryland State Police officer was waiting in the lobby. Katie checked them in under a false name, handed Frank the keycards, and introduced the officer who would be stationed outside. "Try to relax," Katie told them, feeling the hollowness of the platitude. "Order room service. Watch movies. We'll be in touch as soon as we can." Frank Collier just looked at her, his eyes scared and old. "You find who's doing this." It wasn't a request. Katie nodded once, a promise she intended to keep, and then she and Nina walked away, leaving the couple in the sterile, safe room, the first part of the trap now sprung. 8 hours later, the barracks hummed with a different, sharper energy. The word had gone out, they were going to take a shot. The tactical planning session had been a 2-hour marathon in the same conference room, now even more cluttered with topographic maps of the Chesapeake House, rest stop, blueprints of the facilities, and photos taken from every angle. Harwick had presided, his voice a steady drumbeat as they assigned sectors, designated fields of fire for the sniper teams, and established the chain of command. Katie had laid out the contractor's presumed methodology, his likely approach vectors based on the previous crime scenes. Questions flew about emergency, medical evacuation routes, about contingency plans if the subject fled onto the highway, about the protocol if he simply drove through without stopping. Now, in the gear-up room, the theory was becoming physical reality. The air was thick with the smells of strong coffee, gun oil, and the nervous sweat of high-stakes anticipation. Katie stood at a bench, checking the fit of her ballistic vest. She tightened the side straps, the heavy Kevlar pressing firmly against her ribs and back. The weight was familiar, a burden she associated with the worst moments of her career, and it was always uncomfortable. She patted the pockets, 3 spare magazines for her Glock, her credentials, a set of handcuffs, a compact radio. Each item was a specific pressure against her body. Around her, members of the FBI's hostage rescue team moved with a quiet, efficient purpose. They were a different breed, their physiques lean and powerful, their faces set in expressions of focused calm. Their conversation was a low shorthand of equipment checks and positional callouts. One man seated on the floor meticulously applied dark camouflage, paste to his face and neck, his movements practiced and smooth. Another, by the door, cycled the action of his rifle 3 times, listening to the mechanical sounds with a critical ear before nodding to himself. A third pair communicated with silent hand signals as they tested their encrypted comms units. Nina zipped up her own dark blue raid jacket over her vest, the FBI letters bold and yellow on the back. She caught Katie's eye, her face set in a hard line. "You sure about the timing? Midnight feels theatrical. Like we're in a bad movie." "It's when he's operated before," Katie said, securing the curly cord of her earpiece. She tucked the microphone against her throat. "It's when the rest stops are most empty, when the diner is closed or winding down. He'll expect it to be quiet. He'll expect his target to be alone and fatigued. He won't be expecting an audience." An agent from the tech unit, a young woman with severe bun, approached and handed Katie a ruggedized tablet. On its screen was a perfect, pixel-for-pixel replica of the Signal Vault message interface. The order was crisp and clinical, for Collier F. Pickup Chesapeake House NB Lot C. Window 1545. Confirm. It looked utterly authentic. "Braddock reports the package is live," the tech said. "It's in the stream, encrypted with the same key sequence as the last verified order. If the subject is watching the handler's node, he's seen it. The digital bait is taken." Katie felt a chill that had nothing to do with the room's temperature. It was done. There was no calling it back. Harwick entered then, and his presence immediately shifted the room's atmosphere. The low murmur ceased. All movement stilled for a beat before resuming with even greater intensity. He was already in his tactical gear, a bulky vest over a black sweater. He clapped his hands together once, the sound sharp. Listen up. Final brief, his eyes swept the room, making contact with each team leader. Primary undercover is already in position in the vehicle. A white 2018 Ford Transit van, Maryland plates matching Collier's. He's in the driver's seat, looking like he's waiting. Snipers have overwatch on the north and south perimeters, elevated positions with clear lines of sight to the van and the approaches to Lot C. He pointed to a large map taped to the wall. Ground teams Alpha and Bravo are concealed in marked civilian vehicles at the fuel pumps. Team Charlie is in the diner, posing as late-night staff. Team Delta is mobile, 2 sedans parked in the main lot, ready to block egress routes. He paused, letting the geography settle in their minds. No one moves, no one breathes too loud, until the subject makes clear hostile intent. We need the handoff. We need him to approach the vehicle, to commit to the act. That's our PC. That's our clean shot. Comms check in 90 seconds. Stay sharp, stay disciplined. Let's bring this guy in and find out who he's working for. A unified, guttural hooyah rippled through the team. Harwick gave a final nod and turned to leave for the command vehicle. Katie met Nina's eyes across the crowded room. Nina gave a slight, almost imperceptible lift of her chin. There was no more debate, no more theory. The plan was a live wire now, humming with lethal potential energy, laid out in the dark of a highway rest stop 20 miles away. They had moved the pieces, the civilian, the message, the teams. All that was left was to wait in the cold dark themselves and see what predator came to meet their trap. Chapter 24. The encrypted message arrived at 9:47 p.m. On the contractor's dedicated device, a soft, melodic chime that seemed absurdly cheerful in the sterile quiet of the hotel room. He was at the small desk, the disassembled components of the suppressor laid out on a clean white towel. He set down the cleaning rod, its tip gleaming with a fresh coat of oil, and picked up the phone. The screen's glow lit the underside of his jaw as he unlocked it. The order was formatted correctly, bearing all the proper headers and routed through the authenticated Signal Vault channel. He read it twice, his breathing even and slow. Target: Frank Collier. Location: Cecil County. Delivery window: tonight. It was the 5th name. The last one. He studied the attached details, his thumb scrolling. Collier Frank. Age 62. Retired. Last known network activity, 6 months prior. The contractor's eyes, pale and unblinking, lingered on that date. A delivery order for a dormant, retired courier, issued now, after weeks of intense and public FBI scrutiny on the related homicides. The timing was not just wrong, it was provocative. It smelled of bait, wrapped in the correct protocol. His handler's last instruction, transmitted 48 hours and 14 minutes ago, had been unequivocal. Maintain timeline. Complete all 5. Radio silence since. In his world, silence was not an absence of data. It was its own signal, heavy with meaning. Either the handler was compromised, arrested, or dead. Or the operational security of the entire channel had been breached. The encryption might still hold, but the humans behind it were a vulnerability. Possibly both conditions were true. The decision tree was simple, its branches clear. He could abort. execute a standard sanitization drill on his devices and this location, go to ground at one of 3 prepared holds in the region, and attempt to re-establish contact through the 7-day fallback protocol. That was the safe play, the one designed for exactly this kind of radio silence and operational stink. But his mandate, the core directive embedded in every interaction with his handler, was clear: terminate the designated assets to sever the pipeline. He had never left a contract incomplete. To do so now would be a professional failure, a crack in the discipline that was not just his practice but his identity. It would be an admission that the net they were weaving could alter his actions. He would proceed, but with a revised calculus, every variable reweighted for the new, hostile environment. He finished reassembling the suppressor, the threads turning smoothly until snug. He placed it back in its foam-lined case and began to pack the black duffel with methodical speed, each movement economical and precise. The ritual was a tactile checklist. The Glock 19, its serial number chemically erased, loaded with a full magazine of 9 jacketed hollow points and 1 in the chamber. He pressed the check button on the side, confirming a round was seated, before sliding it into the Kydex holster at the bag's center. The suppressor in its case went beside it. The fixed-blade knife, a 6-inch piece of blackened steel with a serrated spine, was wiped down and sheathed, then placed in a designated sleeve. A coil of heavy-duty plastic zip ties. A folded square of thick, clear plastic sheeting, the kind sold as painters' drop cloths, rolled tight to the size of a water bottle. A pair of latex gloves, a box of ammunition, a small bottle of bleach wipes, a multi-tool, a compact high-powered monocular. Each item was visually checked, its presence and condition confirmed, then placed in its designated pouch or compartment. The zipper of each compartment made a low, ripping sound in the quiet room. When the duffel was full, he ran a hand over its exterior, patting each section, ensuring nothing bulged or rattled. He hefted it by the strap, feeling the satisfying, familiar weight, approximately 22 pounds. Then he began the wipe-down. It was a habitual, second-nature erasure, but tonight he was slower, more thorough, treating the room not as a temporary shelter, but as a scene he was leaving for hostile forensics. He started at the desk, using a microfiber cloth dampened with isopropyl alcohol from his own kit. He wiped the laminated wood surface, the legs of the chair, the plastic remote for the television, the switch on the bedside lamp. He moved to the bathroom, wiping the faucet handles, the toilet lever, the doorknob. He checked the shower curtain rod for dust displacement. Back in the main room, he wiped the top of the mini fridge, its handle, the thermostat on the wall. He ran the cloth along the window sill and the latch. He did all of this in a silent, systematic pattern, working from the interior of the room toward the door. His eyes scanned for any gleam he might have missed. A fingerprint on the TV screen, a smudge on the phone handset he had never used. He found none. At the door, he shouldered the duffel, took a final look at the anonymous space. The generic landscape print of a mountain lake, the beige bedspread pulled taut, the dark television screen reflecting the orange glow of the parking lot lights through the curtains. It was a non-place, already fading from his memory. He pulled the door shut behind him, heard the latch click, and did not look back. The night air was cool and damp, carrying the distinct, muddy scent of the Chesapeake Bay from a few miles east. He took a slow breath, analyzing it. The humidity was high, over 80%. The light wind was from the south-southeast at maybe 5 knots. Good conditions for sound suppression, less ideal for long-range optics if a haze developed. He filed the data away and walked across the cracked asphalt of the motel lot, his shoes making soft, gritty sounds. His car, a 4-year-old Ford Fusion in silver, was parked in the shadows at the far end of the lot, away from the security camera that watched the office door. Its windows were legally tinted. Its plates were false but registered and current. Its body was clean but unremarkable. He popped the trunk with the key fob. The interior light had been disconnected, and laid the duffel flat inside, beside a folded roadside emergency kit and a spare jacket. He closed the trunk with a quiet thud. Sliding behind the wheel, he adjusted the seat minutely, a habit. The interior smelled of citrus-scented cleaner and, faintly, of the vinyl of the rental. The dashboard lights cast a soft green glow on his hands. He started the engine, a subdued purr, and let it idle for a moment, listening for any untoward knock or ping. There was none. He pulled out of the lot, the tires crunching over gravel, and turned onto the highway access road, merging north onto I-95. The road was a dark ribbon of asphalt unspooling under a cloud-obscured moon. The traffic was light, long-haul trucks with their running lights, the occasional late-night car. He set the cruise control at 58 miles per hour, 3 miles below the posted limit, a speed that kept him in the flow without attracting attention. His hands rested lightly on the wheel at 10 and 2. His mind, freed from the manual task of driving, parsed the variables, assigning each a probability and a potential countermeasure. The woman at the Chesapeake House rest stop was the primary anomaly, a vivid image recalled with photographic clarity. She had arrived in a dark sedan just before his final approach on the Gilmore target. He had seen her exit the vehicle, her movement fluid but with a slight, guarded hesitation in the left shoulder, an old injury or a recent one. She was not uniformed patrol, her posture was too still, her alertness too focused. The way she de-scanned the lot was a practice sector search. She was federal. Almost certainly FBI. She had known the location of Gilmore's van. That meant someone inside the active investigation had accessed the courier network's operational data, either through a breach of the app's routing or, more likely, through forensic recovery from a victim's device. They had traced the pipeline, identified the targets, and now they were attempting to manipulate it, to turn the mechanism against its operator. This order for Collier, therefore, was almost certainly a trap. The logic was inescapable. A law enforcement ambush, likely at the destination, a remote farm in Cecil County, perfect for containment. They would be expecting a serial killer, a man driven by compulsion or rage, someone who would be drawn irresistibly to the final victim. They would have a profile. They would not be expecting him, a professional operating on a revised calculus, with no compulsion beyond the contract and a deep aversion to prepared ground. A pair of headlights brightened in his rearview mirror, closing fast from behind. He kept his speed perfectly steady, his foot not wavering near the brake. The vehicle resolved into the distinct, blocky silhouette of a Maryland State Police cruiser, its light bar dark. It drew alongside in the passing lane, its pace matching his exactly. The contractor kept his eyes forward, watching the road ahead, his hands relaxed at 10 and 2. He did not turn his head, did not make eye contact. In his periphery, a blurred tableau, the white door of the cruiser, the silhouette of the trooper's broad-brimmed hat. The trooper's head was turned. The contractor could feel the weight of the observation, a professional assessment of the man in the silver Ford. For 3 long seconds, the cruiser paced him. The contractor counted them in his head, his pulse steady at 60 beats per minute. Then the cruiser's engine note deepened, and it accelerated ahead, its taillights shrinking to twin red pinpoints in the distance, before disappearing around a gentle curve. The encounter was routine, statistically meaningless. 99 times out of 100, it was a trooper checking for drowsy drivers or running a plate. But it served as a useful reminder of the ecosystem he was moving through. Every official vehicle was a potential node in the net they were trying to cast. Every radio transmission, a thread that could be pulled. If it was a trap, probability now estimated at 85%, his exit strategy was straightforward. He would not walk into the designated kill zone. He would establish observation on the target location from a distance, using the high-powered monocular from his kit. He would find a vantage point with cover and a clear egress route. He would identify the surveillance teams, their vehicles, their patterns of movement, their likely command post. He would look for the telltale signs: a van with no commercial markings parked too long, a car with two occupants who never exited, the faint glow of electronics in a darkened window. If Collier was present and under visible guard, the contract was void, the client's failure to provide a viable, accessible target. His obligation ended. He would execute a clean break, melt back into the interstate system, and disappear, initiating the fallback protocol at the first opportunity. If, against all odds, Collier was there and exposed, truly alone and vulnerable, he would evaluate the risk-reward ratio. A single, clean shot from distance, with the suppressed rifle he did not have with him, was the preferable option. But that would deviate from the established pattern of the previous kills, the close-quarters methods, the lack of ballistic evidence. The FBI's behavioral analysts were now studying that pattern. A deviation could signal his awareness of their scrutiny, which was its own vulnerability. It would tell them they were dealing with a thinking adversary, not a predator of habit. That knowledge would change their tactics, narrow their search parameters. Sometimes maintaining pattern, even in the face of risk, was the smarter play for long-term anonymity. He saw the green sign for a service plaza ahead. His fuel gauge showed just under half a tank. He signaled, eased off the cruise control, and took the exit, rolling into the brightly lit complex. It was a large plaza with a gas station, a fast food restaurant, and a convenience store. He selected the pump farthest from the storefront, its canopy casting deep shadows. He killed the engine, got out, and began fueling, his back to the security camera on the light pole. The night air here smelled of gasoline and fried food. A trucker was walking a small dog on a patch of grass. Two teenagers loitered by a motorcycle, their laughter carrying on the damp air. He watched them in the reflective surface of his car's window, his movements casual as he replaced the nozzle and screwed on the gas cap. He walked into the store, the automatic doors whooshing open. The fluorescent lights were harsh. He went directly to the counter, where a bored clerk in a red vest stared at a phone. 40 on pump 12, he said, his voice neutral, placing two $20 bills on the counter. Cash. The clerk barely looked up, took the money, hit a button on the register. The contractor's eyes swept the store. A mother with a crying child in the snack aisle, an elderly man reading a newspaper at a small table. No one of concern. He took his receipt, a slim slip of paper, and walked out, tearing it into small pieces which he deposited in an overflowing trash can by the door. Back on the road, the numbers ran in a quiet, continuous loop behind his eyes. 5 targets designated. 4 terminated. 1 pending. A financial pipeline, a method of moving large sums anonymously via human couriers, now severed. Whatever its purpose, sanctions evasion, blackmail payments, operational funds for another party, it was cut. His primary task was nearly complete. The satisfaction was abstract, an item checked on a mental list. The secondary task, now paramount, was survival and exfiltration. The woman's face, pale and intent under the yellow rest stop lights, was filed away in his memory under a new category: active opposition. A new variable, identified and assessed. If their paths crossed again, particularly in the context of the Collier trap, the equation would change dramatically. She was not a static obstacle but an actor, one who had already altered the board. She would need to be factored in as a dynamic element, capable of initiative and adaptation. He considered the possibility that she would be at the Cecil County location. He estimated the probability at 60%. If she was, and if she presented a direct threat to his disengagement, she would transition from a variable to a condition to be resolved. The rules of engagement would shift accordingly. The highway stretched ahead, a tunnel of darkness punctuated by the rhythmic thump-thump of lane dividers under his tires. He drove on, a solitary figure in a rented car, moving toward a destination that was almost certainly a wall of guns and lights. His plan already formed not around completion, but around observation and controlled withdrawal. The contract was still active, but its terms were now being rewritten, moment by moment, by the cold, silent dialogue between his actions and the reactions of the unseen net closing around him. Chapter 25. The rest area was a smear of sodium vapor light against the black Maryland night, an island of sickly orange in a sea of interstate darkness. He sat in the dark corner of the parking lot, engine off, windows down a precise 2 inches. The air that seeped in smelled of diesel exhaust, damp asphalt, and the distant, greasy aroma from the shuttered fast food outlets, undercut by the faint, sweet decay of wet leaves from the tree line. He'd been there 43 minutes by the green glow of the dashboard clock, arriving well before the scheduled window. Patience was a form of reconnaissance, a passive gathering of data. He kept his hands resting on his thighs, fingers slightly curled, breathing slow and even through his nose. A 4-count inhale, a 6-count hold, a 7-count exhale, to keep his core temperature down and his vision sharp. His eyes moved in a practiced grid, left to right, near to far, then layering a second, slower pass over the points of interest, cataloging not just objects but the spaces between them where movement would originate. The truck was there, parked exactly as the spoofed delivery order had dictated, in a slot facing the tree line at the lot's edge. A late-model Ford F-150, dark blue, Maryland plates. But the man sitting in the driver's seat was wrong. The silhouette was off. Frank Collier, according to his file photos, was a lean, nervous man with a habitual slouch, a body shaped by years of driving and worry. This man sat with his shoulders squared against the seatback, his head too still, the occasional turn of his chin too deliberate. A scan, not a fidget. He was a cop pretending to be bored, and the pretense was visible in the rigid set of his neck, the way his left hand never left the steering wheel to adjust the radio or scratch an itch. He shifted his gaze, scanning the periphery without moving his head. 2 sedans, one at the far end of the lot near the overflowing dumpsters, one angled awkwardly near the restroom building, as if seeking a quick exit. Both had the telltale, slightly too high ride of government packages, the suspension stiffened by armor plating or reinforced frames. The plates were civilian, but the dirt patterns were wrong. The rear plates on both were clean in perfect, sharp-edged rectangles, where police insignia had been recently peeled away. The sedan by the dumpsters had a single, fresh scrape on the front right bumper, white paint transfer on black. A hurried parking job, not the mark of a civilian overnight traveler. A communications van, disguised as a family camper with sun-faded, peeling mountain decals, was parked with a direct line of sight to the truck. Its roof vent was open a crack despite the chill. No condensation plume from a generator, no faint glow of interior light, no shadow of movement within. A dead box waiting to come alive. He counted the antennae, too many for a recreational vehicle, one a thin, rigid whip, the other a low-profile disc barely visible against the roof's curve. The trap. A competent one, dressed with care, but visible to a trained eye that knew the grammar of surveillance. He let the conclusion settle, testing it against each observed datum. All points converged. No alternative hypothesis held. He felt no spike of adrenaline, no tightening in his chest. His heartbeat remained a steady, low thump against his ribs, a metronome in a hollow cavity. This was a variable, not a catastrophe. The mission was compromised, which meant the operational pipeline was blown. The pattern, 3 couriers, 3 rest stops, had been deciphered. They were waiting for the 4th. They were waiting for him. A cold, analytical clarity settled over him, a lens clicking into perfect focus. The assessment was complete in seconds. His fingers, still resting on his thighs, uncurled slowly, the pads brushing against the rough texture of his jeans. He keyed the ignition. The engine turned over with a subdued purr, not a roar. He flipped on his headlights, the beams cutting through the gloom, illuminating the cracked asphalt ahead, the puddles shimmering with oil rainbows. He shifted into drive, the transmission engaging with a soft, precise click, and pulled out of his shadowed spot at a normal, unhurried pace, exactly the speed of a man who'd finished his break and was heading back to the highway, a smooth, linear acceleration to 8 miles per hour. He drove the lane that curved past the target truck, the tires whispering over the wet pavement, the sound changing pitch as they crossed a patched seam in the asphalt. He passed within 20 feet of it, the blue F-150 filling his passenger side window for a 3-second interval. The light from a distant pole glinted off its windshield, obscuring the interior, but the shape of the driver's head was a dark, unmoving orb. He did not look at the broad-shouldered man. He kept his own hands at 10 and 2 on the wheel, his head facing forward, his speed a steady 5 miles per hour. In his peripheral vision, he registered the shape in the truck, a dark blob that did not move. Then he saw movement elsewhere. A woman in a dark jacket, kneeling by the front tire of the sedan near the restrooms, pretending to check the pressure. As his car glided past, she glanced up, her face a pale oval in the darkness. Her eyes, he caught the whites, tracked his vehicle for a half-second, from his front bumper to his rear window, then flicked away down to the tire. No hand went to an ear. No signal was given. No doors opened. No one moved to intercept. They were letting the small fish go, preserving the trap for the bigger catch they still expected. He noted the brand of her jacket, a common outdoor brand, and the fact her hair was pulled into a tight, practical ponytail. Civilian attire, federal posture. He reached the exit, signaled with a crisp click that sounded loud in the quiet cabin, and merged onto the access road. The bright, endless ribbon of I-95 appeared ahead, a river of white and red light flowing north and south, the collective roar resolving into a deep, constant shudder in the car's frame. The decision was already made, the protocol clear and memorized. He took the southbound ramp, accelerating smoothly to match the flow of traffic, his foot easing the pedal down until the speedometer needle settled at 64, slipping into the center lane, becoming one more set of taillights in the procession. A tractor-trailer blew past on his left, buffeting the car with a wave of displaced air that rocked it gently on its springs. 5 miles down the interstate, the glow of the rest area long vanished in his mirrors. He took an exit for a commercial strip that was mostly dark. He followed the signs to a closed, independent gas station, its pumps shrouded in safety cones, the convenience store windows boarded over with fresh, yellow plywood that stood out against the grimy siding. He pulled around the back of the building, where the asphalt was littered with broken glass that crunched under his tires and weeds that pushed through the cracks like skeletal fingers. He killed the headlights and the engine, plunging the car into a silence broken only by the distant, receding hum of the highway and the tick-tick-tick of the engine cooling. The air here was different: stale gasoline, mildew, and the sour tang of dumped garbage from an overturned can. From the glove compartment, he removed a phone. It was not the signal vault device, which was already packed for disposal in a separate bag in the trunk, its components awaiting separation. This was a separate unit, a cheap, prepaid flip phone, its plastic casing scuffed and anonymous, purchased with cash 6 months prior from a store in Pennsylvania. It was used only for this single, fallback channel. He powered it on, the screen casting a blue glow on his chin and the lower half of his face as he waited for it to find a network. The light made the stubble on his jaw look like fine grit. When the signal bars appeared, too, wavering, he flipped it open, the hinge creaking slightly. His thumb moved with practiced efficiency over the rubberized keys, each press producing a muted, plastic click. He typed a brief text to the single number stored in its memory, a number he had never called and never would. Pipeline blown. 5 incomplete. Advise. He sent it, the phone giving a soft, affirmative chirp. Then he sat in the dark, watching the empty, skeletal pumps through his windshield. The station's sign, a broken neon outline of a dinosaur, creaked on a rusty hinge in the wind, a rhythmic, metallic groan. He counted the creaks. 27. In under a minute, the device vibrated softly in his palm, a brief, insectal buzz that traveled up his fingers. He opened it, the blue light washing over his hands again. Stand down. Relocate. New tasking to follow. He deleted both messages, the process requiring several confirmations on the rudimentary menu, a deliberate security feature. He navigated the prompts with sharp jabs of the thumb, his expression blank, eyes reflecting the scrolling text. He powered off the phone, waited 3 seconds, then pried off the back cover with a fingernail, the plastic snapping free with a faint pop. He removed its battery, a slim rectangle that was still slightly warm. He placed the battery in his left jacket pocket, the phone body in his right, the back cover and the tiny, fingernail-sized SIM card in the small change pocket of his jeans. They would be disposed of in separate, widely spaced locations: a dumpster, a river, a public trash can at a bus depot. The extraction route was prearranged. A series of back roads through northeastern Maryland, crossing into Delaware near Newark, to a safe house that existed only for this contingency. A furnished apartment paid for a year in advance under a clean name, with a separate vehicle, a common gray SUV, in the attached garage. But before he crossed the state line, he had one final action. A matter of professional hygiene. The primary channel needed to be formally closed, the line severed with a report, not just abandoned. He started the car, the noise startlingly loud in the desolate lot, and drove south for another 20 minutes, the suburban sprawl giving way to heavier industrial zones. Warehouses with corrugated metal walls, lots filled with shipping containers stacked like giant, rust-colored bricks, the occasional flare of a refinery tower against the clouded sky. He exited at a massive, 24-hour truck stop just inside the Baltimore Beltway, a city of light and diesel in the night. He navigated past the fuel islands, where rigs were lined up like behemoths at a trough, their engines rumbling and shuddering like sleeping beasts, air brakes hissing periodically like mechanical sighs. He parked in a shadowed slot among the long-haul trucks, their trailers forming canyon walls of corrugated aluminum that rose high above his sedan, blocking the sky. The air here was thick and layered. The sharp smell of burnt coffee from the all-night diner, the hot, greasy scent of frying food, the pervasive, oily tang of diesel fumes, and beneath it all, the faint, ammonia-like odor of a restroom vent. Country music twanged faintly from a radio somewhere, a mournful song about lost love. He was a small sedan among giants, effectively invisible, his car dwarfed and hidden, He sat for 5 minutes by the dashboard clock, watching his mirrors, observing the flow of drivers heading to and from the restrooms, the diner, the showers. A man in a plaid shirt and baseball cap trudged by, rubbing his eyes. Two others talked quietly by a rig's fuel tank, their breath making small plumes in the cold air. No patterns concerned him. No one glanced his way twice. From a concealed panel beneath the passenger seat, released by pressing two hidden latches simultaneously with his thumb and forefinger, he withdrew a small, sealed aluminum case, the size of a hardcover book, its surface cool to the touch. He placed it on the passenger seat, the weight of it making the seat cushion sigh. He clicked the latches open, a positive metallic snick-snick. Inside, nestled in custom-cut gray foam, was a compact satellite phone, its casing matte black and devoid of markings, the rubberized keypad worn smooth in the center of the numbers. It was a heavy, solid piece of machinery, heavily encrypted, a brick of focused purpose. He lifted it out, its weight familiar and reassuring in his hand, like holding a dense rock. He extended its stubby antenna until it clicked into place, a firm, final stop. He powered it on with a long press of the sole button, feeling a faint vibration through the casing. A small, green-tinted screen lit up with a scrolling string of alphanumeric digits, beginning a secure handshake with the orbiting bird. He waited, his eyes on the screen, his breathing even, his free hand resting palm up on his thigh. After 20 seconds, the digits stabilized into a steady, 12-character connection code. He then entered a 12-digit authentication sequence from memory, his index finger tapping each rubberized key with deliberate, equal pressure, making no sound. A voice answered after two electronic tones, a high ping followed by a low pong. It was synthesized, genderless, a flat cascade of digital phonemes that held no inflection, no breath, no humanity. Instead is. Target 4 was a law enforcement ambush, he said, his own voice low, measured, and devoid of emphasis. Cecil County Rest Area, the Chesapeake House. I approached, identified multiple static surveillance vehicles, and a decoy in the target vehicle. I avoided engagement. The pattern is compromised. The pipeline is non-viable. There was a 2-second pause, the line filled with a faint, encrypted hiss like distant static. He could picture the relay, the bounce, the seconds of lightspeed delay. Understood, the synthesized voice was identical, but he perceived a slight lengthening of the syllables, a processing delay that indicated assessment. The asset is recalled. Execute full sanitization of the primary protocol. All materials, all locations. Await redeployment. The secondary protocol remains viable? He asked, his voice still low and even, matching the tonelessness of the voice on the line. He watched a moth batter itself against his windshield, drawn by the dim glow of the satellite phone screen. The secondary protocol is now the primary protocol. The statement was absolute. New parameters and initial target package will be transmitted to the designated dead drop within 48 hours. Confirm your ability to access. He ran through the logistics. The dead drop was a specific locker in a specific bus station in Wilmington, Delaware. The key was hidden in a magnetic case under the fender of the SUV in the safe house garage. The timing was tight but feasible. I confirm. Acknowledge the transition. It acknowledged. Primary protocol sanitization initiated. Standing by for secondary tasking. The line went dead with a soft, dry click, followed by absolute silence from the earpiece, a void more complete than the ambient noise of the truck stop. He held the phone for a moment, feeling its residual warmth, then began the dismantling ritual. He retracted the antenna with a firm push until it seated with a muffled thud. He powered down the unit, holding the button until the green screen winked to black, reflecting his own opaque eyes for an instant. He slotted it back into its precise foam nest, the edges aligning perfectly. He closed the aluminum case, the latches snapping shut with a final, definitive sound that seemed to seal away the entire previous operation. The sanitization was already unfolding in his mind, a checklist of discards appearing behind his eyes in neat, bulleted rows. The 2 safe houses in Maryland, Towson and Rockville, the 3 rented vehicles with their specific plates, the sedan he was in, a pickup, a minivan, the identities and supporting documents, driver's licenses, credit cards, utility bills, tied exclusively to the courier killings. All were now discardable, to be abandoned or destroyed by prearranged, remote means. They had served their purpose, which was never merely the elimination of 5 loose ends. The primary purpose was the creation of a specific, misleading pattern, a geographic and methodological signature designed for consumption. That pattern had now been discovered, which meant it had successfully absorbed the investigation's attention, resources, and assumptions. A different pattern, waiting in the wings, would now begin. The professional satisfaction was a cold, abstract thing, a single mental notch on a tally sheet of successful misdirections. It manifested as a slight, almost imperceptible relaxation of the muscles around his eyes, a minute decrease in tension across his temples. He placed the aluminum case back into its hiding place, pressed the panel until it clicked flush with the floor, and ran his hand over the carpet seemed to ensure it was undetectable. He started the car, the engine noise lost in the chorus of idling rigs, a vibration more felt than heard. He backed out carefully, his head turning over his shoulder, his arm draped across the passenger seat headrest, navigating by the red glow of his brake lights reflecting off the trailer beside him. He eased back onto the service road, the tires bumping over a deep pothole filled with rainwater, then up the ramp to I-95 South. He merged into the center lane, a single, unremarkable vehicle in the endless river of light, his speed matching the flow exactly at 68 miles per hour. He didn't look back. Behind him, 40 miles north in the sodium vapor glow of the rest area, the trap remained set, its tension palpable to the officers inside the cold vehicles, waiting for a predator who had already assessed, bypassed, and evaporated into the arterial flow of the eastern seaboard. His work on the primary protocol was finished. His work overall was not. It was merely changing shape, shedding one skin for another, darker and more precise. The road ahead was dark, straight, and empty of all but the next set of instructions. He drove on, his face a calm mask in the dashboard's faint glow, the lines of his profile steady, his hands relaxed on the wheel, his mind already in the quiet, preparatory space between operations, reviewing maps of Delaware, inventories of equipment, and the silent mechanics of a dead drop retrieval. The night streamed past, a blur of darkness punctuated by the periodic rush of opposing headlights, and he moved with it, a particle in the current, direction unchanged but purpose already transformed. Chapter 26. The sodium lights of the Cecil County Rest Stop bled across the windshield of the command vehicle, painting the interior a sickly, jaundiced orange. Inside, the air was thick with the smell of stale coffee, overheated electronics, and the sour, metallic taste of defeat. Katie sat motionless in the worn swivel chair, her spine rigid, her eyes fixed on the laptop screen mounted to the console. The glow lit her face from below, carving deep shadows under her eyes and cheekbones. Behind her, Nina paced the narrow space between the equipment racks and the bolted-down table, a caged animal with nowhere to go. Each turn was a sharp pivot, her shoulder brushing a bundle of cables, her boot scuffing the rubber-matted floor. Harwick leaned against the reinforced door, arms crossed over his chest, his face a grim mask in the dim light. The only sounds were the low hum of the server rack, the faint hiss of the climate control, and the rhythmic tap of Nina's footsteps. "Play it again," Nina said, her voice tight, the words clipped. Harwick didn't look at her. He reached forward and tapped a key with a blunt finger. The black and white feed from the high-angle parking lot camera filled the screen, showing the empty rows of asphalt spaces, the timestamp in the bottom corner crawling forward with agonizing slowness. At 22:47:03, a dark sedan, a common Ford Fusion, glided into the frame from the southbound entrance. It didn't signal. It didn't park in a designated spot. It didn't pull up to the building. It rolled to a smooth, controlled stop near the entrance, idling in the fire lane directly under a light pole, its headlights off but its amber parking lights a dim, watchful glow. 12 minutes, Harwick said, his tone flat and empty. He pointed a finger at the timestamp as it advanced. He sits for 12 damn minutes. Not a flicker of a brake light. No dome light. Nothing. On the screen, the sedan was a ghost. No one got out. The driver's side window was tinted to an opaque black, a perfect void. The vehicle simply sat, a silent watching presence, a shark hovering at the edge of a reef. The camera feed, devoid of audio, made the stillness feel even more profound. Then, at precisely 22:59:01, the sedan's parking lights vanished. It pulled forward with a slow, deliberate roll, executed a wide, unhurried U-turn across the empty lanes, and drove back out onto the southbound ramp of I-95, merging seamlessly into the distant river of red taillights and disappearing. Nina stopped pacing. She stared at the screen, her hands curling into fists at her sides. The muscles in her jaw worked. Then she slammed a fist against the metal wall of the truck. The impact was a dull, shocking thud that made the cables on the rack shiver. Katie flinched, a slight twitch in her shoulders. Harwick just closed his eyes for a second, as if absorbing the sound of their failure. "He was right there," Nina hissed, shaking out her stinging hand. "He looked at our truck, he looked at the whole goddamn setup, and he drove away. He didn't even bother to speed up." "Plates came back," Harwick said, his voice returning to that monotone report. He clicked to another window, pulling up a DMV database. "Maryland tags. Registered to a budget rent-a-car out of BWI Airport. Rented 3 days ago by a Stephen J. Galbraith. Credit card used was a prepaid Visa, purchased with cash." "Let me guess," Katie said. It was her first words in nearly an hour. Her voice was quiet, hoarse from the long silence, and it scraped in her dry throat. She cleared it softly. Harwick's eyes met hers, and he gave a single, slow nod. "Social Security number belongs to a 78-year-old man in a Sarasota nursing home who hasn't traveled in a decade. Identity theft. Clean, professional job. No camera footage from the rental counter that's usable. Guy wore a ball cap and kept his head down. Paid for the maximum insurance waiver, no questions asked." "He made us," Katie said, finally turning from the screen. Her neck ached from holding the position. Her face was pale and waxy in the monitor's cold glow. "He didn't come to execute. He came to observe." He scoped the position, confirmed it was a trap, and drove right out. "This isn't some opportunistic predator. This guy has counter-surveillance training. Military or intelligence. He knew what to look for." She listed the points on her fingers, the movement tired. "The 2 clean plates on our sedans. The comms van with 1 antenna too many. The posture of our guy in the target truck. Frank Collier's a nervous man, but our officer was sitting like a statue, trying too hard to look casual. He saw it all. Nina stopped pacing, her anger cooling, hardening into a sharp, diamond-edged focus. She leaned on the table, her knuckles white where they pressed against the metal. So what's our next move? We can't just wait for him to pick another rest stop. He knows the pipeline is compromised. He's probably already reported the breach to his handler. If he hasn't, he will, Harwick said. Which means the whole Meridian courier list is burned. Anyone left on, it is either already dead or about to be warned off. Katie leaned back in the cheap chair. It groaned in protest, a plastic squeal that grated in the close space. She stared at the ceiling of the truck, at the snarl of black cables and silver conduits that ran like arteries and veins above them. The fluorescent tube light flickered once, casting a stuttering shadow. "We've been chasing the weapon," she said, more to the ceiling than to them. "The contractor. The trigger pull. The sharp end of the spear. We need to start chasing the hand." "The hand?" Harwick asked, pushing off from the door. He came to stand beside Nina, both of them looking down at Katie. "What's that mean?" "We follow the money. We've been trying. It's a shell company loop. It goes in a circle and disappears. Not just the money. The intention." Katie sat forward, the chair squeaking again. She tapped the laptop screen, now showing the frozen image of the sedan's departure. "The money trail from Meridian Logistics is a start, but it's just the method of payment. The signal vault handler activating those burner accounts on the same day, that's operational control. Daniel Severn's locked home office that was wiped cleaner than an operating room, the hard drive gone, the safe empty. That's panic or protocol from someone who knew what Severn was moving. It all points upstream. The contractor is a tool. A very dangerous, very expensive tool. But tools don't act on their own. They don't choose targets. They don't set patterns. Someone aims them." Nina nodded slowly, the logic settling into place like a cold stone in her gut. "We find who's paying, we find who's ordering the kills. Cut off the funding, the operation collapses. The contractor might walk, but the organization behind him can't just spin up another identical scheme overnight. Not without leaving fresh traces. Or it just finds another contractor," Harwick muttered, rubbing a hand over his tired face. "A different ghost. The money's the constant, sure, but if the funding source is deep enough, they just hire a new shooter. We're back to square one, waiting for the next body at a rest stop." "Maybe," Katie conceded. She looked at him, her gaze direct. "But the money leaves a longer, messier trail than a professional killer does. Always. The contractor is a ghost. He is designed to be. The money is a stain. It seeps into bank records, corporate registrations, tax filings, real estate holdings. It needs accountants, lawyers, intermediaries. Every person in that chain is a potential point of failure, a potential witness, a record we can subpoena. The contractor works alone. The money never does. We follow the stain. We pull one thread in the financial web, and we see what or who shakes loose." The satellite phone in the console buzzed, a harsh, electronic rattle that made all three of them start. Harwick snatched it up, his movements sharp with pent-up tension. "A command. Go ahead." He listened, his head bowed, his free hand pinching the bridge of his nose. His expression, already dark, seemed to absorb the bad news, growing heavier. "Location confirmed?" he asked. A pause. He let out a long, slow breath through his nose. "And copy that. Stand by. We'll be in touch." He lowered the phone, holding it loosely in his hand as if it were a dead weight. "Braddock," he said, his voice hollow. "The rental sedan was found 40 minutes ago. Abandoned in the long-term economy lot at BWI. Row G, space 212. Keys in the ignition, doors unlocked. Forensics is on scene now, but the initial walkthrough is predictable." "Wiped down," Katie said, not a question. "Top to bottom. Steering wheel, gear shift, door handles, seat adjusters, rearview mirror. No prints, no discernible fibers, no hair, no DNA. The floor mats are gone. The gas cap was left off, probably in hopes someone would siphon the tank and add more contamination. It's a rental car clean. The ghost car." He drove it there, got out, and vanished into the airport crowd or a waiting vehicle. "A ghost?" "He's in the wind," Nina said. The finality of the words hung in the stuffy air, a verdict. She sank into the other chair, the fight draining out of her, replaced by a deep, weary frustration. He identified the threat, he reported it, and he melted back into the darkness. The trap didn't just fail. It confirmed to the enemy that we're looking in the right place, that we've connected the couriers to the murders. We showed our hand. Katie turned back to the frozen image on the laptop, the last frame of the sedan as it exited the lot, its windshield a blank, reflective sheet under the relentless sodium lights. She used the trackpad, her fingers moving with a slow, deliberate precision. She zoomed in on the windshield, the image pixelating into a grid of gray and white squares. In the glass, distorted and vague by the curvature and the angle, was the reflection of the rest stop sign, the bright fluorescent canopy of the gas station, the stark, boxy geometry of their own surveillance truck parked near the dumpsters. She zoomed closer, adjusting the contrast, trying to pull detail from the shadows. But of the driver, there was nothing. No silhouette, no hint of a face, no shape of a head against the headrest. Just a dark, uniform void where a person should be. He had either positioned himself perfectly to avoid the reflection, or the tint was so deep it absorbed the light entirely. It was a perfect metaphor, a vehicle with no driver. A weapon with no wielder, visible only by its effect. For a long minute, no one spoke. The hum of the electronics seemed to grow louder. Harwick finally broke the silence, lifting the satellite phone again. "I need to call it in to the field office. Give them the update. They'll want to pull everyone back." He sounded resigned. "Do it," Nina said, waving a hand without looking at him. Harwick moved to the far corner of the truck, his voice dropping into a low, professional murmur as he connected with the Washington command post. Katie could catch only fragments. Negative result, subject did not engage, vehicle recovered clean, recommend standing down the tactical teams. While he spoke, Nina leaned her head back against the cold metal wall, her eyes closed. The orange light cut across her throat. "We had him," she whispered, more to herself than to Katie. "We had the pattern, we had the location, we had the bait. And he still saw us coming a mile away." "He's good," Katie said simply. It wasn't consolation, it was analysis. His pattern wasn't a compulsion. It was a schedule. And when the schedule was interrupted, his protocol was to assess and abort. That's discipline. That's training. So where does that leave your follow-the-hand theory? Nina asked, opening her eyes to look at Katie. If the tool is this disciplined, the hand must be even more careful. It leaves us with what we've always had, just further back, Katie said. She minimized the video feed and pulled up the case file directory, scrolling through the documents. Meridian Logistics. The Shell Company. The Money Loop. The initial Signal Vault activation server. We need to go deeper on all of it. Braddock's linguistic analysis on those command fragments, we need the full report. The wording, the syntax. Is it military? Corporate? Intelligence jargon. The nominee officers on the Delaware Incorporation papers, we need to lean on the registered agent hard. Subpoena their client files, find out who really hired them. It's paperwork. It's slow. It's not a rest stop takedown. But it's the only thread we have left that isn't severed. Harwick finished his call and rejoined them, slipping the phone back into its cradle. Command is recalling all units. They're not happy. Wasted resources, compromised operation, zero to show for it. They want a full debrief at 0800. He looked between the two women. The mood is punitive. Let it be, Nina said, pushing herself upright. We gambled. We lost. Now we do the slow, boring work. Katie's right, she said it as if the admission cost her something. We chased the shark. Now we have to map the ocean currents that brought him here. Katie's gaze was drawn back to the laptop. She hadn't closed the zoomed-in image. The void in the windshield held her. He was gone, completely and utterly. But the hand that guided him was still out there, fingers curled around a ledger or a keyboard, deciding who lived and who died on the quiet, forgotten stretches of asphalt between cities. The contractor was a void, but the hand had weight. It had fingerprints. It had a bank account. It had fear. She kept staring, as if by sheer force of will she could resolve the pixels into a shape, see past the blank reflection, past the ghost in the machine, to the solid, corrupt flesh of the thing that owned him. The command vehicle felt suddenly smaller, a metal coffin under the orange lights. The failure wasn't just operational, it was intimate. He had looked at their house of cards, and, with a mere 12 minutes of silent observation, had blown it down without ever stepping out of his car. We're done here, Nina said, her voice pulling Katie back. She was already gathering her jacket, a worn leather blazer she'd slung over a monitor. Let the evidence teams process the scene. Our guy in the truck can stand down. Get Collier and his family to the safe house and keep them there until we figure out if their names are still on any list. She looked at Katie. You need a ride back to your car. Katie shook her head, finally closing the laptop with a soft click. The screen went dark, taking the void with it. I'm fine. I'll walk. Suit yourself, Nina moved to the door, Harwick holding it open for her. A rush of cool night air swept in, carrying the distant rumble of the highway and the smell of damp asphalt. It was a relief after the canned staleness of the truck. Katie sat for another moment in the sudden quiet after they left. She could hear the muffled sounds of the operation winding down, car doors shutting, low voices, the crackle of a distant radio. The big play was over. The adrenaline that had been a constant hum in her veins for days was leaching away, leaving behind a profound fatigue and the cold, clear understanding of what they were up against. It wasn't a monster. It was a system. And systems were harder to kill. She stood, her body protesting, her shoulder giving a sharp, familiar throb. She collected her own bag, a worn messenger strap she slung over her good shoulder. Before she left, she took one last look at the console, at the blank screens, at the empty chairs. The trap had been perfect. The logic had been sound. And it had meant nothing. Stepping out of the truck, the night air was a physical shock. The sodium lights overhead buzzed like angry insects. She saw the team packing up, officers in tactical vests loading gear into a van, the undercover officer, who had played Frank Collier, stretching his back, his face relieved it was over. Nina and Harwick were already by their sedan, heads together in quiet conversation. Katie turned and walked the other way, towards the main building of the rest stop. She needed a moment alone, away from the collective disappointment. She passed under the bright lights of the service plaza, the windows of the closed diner dark and reflective like the sedan's windshield. Inside, she could see the vague shapes of chairs stacked on tables. She pushed through the doors to the restroom area, the fluorescent lights in here even harsher, bleaching all color. She splashed cold water on her face, the shock of it helping to clear the fog of fatigue. She looked at her reflection in the mirror. She looked exhausted, older. The woman staring back had bet everything on a single roll of the dice and had come up empty. Drying her hands on a rough paper towel, she walked back outside, circling around the building to the parking lot where her own unmarked car was parked, far from the operational center. The lot was nearly empty now. From this angle, she could see the fire lane where the sedan had idled. The oil stain on the asphalt was probably from 100 different vehicles. It told her nothing. She unlocked her car and slid into the driver's seat, but didn't start the engine. She just sat in the dark, watching the last of the FBI vehicles pull out, their headlights sweeping across the asphalt as they turned towards the highway. One by one, they left, until she was alone in the vast, empty lot with the hum of the highway and the buzz of the lights. The contractor was gone. The hand was hidden. But the pattern was real. The connection was real. The money was real. Those were the pillars that remained. The slow, plodding, desk-bound investigation was all that was left to them now. It felt like a retreat. But in her gut, Katie knew it was the only real advance they had made. They had forced the enemy to show a piece of its true nature, its caution, its discipline, its resources. The ghost had flinched. And when something flinches, it reveals a direction. She started the car, the engine sounding loud in the silence. She pulled out of the space and drove slowly towards the exit. As she waited for a gap in the traffic on the southbound ramp, her eyes were drawn to the rearview mirror. In it, she saw the rest stop receding, the orange lights shrinking into a small, lonely island of light in the dark Maryland countryside. It was just a place. It would see no more drama tonight. But somewhere out there, in a hotel room or a safe house, or behind a computer screen in a quiet office, the hand was moving. Calculating. Adjusting. The game had changed. And Katie Ford, alone in her car, merging onto the river of anonymous traffic, knew the next move was hers. It wouldn't be fast. It wouldn't be clean. But she would follow the stain, one bureaucratic step at a time, until she found the flesh it led to. Chapter 27. The hotel room air conditioner rattled, a steady mechanical cough in the dark that seemed to sync with the pulse in her temple. Katie sat on the edge of the bed, the cheap mattress dipping under her weight, the springs groaning faintly. The blue light of her laptop screen washed over her hands, making the skin look pale and waxy, highlighting the fine lines of scars and the faint tremor she willed to stillness. On the screen was a decades-old press photo, grainy from repeated digital copies. Retired FBI Deputy Director Philip Kern, shaking hands with a senator at a ribbon cutting. His smile was a politician's, broad and empty, not reaching the cool, assessing eyes that seemed to look past the camera, past the moment, into some future calculation. She had been staring at it for 20 minutes, memorizing the set of his shoulders, the cut of his suit, the way his left hand rested on the senator's arm, a gesture of false camaraderie. The room around her was a tomb of generic details. The carpet was a pattern of muted brown and blue swirls, stained near the door. The smell was a layered cocktail of disinfectant, dust from the vent, and the faint, sweet decay of old cigarette smoke embedded in the curtains. The only light came from her screen and a sliver of yellow hall light under the door, a constant, thin rectangle that made her eyes flick to it every few seconds. She picked up her phone from the scratchy bedspread. The time glowed in stark white digits, 2:14 a.m. Her thumb hovered over the screen, leaving a smudge on the glass. She scrolled past Nina's contact, past Harwick S., down to the one labeled Braddock DC. She pressed call and held the phone to her ear, the plastic cool against her skin. It rang. Once, twice, a hollow sound in the silent room. On the third ring, she almost ended it. On the fourth, she closed her eyes. On the fifth, he answered. Ford, his voice was thick, slurred with sleep, but underneath was an immediate, wire-tight alertness. You okay? I need a favor, the words came out dry. She cleared her throat softly. A deep one. A rustle of sheets, the creak of a bed frame. She could picture him sitting up, switching the phone to his other ear, the disciplined motion of a man pulling himself to full consciousness. Okay, a pause. She heard him take a deliberate breath. I'm awake. What is it? I need you to run a deep background. Everything. Financials, property holdings, corporate affiliations, travel history for the last 10 years, known associates, any flagged interactions with the Bureau post-retirement. The works. The kind that doesn't leave a formal query trail. On who? His tone was neutral, professional, but she heard the slight tension in the question. She looked at Kern's frozen smile. Philip Kern. Retired FBI. Former Deputy Director, Counterterrorism and Criminal Investigative Divisions. Retired 2014. The silence on the line was absolute, a vacuum broken only by the faint digital hiss of the connection. It stretched for 3 seconds. She could hear her own heartbeat in her ears. Kern, Braddock finally said, the name of flat, heavy stone dropped between them. Why? Katie had rehearsed the lie in the quiet dark, weaving it from strands of truth. She kept her voice level, matter of fact. A confidential informant. They identified Kern as having possible, indirect connections to a shell company we're looking at. Meridian Logistics. The informant was vague, but the link was made. I need to see if there's a shape to it before I bring a retired deputy director's name into a briefing room. Possible connections, Braddock repeated, his tone shifting completely from sleepy to acutely, dangerously alert. She heard the soft tap of a finger on a hard surface, a nightstand maybe. Ford, listen to me. If this is about those rest-stop homicides, you need to loop in Shaw and the sack. Immediately. This isn't a solo run. You don't take a shot at a name like that without a battalion behind you. I can't. Not yet, she leaned forward, her free hand pressing into the mattress. If I'm wrong, it's career suicide for everyone involved. If I'm right, I need to know what I'm walking into. I just need the data, Cole. I need to see the shape of it. Then I'll know what to do. The shape of it, he echoed, a note of frustration bleeding through. She could picture him now, running a hand over his face, his fingers pressing into his closed eyelids. Katie. If Philip Kern is connected to this, even tangentially, it goes to a level where people like you and me, we're not players. We're the pieces that get moved. And if we move ourselves, we get crushed. We are not equipped for that fight. The Bureau isn't equipped for that fight from the inside. It eats its own. I know, she stared at Kern's photo until the pixels seemed to blur. The empty smile became a grimace. Run it anyway. Another long pause. This one was heavier, filled with the weight of consequence. She heard him sigh, not a sound of irritation, but of deep resignation, a man accepting a burden he knew was toxic. All right, the word was quiet. I'll run it. I'll have to piece it together from different sources, cross-reference databases, use some old CI contacts for the financial layers. It'll take a few hours to pull the threads without tripping any formal flags. I'll call you when I have something. A secure line. Thank you. Ford, his voice dropped, losing its last vestige of professional distance, gaining a raw, urgent edge. Wait. I need to tell you something. Before you hang up. Her grip tightened on the phone, her knuckles pressing white against the blue screen's glow. A cold trickle, like a drop of ice water, traced a path down her spine. What? He took a breath, audible and shaky. Director Vance. He called me again today. Late afternoon. A direct line to my desk, bypassing my supervisor. Katie's mouth went dry. She said nothing. He asked specifically, pointedly, whether you had traveled to Annapolis this week. He said the system showed anomalous GPS pings from your assigned bureau vehicle. He had the data, Katie. The timestamps, the route. He knows you went there. He wanted verbal confirmation from me. The floor seemed to tilt. The rattling air conditioner faded into a distant, meaningless buzz. Her vision tunneled to the stripe of light under the door. Annapolis. Kern's quiet, tree-lined street, the colonial house with its dark windows, the creeping sensation of eyes on her back, the mail slot clicking shut. She had been so careful with the rental car, the back roads. She'd forgotten about the damned SUV she'd used days prior for a crime scene run. A basic, stupid oversight. Vance knew. He had the data. He wasn't just monitoring the case from a height. He was down in the weeds, tracking her movements. What did you tell him? Her voice was strangely, unnaturally calm, a flat plane over a churning depth. I told him I'd have to check the duty logs and the vehicle assignment roster, that I wasn't directly tracking agent movements. It bought a second. A stall, Braddock's words came faster now, low and intense. But he knew. He wasn't asking for information. He was conducting a loyalty test. He was seeing if I'd lie for you or if I'd give you up. His tone, it was calm. Too calm. Procedural. That's what scared me. Katie swallowed, her throat tight. I'm okay. It's not okay, his whisper was fierce. He's building something. The file, a profile. I don't know what's in it, but he's looking for a reason. A pattern of instability. Your injury, the painkillers, Going off book to Annapolis to surveil a retired senior official without cause, that's not just suspicious. In his hands, that's a narrative. It gave him a chapter. You need to be careful. More than careful. You need to assume every system is his system. Your email, your phone, your car, the case files. You need to. I understand. She cut him off, not out of anger, but because she couldn't hear the full scope of the trap outlined. It was too big. Run the check on Kern, Cole. Please. He was silent for a beat, and in that silence she heard his fear for her and his fear for himself. I will, a final resigned exhale. Watch your back. I mean it. Assume you're alone. The call ended. A soft click, then dead air. Katie sat perfectly still on the edge of the hotel bed, the dark phone a cold, heavy weight in her palm. The silence rushed in, louder than the rattling AC, filled with the echo of his words. He's building something. A narrative. You need to assume you're alone. The walls of the room, once just bland and temporary, now felt like they were contracting, inch by silent inch. The textured wallpaper seemed to press closer. The painting of a generic sailboat over the dresser was a mocking eye. Vance knew she had surveilled a retired deputy director. He had the digital breadcrumbs. He was asking pointed, treacherous questions of her support agent. It was a sequence of moves, deliberate and closing, a chess player advancing pawns to control the center of the board while she was still worrying about her knights. Slowly, she placed the phone on the nightstand. The click of plastic on the particlewood laminate was a gunshot in the quiet. She didn't lie down. The thought of closing her eyes in this room, in this new understanding, was impossible. She calculated, her mind clicking through facts like a metronome. The Kern background would come back by morning. Whatever it showed, a clean record, a hidden portfolio, a trail of shell companies, she'd have to move fast. But Vance was moving faster. He wasn't just ahead of her, he was around her. Inside her investigation, inside her team, inside her vehicle's computer. He was the architecture of the very building she was trying to navigate. The paranoia she'd been fighting, that low-grade hum of suspicion since Marin's first whisper, didn't spike into panic. It crystallized. It became a cold, clear map laid over the darkness. Connections snapped into place with brutal logic. Vance's early interest in the case, his personal assignment of Braddock, not just a helper but a watcher. His resistance to the serial killer theory, his push for a quick, clean resolution. He wasn't a bureaucratic obstacle. He was part of the structure. A load-bearing wall. And with her questions about Kern, she had just started tapping on it with a hammer. How much time did she have? A day. Two. Before he called her into the 7th floor office with the soundproof door. Before he cited medical instability and suspended her credentials. Before he buried the Meridian case in a vault and her along with it, a footnote in an internal affairs file. Her eyes tracked back to the stripe of light under the door. It was a constant. A yellow line from the hallway's perpetual fluorescence. As she watched, a shadow passed over it, 2 blurred rectangles of darkness, moving left to right. Footsteps. They slowed, almost imperceptibly, just outside her room. Her breath caught in her chest. Her hand drifted to her side, where her service weapon would normally be, holstered on the nightstand. It wasn't there. It was locked in the safe at the barracks. The shadow paused. The light was broken for a full 3 seconds. Someone standing there. Listening. Checking a room number. Her body went rigid, every muscle coiled. She stared at the gap under the door, waiting for the shadow of feet pointing toward her. Then it moved on. The twin shadows passed, and the solid yellow line returned. The footsteps faded down the hall. A hotel guest. A maid ending a shift. It was nothing. It had to be nothing. But the map in her mind had a new feature. Her own location, a blinking dot in a cheap hotel, was known. The vehicle GPS. Braddock's call log. Vance could have a list of every agent hotel used by the field office. She was in a known box. She stood up, her joints stiff. The movement was silent. She walked to the door, her bare feet cold on the rough carpet, and put her eye to the peephole. The fisheye lens showed an empty, overlit hallway stretching toward the ice machine. Nothing. Back at the bed, she didn't sit. She paced the narrow space between the bed and the wall, 3 steps each way. Assume you're alone. Braddock was now compromised as a source of anything but the most deniable help. Nina was her partner, but Nina was also a by-the-book agent facing her own demons. Bringing her into this without ironclad proof would be asking her to choose between her career and a hunch. Harwick would follow procedure, which would lead straight to Vance. Her assets, the sticky note with PK in the warehouse. The pattern of the kills. Marin's warning, unverifiable and from a convicted traitor. Her own eyes seeing Kern retrieve his mail. That was it. A handful of dust against a concrete wall. Her vulnerabilities, the pain in her shoulder, a constant drain. Vance's active file. Her isolation. The clock. She stopped pacing and went to the window. With 2 fingers, she edged the heavy blackout curtain aside a half-inch. The parking lot was a sea of shadows, punctuated by the glow of orange sodium lights. Cars sat under a light drizzle that made the asphalt shine. Her rented sedan was there, 3 rows back. No one was near it. No vans with dark windows. Not that they'd be so obvious. Letting the curtain fall back, she returned to the edge of the bed. The laptop had gone to sleep, plunging the room into near-total darkness save for that stripe of light and the faint green LED of the smoke detector on the ceiling. She didn't wake the computer. She sat in the dark, her hands resting on her knees, palms up. She counted seconds. Not with numbers, but with breaths. In, out. The rattle of the AC. The distant groan of plumbing in the walls. A car door slamming outside, making her flinch. The map was clear, but the path was. She could go to Nina now, tell her everything. That would likely end with both of them suspended by sunrise, the case frozen, and Kern, if he was involved, warned and buried deeper. She could run the Kern data herself when it came, and if it showed nothing, let it go, fall back in line. Save her career. That was the smart move. The surviving move. Katie closed her eyes. She saw Martin Voss's body in the produce truck, the single, precise wound. She saw Cynthia Severn's terrified face behind the security chain. She saw the 16 identical boxes in the storage unit, a life's value in dirty cash. She saw the terse, clinical directives on Braddock's screen, Courier 3. Chesapeake House. Break window 2220-230. A machine was killing people. A machine with a name, with an architecture that might include a retired deputy director and an active assistant director. A machine the Bureau was supposed to dismantle, not protect. She opened her eyes. They adjusted to the dark, picking out the shape of the dresser, the chair, the door. Surviving wasn't the point. Not anymore. The decision didn't feel heroic. It felt like stepping off a ledge. A simple, grim acceptance of gravity. She would wait for Braddock's data. She would look at the shape of Philip Kern's life. And then, whatever it showed, she would have to find a way to strike at the wall without bringing the whole building down on top of her. She had to be a scalpel, not a hammer. But she had no handle, no grip. The night stretched on, minute by agonizing minute. She remained on the edge of the bed, a sentinel in the dark, watching the faint, unchanging stripe of light under the door. She counted the seconds not as time passing, but as time remaining, each one bleeding away into the silence, irretrievable. The walls did not move again, but the pressure they exerted was a physical force, a steady, silent weight on her lungs, on her shoulders, on the crown of her head. She breathed through it, in and out, waiting for the dawn, and for the call that would tell her what kind of war she had just declared. Chapter 28. The diner smelled of burnt coffee and industrial cleaner, a sour, chemical tang that clung to the back of the throat like a film. Nina Shaw watched the steam curl from her mug, a thin, persistent wisp in the gray morning light filtering through the slatted blinds. The vinyl of the booth seat crackled under her as she shifted, releasing a scent of old grease and synthetic material. Across the Formica table, its surface etched with decades of faint scratches and cigarette burns, Harwick nursed his own cup, his large hands cradling the ceramic as if for warmth. His face was a patient, familiar map of lines and quiet concern, his eyes watchful beneath heavy brows, the skin around them puffy from another short night. The Maryland barracks were a 5-minute drive away, but here, in this vinyl booth with the hum of a refrigerated display case and the distant clatter of dishes from the kitchen, they might as well have been in another country. A waitress in a faded pink uniform had poured their coffee without a word, her movements automatic, leaving a smudged glass pot on the table between them. They had sat in silence for a full 3 minutes, listening to the hiss of the grill and the low murmur of a trucker at the counter reading a newspaper, the pages rustling, before Nina had drawn her first deep breath to speak, the air tasting of bacon fat and stale syrup. "She's running a parallel investigation," Nina said. Her voice was low, matter-of-fact, carved clean of any upward inflection. She wasn't asking. Harwick's eyebrows lifted a fraction, a small movement that deepened the lines on his forehead. He didn't pretend to misunderstand. He took a slow, deliberate sip, his gaze steady over the rim of his cup, watching her. He swallowed, the muscles in his throat working. "Katie." "Who else?" Nina took a sip of her own, the coffee bitter and bracing, a necessary shock to the system. She felt it scald a path down her throat. She set the mug down with a soft clink, aligning the handle precisely with a dark, ring-shaped stain on the Formica. "The prison visits. Vance knows about at least one, and he's building a file." She knew exactly where to find Gilmore for that interview, too exact. A pinpoint. And that solo trip to Annapolis that pinged on her GPS. She wasn't sightseeing. Nina's fingers tapped once, twice, against the side of her mug, a quick, restless percussion. Harwick stirred a packet of sugar into his coffee, the spoon clinking softly against the thick ceramic. He stirred long after the granules had dissolved, a slow, circular motion that spoke of a mind working through implications, buying time. The liquid swirled, a vortex of pale brown. "You think it's connected to her father's case?" he asked finally, his voice a low rumble. The archivist. Nina let out a short breath, almost a laugh but devoid of any humor, a puff of air that fogged the window beside her for a second. I think something happened during the mimic investigation that she never put in a report. A piece of evidence, a witness statement, a connection that didn't fit the official narrative, so she buried it. She leaned forward, her forearms on the sticky table, the vinyl of her jacket sleeve whispering against the surface. She could feel the tackiness of old spills through the material. Now it's resurfacing, tangled up with Marin Solace and these highway bodies and God knows what else. She held his gaze, her eyes dark and intent. She's connecting dots she shouldn't even be able to see. Dots that, officially, don't exist. Harwick was silent for a long moment, his gaze now fixed on the sugar dispenser, a chrome cylinder dotted with dried drips like frozen tears. His thumb rubbed absently at a spot on the table. The diner's ambient noise filled the space between them, the fryer bubbling with a wet, angry hiss, a coffee cup chinking on a saucer behind the counter, the low, constant thrum of the highway beyond the parking lot, a sound like a distant river. "You have proof?" he asked, his voice still that low rumble, but it was careful now, measured. "I have 30 years of instinct," Nina said flatly. She held up a hand, ticking points off on her fingers, a physical catalog of suspicion that she jabbed into the air. "I have the prison log Braddock, accidentally forwarded, a visit to a CI we have no active case against. I have the GPS anomaly report from the fleet vehicle she signed out, a 40-minute stop in a residential Annapolis neighborhood with no follow-up interview request filed, no case number attached. I have the look in her eyes when she thinks no one's watching." She dropped her hand, her fingers curling into a loose fist on the table, the knuckles pale. It's the same look she had after Mimic, like she's carrying a live wire and trying not to let it touch the ground. You can see the strain in her shoulders, the way she holds herself too still, like if she moves wrong everything will come apart. She leaned in closer, her voice dropping further, forcing him to lean in too. "She's exhausted, she's evasive, and she's smarter than anyone in the room. That's a dangerous combination. Especially if she's right. You haven't gone to Vance." It wasn't a question. It was an observation, heavy with its own implications. Nina gave a short, sharp shake of her head, a strand of her dark hair falling from its knot. She tucked it behind her ear with a quick, impatient motion, her fingers cold. If what she's digging into has protectors inside the bureau, and let's be honest, a conspiracy this old and this clean almost certainly does, then Vance is either part of it or he's being used by it. His sudden interest, his personal assignment of Braddock, who reports directly to him. That's not support. That's oversight. A chaperone. She picked up her mug again, looked into the dregs, put it down without drinking. Reporting Katie to him isn't protocol. It's handing her over to the people she's investigating. Or to the people who want to make sure the investigation goes nowhere. The weight of the statement hung between them, dense as the grease-scented air. Harwick finally sighed, a weary exhalation that lifted his broad shoulders and let them fall, as if settling under a physical load. He picked up a paper napkin from the dispenser, its surface waxy, and began, absently, to tear a strip from its edge, the tiny sound of ripping paper incongruously loud in their little booth. He tore another strip, then another, creating a small, neat pile of shreds. "That's a hell of an accusation, Nina. Even off the record. Even in a place like this." His eyes flicked around the nearly empty diner, a quick, professional sweep, the trucker at the counter, the cook visible through the pass-through window, the waitress refilling a syrup bottle. Assessing for threats for listeners. I'm not accusing. I'm assessing. Nina's posture was ramrod straight, her hands now flat on the table, palms down, fingers splayed as if holding something in place. My job is to manage my agent and close my case. Katie is jeopardizing both. But the greater jeopardy isn't to the case. It's to her. Nina's jaw tightened, a muscle flexing along its line, a tiny pulse beneath the skin. She breathed in through her nose, a controlled intake. She thinks she's alone. She's built walls so high she can't see over them anymore. I recognize the architecture. I've seen it before. It's the blueprint for a career-ending or life-ending mistake. A blueprint written in isolation and good intentions. So what's your play? Harwick asked. He had stopped tearing the napkin. The shredded pieces lay in a small white pile next to his saucer, a monument to his silent processing. He pushed the pile slightly with a blunt fingertip. Nina stared out the window at the early traffic, a sparse stream of headlights in the gloom, their beams cutting through the mist rising from the asphalt. A state trooper's cruiser slid past, a silent flash of silver and reflective stripe, disappearing behind a row of parked tractor-trailers, their massive forms dark and hulking against the gray sky. She watched it go, her expression unreadable, her eyes tracking it until it vanished. She turned her head back to Harwick, her neck stiff, the movement deliberate. Her gaze was direct and unflinching. I'm going to make her tell me herself. No more sidelong glances, no more cryptic midnight calls to Braddock for off-book checks on retired deputy directors. She paused, letting the plan solidify in the space between them. I'm going to corner her in a controlled setting, and I'm going to make her say it out loud. All of it. The prison, the Annapolis trip, the connection to her father, whatever she thinks she's found. Harwick's eyes narrowed slightly, the skin crinkling at the corners. He took another sip of coffee, his Adam's apple bobbing. And if she refuses? If she looks you in the eye and lies to you, straight to your face. A good lie, one you can't immediately break. Then I'll know that too. Nina's voice was iron, and her body mirrored it. Her shoulders squared, her hands went perfectly still, her gaze became unwavering, locking onto his with an intensity that made the diner's background noise fade. There was no bluff in it, no room for negotiation. The lie will be the confirmation. The act of lying to her partner, to me, will be the data point that proves how deep this goes for her. And then I'm going to help her, whether she wants it or not. Because if she's lying to me at that point, it means she's in so deep she can't see a way out, and the only exit left might be one I have to make for her. Harwick studied her. His eyes, pale and tired, traced the lines of fatigue at the corners of her eyes, the tight set of her mouth that seemed to hold back a torrent of words, the faint, almost imperceptible tremor in the hand that now reached for her coffee mug again. He noted the determination, a hard, flinty core, but also the profound weariness beneath it, the sag of her posture when she thought no one was looking. He saw the woman who had quit drinking 3 weeks ago, the raw nerve of it still present in the clarity of her gaze and the slight pallor of her skin. That could mean bypassing the chain, he said slowly, each word measured and placed like a stone on a scale. It could mean going around Vance, using back channels he can't monitor. It could mean your pension, your reputation. Everything you've built over 30 years. They don't look kindly on mutiny, even the quiet kind. I know what it means. Nina picked up her mug again, her grip so firm her knuckles whitened against the brown glaze. She took a swallow, not tasting it, just feeling the heat. I also know what happens to lone wolves in this business. They get isolated. Their requests for backup get lost in transmission. Their evidence gets misfiled during a system migration. They make one inevitable mistake because they have no one watching their six, no one to say stop or think or that's a trap. She set the mug down with a definitive click that echoed on the formica. Or they get disappeared into early retirement, their cases forever marked inactive, lack of prosecutorial merit, and their names whispered about in the hallways like a cautionary tale. Whatever happened to so-and-so? Oh, he got obsessed. Went down a rabbit hole. Shame, her lips pressed into a thin line. She's not going to be another one. Not on my watch. I won't let the machine chew her up and spit out a file. A long silence stretched between them, filled only by the sizzle of bacon from the kitchen and the sudden, loud scrape of the trucker's stool as he stood up. Harwick looked down at his own hands, at the scars and calluses there, then back up at her, his expression softening a degree, the professional mask slipping to reveal the friend beneath. You're fond of her. Nina's eyes flashed, but it wasn't anger. It was something more complex, a sharp, painful recognition, like touching a bruise. Her breath caught for a half-second. I'm responsible for her, she corrected, her voice losing some of its iron, gaining a layer of rough texture like gravel. But even as she said it, the distinction felt thinner by the day, a technicality that couldn't contain the reality of shared motel rooms, silent car rides, the unspoken understanding of pain. She could see in Harwick's face, in the slight tilt of his head, that he knew it too. He saw the care she was trying to frame as duty. And right now, she's in over her head. She has pieces, the burner phone from Severn's house, the Meridian logistics shell, the cash in that storage unit, the targeting pattern, but she doesn't have the whole picture. She's missing context. A history. The why that makes the how make sense. Nina spread her hands slightly, a gesture of frustrated offering, her palms upturned on the sticky table. I have some of that. Not all, but enough. I remember the whispers about the archivist case. I remember the quiet transfers afterward, the promotions that didn't make sense, the files that were sealed before they ever hit a review board. The smell of fear and cover your ass that permeated the 5th floor for a year. You think it traces back to her father. Harwick's statement was quiet, almost gentle, an attempt to ground her theory. I think it traces back to a system, Nina said, the word leaving a bitter taste like the dregs of her coffee. A self-preserving, self-justifying system that consumes good people and leaves tidy, redacted files in its wake. Philip Kern didn't retire to Florida because he suddenly developed a love for sunshine and golf. Something pushed him out. Something that scared him, or shamed him, or paid him off. Katie's trying to find the shape of that something, and she's using our highway homicides as a flashlight. She finished the last of her coffee, tilting the mug to get the dregs, which were cold and gritty against her tongue. She grimaced, a full-body shudder of distaste, and put the mug down hard. The problem with flashlights is they only show you what you point them at. They leave the rest in darkness. And the things in the darkness. She looked directly at Harwick, her eyes dark and serious, reflecting the flickering neon from the window sign. They're always closer than they appear. They're often standing right behind you. Harwick nodded slowly, a man consciously accepting a burden he hadn't asked for but wouldn't refuse. He let out a long, slow breath, his large frame settling more heavily into the booth, the vinyl groaning in protest. He rubbed a hand over his face, the sound of his palm scraping against stubble loud in the quiet booth. What do you need from me? Right now, Nina said, her voice softening for the first time, the edges wearing down to reveal the fatigue and the need beneath. Just to listen. To know that someone else sees the weather changing, that I'm not just an old supervisor jumping at shadows, seeing conspiracies in paperwork glitches. She allowed a faint, tired smile to touch her lips, a brief crack in the facade, gone almost as soon as it appeared. to be a sounding board for a theory that would get me a mandatory psych eval and a desk in the basement if I voiced it in the office over the water cooler. Harwick gave a single, grave nod, his head dipping once decisively. You have that. You've always had that. Good, the word was a release of tension. Nina slid out of the booth in one smooth, decisive movement, the vinyl releasing her with a final, sticky crackle. She stood, feeling the stiffness in her knees, the ache of too many hours in cars and cheap chairs. She pulled a worn leather wallet from her inside jacket pocket, the leather soft and familiar under her fingers. She extracted two $10 bills, crisp from the ATM, and placed them under the salt shaker, weighting them down neatly so they wouldn't flutter in the draft from the door. She didn't look at the check, it was more than enough. It was payment for the booth, the coffee, the silence, and the risk he'd just accepted by listening. The next move is mine. I need to confront her before she does something even she can't walk back. Before she decides that breaking into a retired deputy director's house in the middle of the night seems like a reasonable, logical next step to get the proof she needs. Harwick followed her out, his movements slower, more deliberate. They stepped out together into the damp, chilly morning air. It hit Nina like a slap, cold and bracing, carrying the scent of wet asphalt and distant pine. The diner's neon sign, a flickering pink open, buzzed overhead with an erratic, insect-like hum, casting a weak, sickly glow on the damp asphalt of the parking lot, making the oil stains shine like black rainbows. The sky was the color of steel wool, low and oppressive, promising more cold rain. The smell of diesel fumes from the highway mixed with the damp earth from the scrubby trees lining the lot. Harwick turned to her, his hands buried deep in the pockets of his overcoat, his shoulders hunched against the chill. For a moment, he just looked at her, his expression inscrutable in the flat gray light, his breath pluming in the air between them. Then he reached out, pulling his right hand from his pocket, and put it on her shoulder. It was a brief, solid pressure, warm and heavy through the layers of her jacket and blouse, an anchor point. The touch lasted only 3 seconds, but it was a message of solidarity, of shared risk of I'm here. It was more intimate than a handshake, more meaningful than words. Be careful, Nina, he said, his voice a low rumble that carried over the distant highway noise. For both of you. Nina didn't answer with words. She met his gaze, her own eyes reflecting the grim sky, and gave a small, tight nod, an acknowledgement received and understood. It was a contract sealed. She was already turning the problem over in her mind as she turned away, examining it from every angle like a technician assessing a bomb, looking for the cleanest point of entry. The one question, the one piece of irrefutable data, that Katie wouldn't be able to deflect or explain away with a plausible story. The decision was made. It had been made, she realized, the moment she saw Katie's face after the interview with Cynthia Severn. It wasn't just professional satisfaction at getting a lead. It was a personal, visceral mixture of fury and grim triumph that had nothing to do with a grieving widow, and everything to do with a score that was decades old. Katie had looked like someone who had just found the first thread of a sweater she'd been told was lost forever, and the ferocity of that focus had been terrifying. She walked to her car, a government tissue sedan parked away from the diner's entrance, under a dim security light. Her footsteps crunched on the gravel-strewn asphalt. The air was cold enough to see her breath form quick, white clouds. She unlocked the door, the chirp-chirp of the remote alarm sharp and alien in the quiet lot, and slid inside. The interior was cold, the leather of the steering wheel stiff and unyielding under her fingers, almost painful to the touch. The familiar, personal sense of the vehicle, old coffee from a spilled travel mug, faint leather cleaner, the dusty, metallic smell of the air vents enveloped her, a capsule of her own history. She put the key in the ignition, the metal cold, but didn't turn it. She sat for a long moment in the absolute quiet, her hands resting on the wheel at 10 and 2, her reflection stern and pale in the rearview mirror, a stranger with determined eyes and a tight mouth. Outside, Harwick's car door slammed with a solid thump, and his engine turned over, a deeper, throatier sound than her sedan. The sound of his tires on the gravel faded as he pulled out onto the access road, the red taillights disappearing into the gray morning. Alone, the weight of her intention settled fully upon her, a physical pressure on her chest. She replayed the conversation in her mind, searching for doubts, for a flaw in her logic, for a moment where she'd let paranoia override reason. She found none. The evidence was circumstantial, but it formed a pattern, and patterns were the bedrock of investigation. Katie Ford was running a shadow op. The only question was how far it went, and who else was in the shadows with her. Was Braddock a helper or a handler? Was Marin Salas a source or a puppeteer? You're running your own op, Ford, she thought, her eyes locked on her own resolute reflection in the mirror, watching herself think. Fine. You've got the instincts and the nerve for it. God knows you do. But you're not the only one who knows how. She had run agents, managed assets in hostile cities, navigated bureaucratic minefields for 3 decades. She understood tradecraft, pressure points, and the art of the controlled confrontation. You didn't barrel in, you constructed a room with no exits and then invited the subject inside. Her jaw set, forming a firm, unyielding line of resolve in the dim light. The plan crystallized, moving from concept to concrete steps. It wouldn't be an ambush in a hallway. It would be an intervention. A private setting. Her terms. She would present what she knew, piece by undeniable piece. The GPS log, the prison visit, the call to Braddock about Kern, and remove every avenue of escape except the truth. She would strip away the denials, one layer at a time. She would get the story, the whole story, out in the open between them, where she could see its shape, assess its dangers. And then, one way or another, she would end this. She would either bring Katie in from the cold and integrate her hunt into something manageable, something she could shield and guide, or she would shut it down completely to save the agent from herself. The latter thought was a cold stone in her gut, but she accepted its weight. Responsibility sometimes meant stopping someone from achieving their goal, even if that goal was justice, because the cost of that justice could be the person themselves. Finally, she turned the key. The engine coughed to life, a vibration rising through the seat, the dashboard lights glowing a soft, greenish hue, illuminating the speedometer and fuel gauge. She didn't immediately put it in gear. She sat for another full minute, watching the diner's sign flicker in her rearview mirror, a persistent, feeble pulse of pink light in the gray dawn, like a fading heartbeat. The cook appeared in the window, a dark silhouette, then turned away. Then, with a final, steadying breath that filled her lungs with the cold, stale air of the car, she shifted the gear selector into drive with a firm click. She pulled out slowly, the tires crunching over the gravel, turning not toward the barracks, but taking a longer route along the service road that ran parallel to the highway, giving herself time to think, to prepare her opening lines, to steel herself for the collision course she had just set. The confrontation wouldn't be today, not in the chaos of the incident room, with phones ringing and Harwick hovering. It would be soon. Tonight, maybe. And it would be on her terms. In a quiet place. The countdown had started in her mind. A silent, ticking clock synced to the rhythm of the windshield wipers as a fine, cold mist began to speckle the glass. She drove, the world outside a blur of gray and green, her mind already in that quiet room, facing the talented, stubborn, endangered woman she was responsible for, building the walls of that room one undeniable fact at a time. Chapter 29. The temporary office at the Maryland barracks smelled of stale coffee, industrial cleaner, and the faint, metallic tang of the space heater under the window. The cleaner had a pine-scented edge that didn't quite mask the underlying odor of mildew and old sweat. Morning light cut through the dusty vinyl blinds, striping the worn laminate desk where Katie sat, pretending to review a file. The surface was cool and slightly sticky under her forearms. The words on the page blurred into gray smudges. Her focus was split between the burner phone, a cold, secret weight digging into her ribs from her jacket pocket, and the ghost of her father's file, which she'd left under the motel room mattress that morning, as if physical distance could mute its silent accusations. She could feel the phantom texture of that aged folder, the rough-cut edges of the papers inside. The door opened and closed with a soft, definitive click that echoed in the hollow room. The sound of the latch engaging was final, like a cell door shutting. Katie looked up, her neck stiff, a dull ache spreading from the base of her skull. Nina stood with her back against the door, her coat still on, her expression unreadable. She didn't approach her own desk, didn't shrug off her jacket. She just stood there, looking at Katie, until the silence thickened into a physical pressure, compressing the air between them. The only sounds were the persistent, low-frequency hum of a generator outside, a rhythmic diesel chug, and the faint, high-pitched buzz of the fluorescent light overhead, a sound that seemed to drill into Katie's temples. "Nina," Katie's voice sounded thin and reedy in her own ears, betraying the calm she was trying to project. Nina crossed the space in 6 measured steps, her heels making solid, deliberate contact with the linoleum. She pulled out the scarred wooden chair opposite Katie, its legs scraping loudly on the floor, a sound that set Katie's teeth on edge. She sat down slowly, as if the motion required precise control, and placed her hands flat on the table between them, fingers splayed. Her knuckles were white, the skin stretched taut. The morning light caught the silver in her dark hair and the deep shadows under her eyes. "I know about the prison visits," she said, her voice low and even, devoid of its usual rasp. It was a controlled, neutral tone, the kind used for reading a suspect their rights. "The unauthorized contact with Marin Solis." She paused, letting the name hang. "I know about the trip to Annapolis. The stakeout on Philip Kern's house." Another pause, a beat longer, letting each point land like a separate blow. Katie could feel her own pulse in her throat. "I know you're running something off books, and I know it's connected to your father. To the old mimic case." The air left Katie's lungs in a silent rush, a sudden vacuum in her chest. Her hand, resting on the file, went numb, the sensation fading from her fingertips. The barracks, the case files, the stripes of dust-moted light, all of it receded into a silent, roaring distance. She went perfectly still, a survival reflex older than the bureau, every muscle locking down. Her vision tunneled to Nina's face, to the hard set of her jaw and the unwavering focus in her dark eyes, which held no warmth, only a forensic intensity. Nina's gaze didn't waver. She didn't blink. "I'm not going to Vance." "Not yet." She leaned forward an inch, the chair creaking under her weight. "I think Vance may be part of the problem." The admission was delivered flatly, but it carried the weight of a career risk. "But if you don't tell me everything right now, I'm requesting reassignment first thing tomorrow, and you're on your own. No more cover. No more running interference with Harwick. No more partner." She enunciated the last word clearly, separating it from the rest of the sentence. "It ends here. In this room. Right now." Katie's mouth was parchment dry. She tried to swallow, but her throat clicked empty. She could lie. She had prepared lies, contingencies, half-truths woven over weeks like a safety net. She could say it was a personal grief thing, a daughter's obsession, compartmentalized and under control. She could mention the shoulder pain, the insomnia, imply a temporary lapse in judgment. She saw the words lined up in her mind, ready to deploy, each one plausible, deniable. Her lips parted slightly, the first syllable of a deflection forming on her tongue. But she looked at Nina, really looked. She saw the fierce, frustrated loyalty burning in her eyes, a fire banked by profound weariness. She saw the tension in the cords of her neck, the slight tremor in her flattened hands that spoke of an exhaustion she'd been carrying since she first noticed the cracks in Katie's story, since the day she quit drinking. This was the woman who had watched her back through a hail of bullets, who had sat in a hospital waiting room for 6 hours without moving. The lies, so carefully constructed, turned to ash on her tongue. This was the pivot. The hardest decision of the entire investigation wasn't about chasing a killer. It was about stopping the chase alone. "Okay," Katie said, the word barely a whisper, cracking on the second syllable. It felt like tearing a piece of herself loose. She swallowed, the motion painful against her dry throat. Then, stronger, forcing her voice to work from her diaphragm, "Okay." She told her everything. It didn't come out in a neat briefing. It spilled, broken and raw, in fragments that she had to piece together as she spoke. She started with the claustrophobic visitor's room at Alderson, the smell of bleach and despair. "Marin Salas," she began, her voice low, dropping almost to a murmur. She looked down at her own hands, now curled into loose fists on the table. She was in prison scrubs, pale as a ghost. She looked hollowed out. But her eyes were clear. Too clear, Katie described the woman's offer, the trade, 4 names for a path to the truth about her father. She mimicked Marin's flat, precise tone as she recounted the warning about highway deaths and logistics companies. She said my father's case was a sanctioned termination. She used those exact words. It wasn't a botched arrest. It was an order. Katie's own voice grew thin on the last word. She looked up, searching Nina's face. She said they'd come for me, too, if I kept digging. Not a threat from her. A warning. Nina didn't move, but her eyes narrowed slightly, taking it in. Her fingers, still splayed on the table, pressed down a little harder. Katie took a shaky breath and moved to the burner phone. After we saw Cynthia Severn, after she gave us the regular phone, I went back. Alone, she admitted it bluntly, watching for a reaction. Nina's expression remained stone, but a muscle ticked high on her cheek, a tiny, rhythmic pulse. 2 days later. I told you I was following up on the financials from the storage unit. A beat of silence, heavy with the admission of the lie. The widow had a second phone. A cheap prepaid. She was terrified of it. She handed it over like it was burning her. I never logged it. Katie leaned forward now, her own elbows on the table, bridging the space between them. It had delivery instructions, timestamps, they matched the victim's deaths to the minute. It was the kill order, Nina. For her own husband. They texted him the time and place he was going to die, and he went because it was his job. Nina's breath hitched just once, a sharp intake through her nose. Her gaze dropped to the empty space on the desk between them, as if she could see the phantom phone lying there. Katie pushed on, the words coming faster now, a torrent she couldn't stop. She laid out Meridian Logistics not as some random shell company for moving cash, but as a central node. It's not just a money pump. It's the operational heart. The same network that ordered my father's murder is now cleaning up its loose ends, these couriers. They're not random victims of a serial killer. They're a cleanup crew's to-do list. Her hands, resting on the table, clenched into fists so tight her short nails bit into her palms. She forced them open, placed them flat, palms down, feeling the cool, sticky laminate. The storage unit cache, the payroll, the server cluster Braddock found, it's all one apparatus. It didn't go dormant. It just changed management. Then, the name she'd been carrying like a live grenade. Philip Kern. Retired deputy director. She said it slowly, giving each syllable weight. His initials are on a 1997 security seal on a file that shouldn't exist. A file about my father's last investigation, which was into off-book transport networks moving embargoed tech. She explained the sticky note from the Meridian office, the PK in faded blue ink, the way the corner had curled. Braddock traced the shell's layers. The financial flows lead back to a blind trust with ties to figures from that era. Kern's name is in the vicinity. He's not a ghost. He's an architect. He built the first version of this thing, and now someone else is using the blueprint. Finally, the hardest confession, the one that tasted like betrayal of the institution itself. Her voice grew hollow, stripped of emotion, as if she were reading a coroner's report. Braddock confirmed it. A week ago. Vance is monitoring me. Not just the case. Me. He's building a separate file, watching my movements, my queries. Waiting for a misstep, she met Nina's eyes, needing her to understand the full implication. He didn't assign Braddock to help me. He assigned him to watch me. Braddock knows it. I think he's trying to navigate it, but his primary loyalty is to the director. We can't trust anything that goes through the WFO now. She held nothing back. The secret, sweaty palm drive to Annapolis, the long surveillance of Kern's quiet house, where she'd counted the number of times the porch light flickered. The illicit records pull from archives she'd accessed using an old, supposedly revoked credential, her heart hammering against her ribs the entire time. The paralyzing fear that every step forward was being tracked, catalogued, and potentially used to bury her. It poured out in a flat, relentless monologue, a dam breaking after months of intolerable pressure. She spoke until her throat was raw and scratchy, until the narrative of her secret investigation lay, exposed on the desk between them, like a dissected corpse, every ugly organ revealed under the harsh fluorescent light. Nina listened. She didn't interrupt. She didn't reach for a pen or her phone. She just sat, a statue, her hands still pressed flat on the table, her eyes fixed on Katie's face, absorbing the torrent of betrayal and buried history. Only her breathing changed, a slight, deliberate rhythm, in through the nose, out through her mouth, as if steadying herself against the onslaught. Her gaze was a laser, taking in every flinch, every moment Katie's eyes dropped to her hands, every tremor she couldn't suppress. She watched the way Katie's shoulders hunched when she mentioned her father, the way her jaw tightened at Vance's name. When Katie finished the last word, Vance, hanging in the air like a poison cloud, the room was silent again. But the quality of the silence had changed profoundly. It was no longer accusatory or tense. It was stunned, heavy with the immense, ugly shape of the thing now revealed between them. The generator's hum seemed louder, a droning backdrop to the aftermath. A cart rattled by in the hallway outside, the sound of squeaky wheels and clattering glass fading away into the distance. From another room, a phone rang twice before being answered with a muffled voice. Nina was quiet for a long time. A full minute passed, maybe more, marked only by the slow, deliberate tick of a wall clock Katie hadn't noticed before, its black second hand jerking from mark to mark. Nina's eyes drifted from Katie's face to the striped pattern of light on the desk, following a mote of dust as it drifted through a sunbeam, then back to Katie. She seemed to be processing, fitting the jagged pieces Katie had thrown at her into a framework she already suspected. Her expression shifted minutely, the hard lines around her mouth softening from anger into something closer to grim comprehension. When she finally spoke, her voice was soft, stripped of all its usual professional edge, leaving something raw and personal underneath. It was the voice from the hospital hallway, from the late nights on the Mimic case. "You should have told me in Book 3. The old case designation, the Mimic investigation, hit Katie like a physical blow to the sternum. She actually rocked back slightly in her chair, the wood groaning. That was the beginning of the end, the case that had twisted in on itself, where the lines between ally and enemy had first blurred, where they'd found the listening devices in their own office. The case where they had learned, brutally, that trust within the Bureau had limits, that some doors were marked for certain eyes only. Nina had been there. She'd seen the fallout, the way the official report had smoothed over the jagged edges of what really happened. "I know," Katie said, the admission a relief and a fresh wound simultaneously. It carried the weight of all the lonely months that followed, the silent drives, the paranoia that felt like a constant companion. "I wanted to. After the hospital, the first night, when you brought me that terrible coffee from the vending machine. I almost did. But you didn't. It wasn't an accusation, just a stark fact, a measurement of the distance that had grown between them." "I couldn't put it on you," Katie whispered, the sound barely carrying across the table. She shook her head, a small, tight movement. "Not then. It was my ghost. My father. It felt toxic. I thought if I kept it contained, I could control the damage. I thought I was protecting you from the fallout." "Christ, Katie." Nina rubbed a hand over her face, dragging her fingertips from her forehead down over her closed eyes, across her cheeks to her chin, a gesture of profound, bone-deep fatigue. She let out a long, shaky breath that seemed to come from her very core. When she dropped her hand, her features were composed, but her eyes were bright with a complicated fury. At the situation, at the conspiracy, at Katie for bearing it alone. "This isn't just going off book. This is a different library. You've been reading from the burn pile. And you didn't even tell me you were smelling smoke." She leaned back, the chair groaning in protest, and stared at the ceiling for a moment, at the water-stained acoustic tiles and the dead fly in the light fixture. Thinking. The operational clarity snapped back into place visibly, a mask settling over the personal hurt. Her shoulders squared, and when her gaze returned to Katie, it had sharpened, focusing on the problem, not the pain. "We're going to fix this. Together. But the shadow games end now. Today. Right this second." She pointed a blunt finger at the desk between them, her nail tapping once on the laminate. "The burner phone gets logged into evidence. Today. We establish a private chain, just you and me on the custody log, but it becomes real Bureau property. We find a way to document it that doesn't scream, cover up, maybe backdate it to the Severn widow interview with a note about delayed discovery due to her distress, trauma protocol, something. But it gets logged. No more contraband in your pocket." Her eyes locked onto Katie's jacket, where the hidden bulge had been. Katie opened her mouth, a protest about chain of evidence and Vance's watchful eyes forming. "If we log it, it becomes a target. It draws a line straight to us." But Nina cut her off with a sharp, horizontal slash of her hand through the air. "No," the word was absolute. "That's the first rule. The evidence gets legitimized, even if only we know the full truth of it. It's our anchor. If it stays in the shadows, it's useless. If it's in the light, even our twisted, filtered light, it has power. Second, no more solo runs. No more secrets between us. She leaned forward again, her elbows on the table, mirroring Katie's earlier posture, closing the space. You look at me, and you tell me if you can do that. Not as my partner, but as the person who just dumped a conspiracy that goes to the top of our house into my lap. Can you trust me with the next step, and the one after that? Even when every instinct tells you to go quiet and dark. It wasn't a request. It was an ultimatum and an offer, the only possible path forward, and Nina was laying it at her feet, her eyes demanding absolute verbal honesty. Katie held that gaze. She saw the determination, the anger, but beneath it, the unwavering bedrock of the partnership that had survived gunfire and bureaucracy, and the soul-grinding tedium of 1,000 case files. She saw the woman who had once shoved her behind a concrete pillar without a second thought. The trust wasn't a question, it was the foundation. Her betrayal had been in doubting that foundation could bear this new, terrible weight. She nodded, a simple, exhausted motion that made the muscles in her neck ache. I can do that, she said, her voice firming. I will do that. No more shadows. Not with you. Okay, the word was a seal, a pact. Nina stood up abruptly, the chair scraping back with a jarring sound that echoed in the small room. She walked to the window, her steps firm and measured on the linoleum. She pushed one slat of the blind aside with a single finger, the vinyl clicking softly, and looked out at the sun-bleached parking lot, her silhouette framed and divided by the harsh stripes of light. A state trooper's cruiser rolled slowly past, its engine a low rumble that faded. We have to operate on new assumptions, she said, her back to Katie, her voice assuming its briefing room cadence. 1. Vance's interest isn't protective. He's either actively involved in the cover-up, or he's being used by those who are. 2. Kern, or whoever he answers to, is still active, still watching. The rest stop hits prove the network is still operational and cleaning house. 3. We are now compromised within our own chain of command. Standard protocols are avenues of exposure. She turned from the window, the light catching the fine lines around her eyes and the tight set of her mouth. So we proceed on the rest stop homicides perfectly by the book. Flawlessly. It's our cover, our reason for being here. We give Harwick and the state police everything on the shooter pattern, the vehicle forensics. We keep Braddock focused on the digital trail from the Signal Vault app, feed him good, real work to keep him busy, and reporting back to Vance what we want him to hear. She began pacing slowly along the length of the window, 2 steps each way. But in parallel, just you and me, we use the evidence from that case. The Severn phone, the Meridian financial links, the Kern connection, to quietly build the case against the network. We follow the money, not the bullet. The contractor is a symptom, a tool. We're after the disease. And the disease is inside our own house. It was a plan. A fragile, dangerous, arguably insane plan that relied on perfect balance and absolute trust. A high-wire act with no net, where a single misstep, a single leaked detail to Vance or Harwick would collapse everything. But it was a shared one. A strategy. For the first time in weeks, since the first chilling visit to Marin Solace, since the moment her fingers had touched her father's corrupted file, Katie felt the terrible, isolating weight lift. Not gone, not even halved, but distributed. Shared. Carried on 2 sets of shoulders instead of one. A shuddering breath escaped her, one she hadn't realized she was holding, a release that made her ribs ache. The tension in her own shoulders unlocked a fraction, a slight, painful release in the muscles along her neck and trapezius, as if a vise had been loosened by a single turn. Nina stopped pacing and walked back to the desk. She stood over it, looking down at Katie. "Give me the phone." Katie reached into her jacket, her fingers closing around the cheap, slick plastic of the prepaid burner. It felt alien now, a totem of her solitary fear, her weeks of silent panic. She pulled it out, the movement feeling both like a surrender and a liberation, and placed it on the desk between them. It looked insignificant there, pathetic, a sad little secret finally seeing the light, its screen smudged with her fingerprints. Nina picked it up. Her movements were deliberate, almost ceremonial. She turned it over in her hand once, examining its generic brand, the worn keypad, the small scratch near the charging port. She pressed the power button with her thumb, watched the cheap screen light up with a garish logo, then held it until it powered down again with a soft electronic chime. The whole inspection took 10 seconds, but it felt like a transfer of authority, of burden. Then, without ceremony, she slid it into the inside pocket of her own blazer. The slight weight of it pulled the fabric down. "I'll handle it. I'll create the chain. You'll sign it. Then we move." She patted the pocket once, a definitive gesture. She met Katie's eyes, and for a second the fierce loyalty was back, mixed now with a grim, shared resolve that hardened her features. "Now," Nina said, her voice returning to its normal, commanding register, the one that could cut through a crowded room. She gestured to the blurry case file, still open in front of Katie. "Let's go do our jobs. We've got a serial killer to catch." A faint, grim ghost of a smile touched her lips, devoid of humor. "Officially." Katie looked down at the file. The words were still blurred, but the smudges now seemed like just ink on paper, a problem to be solved, not a wall she was beating her head against alone. She pulled the file closer, the paper rustling in the quiet room. The generator outside chugged on, the clock ticked, and for the first time that morning, the sounds were just background noise, not the soundtrack to her isolation. She picked up a pen, her grip firm. "Okay," she said again, and this time it was just a word, an acknowledgement. "Let's get to work." Chapter 30. The flight back to D.C. was silent. Katie stared out the window at the patchwork of Maryland and Virginia, the storage unit key, a cold, hard rectangle pressing against her thigh through her pocket. Every few minutes her fingers would drift to it, checking its presence, the metal warm from her body but the meaning of it ice cold. Nina worked on her laptop beside her, the faint blue glow illuminating the tight set of her jaw, the rapid, focused clicks of the keys the only sound between them. They didn't speak. The confession in the motel room had forged a new, brittle alliance, one that now had to face its first real test in the one place that felt more dangerous than any dark rest stop, the Washington field office. Director Vance's office was a study in controlled power, a stage meticulously set. The desk was a vast, polished slab of dark wood, utterly clean save for a single monitor turned at a precise angle, a leather-bound notebook, and a pen placed parallel to its edge. The American and FBI flags stood in rigid attention in polished brass holders. The view behind him was a grid of muted gray office towers and pale sky, a backdrop that spoke of jurisdiction and remove. The air was cool, faintly scented with lemon wood polish, and the sterile, dry smell of recycled air. He did not rise when they entered, merely lifted his eyes from the file before him and gestured with 2 fingers toward the 2 leather chairs positioned opposite his desk. The chairs were deep and plush, designed to swallow a person, to make them feel small. His face was a mask of polite inquiry, the kind worn by men who listened for a living. No smile, no frown. Just an expectant, neutral readiness. Agents, his voice was calm, measured, filling the quiet room. You cut your field work short. This must be urgent. It is, sir, Katie said. She stepped forward, the thick file folder in her hands feeling suddenly flimsy. She placed it carefully on the center of the clean desk, the soft thump of paper on wood sounding too loud. She and Nina took their seats, the leather sighing under their weight. Katie had to consciously stop herself from perching on the edge. She settled back, forcing her shoulders to relax, her hands to rest in her lap. Nina mirrored her posture, placing her tablet on her knees, her thumb resting on the power button. We believe we've identified the common thread behind the I-95 homicides, Katie began, her voice firmer than she felt, and uncovered a significant ancillary conspiracy. For the next 20 minutes, they laid it out with a clinical precision that felt like performing surgery under a blinding light. Katie led, each point a deliberate step. She opened the file, spreading out the victim photos, Daniel Severn, Martin Voss, the others, facing them toward Vance. She watched his eyes as they tracked over the faces. They didn't linger, they cataloged. She detailed the shell company, Meridian Logistics. As she said the name, she watched for the slightest reaction. A blink, a twitch at the corner of the mouth, a change in breathing. Nothing. His hands rested on the arms of his chair, perfectly still. Nina supported with digital evidence, turning her tablet screen to show him the corporate registry from Delaware, the nominee officer names. The address is a virtual office, sir. The registered agent is a firm that handles thousands of these. It's a classic ghost. Katie moved on to the pattern. 5 couriers. 3 eliminated. 2 remaining, their identities and routes now known, at imminent risk. She laid out the map of I-95, marking the rest stops with small red dots. The timing isn't random. It's scheduled. They're being hit during their federally mandated driving breaks. The killer isn't hunting them, he's meeting them. Then, the encrypted signal vault network. Nina pulled up the forensic report from Cyber, highlighting the fragments of operational directives. The language is terse, clinical. It confirms locations and timings. This shatters any serial killer profile. This is a cold, mechanical operation. Katie introduced the professional contractor. No identity, sir. Only a pattern of professional tradecraft. He leaves no forensic trace. The kills are single, precise wounds, no struggle. He's a tool. We believe he was hired specifically to sanitize the pipeline by eliminating the couriers. And finally, the storage unit. She placed the crime scene photos from Jessup on the desk. The stark, corrugated metal interior, the stacks of identical boxes. She detailed the count, the sequential bill numbers, the total. 1.6 million in cash, sir. It's not payment. It's evidence of a cash laundering pipeline. A holding cell for illicit funds being moved under the cover of a logistics company. Throughout, Katie was meticulously careful. She cited the victim interviews, Cynthia Severn's grief, the widow Voss's confusion. She referenced the financial forensics, the phone data recovered from the scenes, all by the book. She presented the burner phone found in Daniel Severn's residence, sliding the evidence bag containing it onto the desk. A consensual search, sir. The paperwork is in order, behind tab 7. She showed how its instruction logs, when decrypted, created a perfect timeline matching the victim's last known movements. She did not mention Philip Kern. She did not mention Marin Solis or the prison visit, or the stakeout in Annapolis. The evidence chain she presented was official, clean, scrubbed of her personal ghosts, and it pointed squarely, inexorably, at a corporate front. Vance listened without interruption. His only movement was the slow, methodical shifting of his eyes, from Katie's face to the document she indicated, to Nina's tablet screen, back to Katie. His hands remained steepled, the tips of his index fingers resting against his lips. His expression never changed. It was neither skeptical nor impressed. It was absorbent, like a sponge taking in water without changing shape. When they finished, Katie closed the file, a definitive sound. Vance let the silence stretch. It wasn't a thoughtful pause, it was a void they had to sit in. Katie could hear the faint hum of the climate control, the distant, muffled sound of a phone ringing somewhere down the hall. She felt the weight of Nina's presence beside her, just as still, just as waiting. "The connection to Meridian," he said finally, his voice unchanged. "The corporate veil. How did you pierce it?" His eyes were on Nina. Nina answered smoothly, her tone professional and detached. "Cross-referencing the victims, known associates and financials against state business registries, sir." Meridian's incorporation attorney, a name that doesn't appear on any of the public filings, showed up in two of the victims' transaction histories from over a year ago. A thin thread, but it held when pulled. The attorney's firm has a standing retainer with a holding company that shares a suite number with Meridian's registered agent in Wilmington. Vance gave a single, slow nod. His gaze swung back to Katie. And the identification of the remaining two potential victims. Ray Gilmore and Frank Collier. That's precognitive work. How? The question was sharp, a scalpel looking for a gap in the tissue of their story. Katie met his gaze, keeping her own level. The burner phone's logs contained future delivery schedules, sir. Encrypted, but once we broke the pattern from the dates and locations of the homicides that had already occurred, the future entries became clear. It gave us a narrow, predictive window. We confirmed the identities through Department of Transportation records for commercial carriers using those rest stops at those times. "The contractor," Vance said, moving on. "You have no identity. No description from the rest stop surveillance." "No, sir," Katie admitted. "Only the pattern. He uses rental cars under stolen identities. He observed our takedown attempt at the Chesapeake house from a distance and disengaged. His tradecraft is consistent with intelligence or special operations background. We believe he was hired as a deniable asset to sanitize the pipeline. And you believe this pipeline is still active. Despite your investigation, despite this contractor's activities. The money in the storage unit suggests a holding pattern, not a termination," Katie said, choosing her words. "If the operation were shut down, the cash would have been moved or dispersed. It's sitting there waiting. The remaining two couriers are likely still in play, or were until very recently. To follow the flow, we need warrants for Meridian's bank records, its service providers, its communications." Vance leaned back in his high-backed chair, the leather creaking softly. He looked from Katie to Nina, his gaze assessing, weighing. The overhead light gleamed on his perfectly groomed silver hair. "You've assembled this quickly. Under pressure. With limited resources. It's a compelling theory." He tapped a single finger on the desk. "Not impatiently." It was a metronome beat, slow and deliberate. Tap. 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 The sound was dry and authoritative in the quiet room. Very well. He straightened, placing his palms flat on the desk. I'm authorizing the escalation of this case to the Organized Crime Division. They have the dedicated resources and the mandate for complex financial conspiracies. They'll take the lead on following the money trail. You will coordinate with them, provide all evidence and liaison. I'll approve the warrant requests for Meridian's banking and corporate records. Draft them before end of day. Ensure they're broad enough to capture correspondent accounts and any nested holding companies. Thank you, sir, Katie said, the words automatic. A part of her mind was already racing. Organized Crime Division. It was a logical step, but it was also a dispersal. It would take the case out of their direct hands, turn them into advisors. Dismissed. They moved as one, gathering their files, sliding photos back into folders, powering down the tablet. The process felt clumsy under his silent observation. Katie stood, the file tucked under her arm. Nina followed. They turned toward the heavy wooden door. As Katie's hand touched the cool brass handle, Vance's voice stopped her, clear and flat in the room. Good work, agents. The words were correct. The tone was flat, devoid of warmth, of genuine inflection. It was audio filler, a procedural noise required by the script. It sounded hollow, like it had traveled a long distance through a metal pipe. Katie didn't turn back. She just nodded, a short dip of her chin she wasn't sure he could even see, and pulled the door open. The sterile hallway outside was a shock of brighter, harsher fluorescent light after the softer, filtered glow of the office. The air was cooler, carrying the faint, acrid scent of industrial cleaner and photocopier toner. Their heels clicked sharply on the polished tile floor, the sound echoing off the blank walls and closed office doors. They walked in step, not speaking, not looking at each other, past the assistant's station where a young man typed without glancing up. They turned a corner, then another, moving deeper into the administrative labyrinth, putting distance between themselves and that office. Only when they were in a long, empty corridor lined with filing rooms, out of sight and earshot of anyone, did Nina's voice come, a low, tense murmur that barely carried over the sound of their footsteps. He didn't flinch. Not once. Katie kept walking, her eyes fixed on the exit sign at the far end of the hall. What do you mean? I mean he didn't react, Nina said, her words coming faster now, a pressured release. No surprise when you showed the victim photos. No raised eyebrow at the signal vault hack, which is a huge deal. No outrage at the idea of a professional killer targeting civilians on a federal highway. Not even a flicker of interest at the $1.6 million in cash. He just absorbed it. Katie felt the truth of it in her gut, a cold, sinking certainty. He asked the right procedural questions. Exactly. He asked the exact questions a director should ask to validate the investigation. How did you pierce the veil? How did you ID the future victims? Do you have an ID on the shooter? It was a checklist. He was verifying the story was airtight, not learning what was in it. Nina glanced at her, her face pale under the lights. So, either he's completely clean, and this is just another ugly, complicated case crossing his desk, one he's professionally detached from, or he already knew everything we just told him. Maybe not the specifics of the storage unit count, but the broad strokes. The company. The method. The contractor. The words hung in the air between them, colder than the office's climate control. Katie thought of the file Vance was undoubtedly building on her, the sense of being watched, herded into approved channels. She thought of the burner phone in her go bag, its true origin, a gift from a convict, a thread from her father's ruin, a secret she and Nina now shared and had just deliberately hidden from their boss. "We got the warrants," Katie said, her own voice just as quiet, a counter-argument to the fear. "That's what matters. That's what we needed. He gave us the authority to follow the money. That's the next step." "Right," Nina said. But the word was heavy with unsaid things. She adjusted the strap of her laptop bag on her shoulder, a nervous, fidgeting motion Katie had never seen from her before. "We follow the money. We hand over coordination to organized crime. We become part of a big, bureaucratic machine." She looked directly at Katie, and the doubt was there, vivid and unsettling. It was in the slight frown between her brows, the way her eyes searched Katie's face, looking for confirmation or denial. "We follow the money, Katie. Until it leads us right back to this building. Or to a door in this building someone really doesn't want us to knock on." Katie had no answer for that. The key in her pocket felt like it was burning a hole through the fabric. They pushed through the fire door into a stairwell, the echo changing to a hollow, metallic boom, and began the descent in a silence that was now full of the words they hadn't said, and the terrifying shape of the truth they were both starting to see. Chapter 31. The Washington field office was a monument to institutional memory, all polished floors, and the faint, permanent scent of burnt coffee that had seeped into the very drywall over decades. Katie stood at the threshold of a small, windowless office deep in the tech annex, watching Cole Braddock's fingers fly across his keyboard. The glow of 3 monitors painted his face in shifting planes of pale blue and gray light, erasing the usual friendly lines around his eyes and mouth. The room hummed with a constant, low-grade vibration from the server racks lining one wall, and the air carried a static tang of ozone and warm dust. "Close the door," he said, not looking up from his screens, his voice tight. She did, pushing the heavy door until the latch clicked with a soft, final sound that was swallowed by the room's electronic murmur. Braddock finished a sequence of keystrokes and swiveled in his chair. The usual easygoing tech specialist was gone, replaced by a grim, focused intensity that made him seem older. His shoulders were set, his movements economical. "I ran the deep dive. No flags, no official requests logged. It's like we never had this conversation." He tapped a key with a decisive click, and a dossier filled the central screen. Philip Kern's official service photo stared out, stern and bureaucratic, the eyes flat and assessing even in pixels. "But the results aren't clean. They're damning." Katie moved into the cramped space, her shoulder brushing a cold metal filing cabinet. She leaned against it, crossing her arms, feeling the need for something solid at her back. The room was a sensory deprivation chamber of human design. No natural light, just the artificial glow and the relentless background hum. "Show me." "The money first." Braddock's fingers danced again, and a complex financial schematic bloomed on the right-hand monitor. It was a cascade of deposits and transfers, certain lines highlighted in a stark, alarming red. For the past 8 years, a clean $25,000 hits a numbered account in the Caymans every quarter. Like clockwork. Total to date, 800 grand even. The source is a holding company registered in Luxembourg. A matryoshka doll of shell corporations. Untraceable from here without a formal international subpoena, which we don't have and can't get. Katie's eyes tracked the red lines. The regularity was obscene. Salary for a retired deputy director is what, $150 a year before taxes. This is a second, secret paycheck. A massive one. A consistent, quiet fortune, Braddock confirmed. His voice took on a lecturing cadence, precise and detached. But the timing is the key. See this marker? He zoomed in on a timeline at the bottom of the schematic. The first deposit landed exactly 3 months after a specific case file was sealed by order of the Attorney General's office. April 1997. A cold knot tightened in Katie's stomach. 3 months after. A discreet delay, allowing the heat to dissipate. What case file? Braddock didn't answer directly. He pulled up a new window on the left screen. A travel log parsed from credit card data, cell tower pings, and EasyPass records. Then there's his movements. 6 discrete trips to Annapolis over the last 4 years. No conferences listed, no speaking engagements on his calendar. Just day trips. He'd leave his house in McLean, drive to Annapolis, spend 4 to 6 hours, and return. He highlighted another set of entries. And 3 visits to a specific data center in Sterling, Virginia. High security, private sector facility called Sentinel Hub. Katie's breath caught in her throat, making her voice thin. The Signal Vault server cluster. The same one Meridian Logistics used, Braddock said, nodding once. He turned to look at her, his glasses reflecting the scrolling data. He wasn't just visiting for a tour. Recovered access logs, and I had to dig through 3 layers of deleted archives to find these fragments. Show his credentials were used to query archived communications data on each visit. The query results themselves were scrubbed, but the entry footprints, the authentication handshakes, remain. He was checking something. Or cleaning something. Braddock's voice remained low and clinical, each word measured and devoid of inflection, which made the content even more chilling. It was the voice of a pathologist pointing out anomalies on an X-ray. His known associates from that period include 2 former bureau guys from the Counterterrorism Division. They left the service in '99 and '1, respectively, with full pensions. Both now listed as senior analysts for Aegis Strategic Consulting. Private military contractors, Katie said, the term tasting like ash. The same sector that, according to shipping manifests I cross-referenced, provides armed security for Meridian Logistics, oversees operations in certain unstable regions. Braddock leaned back in his chair, which let out a sharp groan of protest. He steepled his fingers. It's a closed loop, Katie. The money, the access, the players. They all connect back to each other. It's not a conspiracy, it's a business arrangement. The office air felt thin, recycled too many times through the building's ancient vents. Katie became acutely aware of the institutional walls around her, painted a bland beige, seeming to press in, complicit in this silence. She felt a tightness in her chest, a desire to step back but with nowhere to go. The hum of the servers now sounded like a held breath. Can you prove the money flowing into Kern's account originates from Meridian? Not just the same universe but the same pipe. Not directly. Not with what I can legally access. The Luxembourg entity is a black box. But, he leaned forward abruptly, the chair squeaking, and clicked to a final screen. It displayed a scanned Delaware corporate registry document, the text small and formal. This is the registration for the Luxembourg holding company that feeds the Cayman's account. Look here, he used a cursor to circle a line of text. The registered agent for the Luxembourg entity, its legal face in the U.S., is a boutique law firm in Wilmington called Hartwell & Chase. He opened another tab with a nearly identical document. And this is the original incorporation filing for Meridian Logistics Partners, LLC, dated 1995. The cursor moved, circling the same line. Registered agent, Hartwell and Chase. The connection landed with the quiet, definitive weight of a stone dropping into deep, still water. No splash, just a sinking certainty. The same financial architecture. The same hidden hands drawing up the paperwork, creating the channels. Kern is their man inside, Katie said, the pieces locking into a terrible, coherent picture. Her voice was barely above a whisper, meant for herself as much as for Braddock. He sealed the 1997 case, my father's case. He provides access, covers tracks. He uses his credentials to check on their communications security. And they pay him, quarterly, through the same pipeline they built for themselves. A pension for services rendered. Braddock watched her for a long moment, his expression unreadable. Then, without a word, he began powering down the monitors. He hit a key on the central tower. The fans whirred and then began to wind down, their constant drone diminishing to a sigh. The glowing screens flickered, the images dissolving into shrinking rectangles of light before winking out one by one. The sudden loss of the blue glow plunged the room into the dim, yellowish wash of a single overhead fluorescent tube, making the space feel smaller, more barren. The change in light was jarring, stripping the room of its digital life and leaving only the cold, physical reality of filing cabinets and stale air. This is probable cause for a RICO investigation 10 times over, Braddock said into the new quiet, his voice still carefully controlled. Enough for a Title III wiretap, asset seizures, the whole 9 yards. But you know the problem. Oh, she did. The knowledge was a leaden weight in her gut. The evidence chain was poisoned at the source. Every step she'd taken, the unauthorized prison visit to Marin Solis, the purchase and use of the stolen burner phone, the off-book, verbally requested deep dive she'd asked of Braddock, was a violation of protocol. Any case built on this foundation would be shredded in pretrial by a first-year defense attorney. Worse, it would flag her, Braddock, and anyone they brought in for obstruction, malfeasance, and violating a former senior official's privacy. It would give the very people they were targeting the perfect weapon to discredit everything and disappear. We need a clean path in, she said, pushing off the filing cabinet. A parallel investigation that starts with a clean, documented warrant, using none of this. She gestured at his now dark screens. You don't have one. Not from here, Braddock stood, his movement stiff. He opened a drawer in his desk, the metal rasped loud in the quiet room, and pulled out a plain, unlabeled manila folder. It was slightly thick. He placed it on the desk between them. This is yours. Printed on a standalone machine, not on the network. It never existed on my system. As far as any audit is concerned, I was reviewing firewall protocols and legacy database migration logs all afternoon. Boring, necessary, and above reproach. She reached for the folder. The paper was cool under her fingertips. She picked it up. It felt unnaturally heavy, dense with silent accusations and buried history. Thank you, Cole. Don't thank me. He held her gaze, and for the first time, she saw a flicker of the personal risk he was taking, a tightness around his eyes, a slight compression of his lips. Just be careful. Vance has audit flags on half the databases I had to touch. Not the content, but the access points. If he gets curious and pulls my activity log for the last 48 hours, he'll see the anomalies, the duration, the sequence of queries. He'll see I was digging somewhere I shouldn't have been, even if he can't see the data I pulled out. The clock is ticking from the moment I hit enter on that first query. It's not a question of if someone notices, but when. Katie nodded, tucking the folder tightly under her arm, feeling the sharp corner press against her ribs. Understood. He gave a curt, final nod, a dismissal and a warning in one. She turned and opened the door, the hum of the hallway flooding back in, a different, more mundane frequency. She didn't look back as she stepped out, the latch clicking shut behind her, sealing Braddock and his dangerous knowledge back inside his electronic tomb. They met in the concrete gloom of a parking garage 2 blocks from the field office, a place chosen for its anonymity and its multiple exit routes. The stale air was thick with the smell of cold engine oil, old exhaust, and the damp, mineral scent of concrete. A steady plink, plink of water dripped from a crack in the ceiling somewhere in the darkness, the sound echoing in the cavernous space. Nina leaned against the driver's side of her unmarked sedan, her arms crossed, her body angled to watch both the entrance ramp and the stairwell door. Her breath formed faint, quick clouds in the chill air. Katie stood beside her, the manila folder now held in both hands against her stomach, a shield and a burden. Their footsteps had echoed, solitary and too loud, as they'd each arrived separately. Now they waited in a silence that was not comfortable, charged with the weight of what was in the folder and the risk of this meeting. Braddock appeared from behind a pillar, walking with his hands in the pockets of his trench coat, his head down, looking for all the world like just another weary agent heading to his car after a long day. He stopped a few feet away, not approaching closer, maintaining a casual distance. His voice, when he spoke, was low but echoed softly off the vast, low ceiling and the forest of support pillars. It's all in the folder. Kern S. on the payroll. The quarterly deposits started exactly 92 days after the 97 seal. The travel to the Sentinel Hub data center and the unexplained Annapolis trips are incontrovertible. I used toll records, parking garage receipts pulled from his corporate card statements, the works. His old buddies from CT are now contractors in the same private security ecosystem that protects Meridian's assets abroad. Nina absorbed it. Her expression was granite, but Katie, standing close, could see the minute details of that stoniness. The way Nina's jaw was locked, the muscles at the hinge standing out, her unblinking eyes fixed on Braddock, the slight, deliberate flare of her nostrils as she took in the information. She was holding herself utterly still. The money source? She asked, her voice flat, devoid of its usual raspy energy. The account that pays him is held by a Luxembourg shell, Braddock repeated, his eyes scanning the dim garage as he spoke. That shell's registered agent in Delaware is a firm called Hartwell and Chase. He paused, letting the name hang. The exact same registered agent that filed the incorporation papers for Meridian Logistics in 1995. It's the same financial architecture, the same legal camouflage. The seal, Meridian, and Kern are all wired together on the same circuit board. So we have a corrupt former deputy director, Nina summarized, her words dropping like stones. A shell company running a murder-for-hire pipeline using federal rest stops as a hunting ground, and a 25-year-old cover-up of a case that, I'm guessing, has Katie's father's fingerprints all over it. She finally broke her stare at Braddock and looked at Katie, a hard, questioning look. And we can't touch any of it through the bureau. Not without self-immolating. The evidence is contaminated, Katie said, her own voice sounding hollow in the damp space. My actions, this request, anything we submit gets the whole case thrown out on procedural grounds. It doesn't just fail. It gives them the perfect pretext to disappear Kern, to completely sanitize Meridian, and to bury whatever is left of the Mimic investigation so deep it never sees light again. Our best weapon becomes their best defense. Braddock nodded, a sharp dip of his chin. It's a trap. The official route is a dead end. Maybe that's the point of the whole structure, to make any legitimate investigation trip the alarms and collapse under its own weight before it gets close. A sedan turned slowly down the ramp from the level above, its tires crunching on grit. Its headlights swept over them, a blinding wash of white that forced Katie to squint and turn her head slightly away. The light painted stark, moving shadows across their faces, highlighting the tension in Nina's brow, the grim set of Braddock's mouth, the pale plane of her own cheek. The car moved past, its engine noise Doppler shifting from a growl to a receding murmur as it disappeared into the darker recesses of the garage, its red tail lights winking out behind a pillar. They stood in the returned semi-darkness, listening until the sound of its engine faded completely, replaced once more by the distant drip and the hum of ventilation. "What's our move, then?" Nina asked, turning fully to Katie now. It wasn't a challenge, but a genuine, grim query. The options were laid bare, and none of them were good. Katie looked down at the folder in her hands. She tightened her grip on it, the cardboard edges digging into her palms. The damning facts were no longer just digital ghosts on Braddock's screen. They were a physical weight in her hands, a tangible thing that could be carried, hidden, or delivered. She had enough to build a case, a real, devastating one. But the courtroom, the grand jury, the official channels, those were closed to her. The justice system, in its pure, procedural form, was a room whose door was locked from the inside by the very man they needed to indict. It would have to be a different kind of case. One built in the shadows where Kern and Meridian operated. One that used pressure instead of procedure, leverage instead of law. A case for a different kind of justice. She lifted her head, meeting Nina's expectant gaze, then Braddock's cautious one. "We don't take it to the bureau," Katie said, the words coming out clear and cold in the garage air. "We take it to the network. We use their own architecture against them. They've built a system that is immune to official scrutiny. So we operate outside of it. We find a pressure point in their operation, a person, a shipment, a financial node, something they can't afford to lose, and we squeeze it. We squeeze it until something breaks clean. Until a piece of evidence falls out that we can pick up with gloves on, without our fingerprints already all over it." "That's a hell of a risk," Braddock said, shifting his weight. His breath clouded the air between them. "You're talking about operating completely off the grid. No backup, no official sanction. If you're caught, it's not just your career. It's obstruction of justice at a minimum. Possibly worse." "The risk is already in the folder, Cole," Katie replied, hefting it slightly. "It's sitting right here. We're already compromised just by knowing it. The only choice is whether we let that knowledge paralyze us, or whether we use it. Now we just have to decide who, in their network, is vulnerable. Who gets to see the contents of this folder first, and what they'll do to make it go away." Nina was silent for a long moment, her eyes narrowed in thought. She looked from the folder to Katie's face, assessing, calculating. "A pressure point," she repeated slowly. "Not Kern. He's too insulated, too aware. He'd see it coming a mile away, and lawyer up so fast our heads would spin. It has to be someone operational. Someone who still has skin in the game today." "The handler," Katie said. "The one sending the directives through Signal Vault. Or someone at Meridian who isn't just a temp. Someone who knows where the money really comes from and where it goes." "The contractor," Nina countered. "The shooter. He's the one in the field. He's the one taking the direct risk. if he senses the architecture is crumbling, if he thinks he's being set up to take the fall. He might flip, Braddock finished, though he sounded skeptical. Or he might just disappear. A professional would have an exit strategy. Then we have to get to him before he uses it, Katie said. We have to make him a better offer than silence does. And how do we find a ghost? Nina asked, pushing off the car. We couldn't pin him at the rest stop with a full tactical team and surveillance. Katie's mind raced, scanning the data in the folder she hadn't even fully read yet, combining it with everything they knew. We don't find him. We find his pipeline. Braddock, you said Kern's credentials were used to query the Signal Vault server. He was checking something. Maybe he was checking on the contractor's status, cleaning up trails. That server is the nexus. It's how the handler talks to the shooter. It's how Kern monitors the operation. It's the brain. The server in Sterling is a physical location, Braddock said, catching her drift. Heavily secured, but a physical location. If we could get inside. We can't, Nina cut in. No warrant. Even if we had one, it would tip our hand. They'd wipe it remotely the second the FBI showed up at the perimeter fence. Not if we don't look like the FBI, Katie said, her voice dropping even lower. Not if we go in looking like someone else. Like his people. Like someone sent to do maintenance, or to retrieve a specific hardware module for disposal. Braddock let out a low whistle, barely audible. That's not just off the books, Katie. That's breaking and entering, impersonation, probably half a dozen federal computer crimes. The Sentinel Hub has biometrics, armed private security, the works. Kern has access credentials, Katie pressed. We have his patterns. His travel times. We know when he goes. We know he goes alone on day trips. What if he had an accident on the way? A flat tire, a minor fender bender that delayed him. What if someone else, using a cloned badge and the right knowledge, arrived just before his scheduled time? The audacity of the plan hung in the cold air. Nina stared at her, and for the first time, the granite of her expression cracked, revealing a flash of pure, unvarnished alarm. You're talking about impersonating a former deputy director of the FBI to commit a felony at a secure data facility. That's not a pressure play. That's a suicide mission. It's the only node we've identified that connects all three pieces: Kern, the handler, and the operational traffic, Katie argued, her own heart hammering against her ribs. She was arguing herself into it as much as she was arguing with Nina. The financial trail is international, untouchable. The shell company is staffed by temps and empty offices. The shooter is a phantom. The server is the only hard point. It's where the digital meets the physical. If we can get a mirror of that server, or even just plant a monitoring device on its internal network, we get the next set of directives. We get the handler's identity. We might get the contractor S. And if you're caught, Braddock's question was simple, deadly. Then we're caught, Katie said, with a finality that surprised even her. And the folder becomes someone else's problem. But if we do nothing, 2 more couriers are dead. Kern retires to an island, Meridian dissolves into 100 new shells, and my father's file stays sealed for another 25 years. She stopped, took a breath that shuddered in the cold. I can't just file a report and hope it doesn't get buried. Not with this. Nina looked away, her gaze tracking the empty concrete lanes of the garage. She rubbed a hand over her face, the sound of her palm scraping against stubble loud in the quiet. The withdrawal fatigue was etched deeply around her eyes. We'd need flawless intel. Not just his credential number. We'd need his biometric bypass codes, likely a fingerprint or retinal scan. We'd need the exact make and model of his access badge, the security protocols for visitors, the layout of the server room, the shift change schedules for the guards. I can get the technical specs of the facility, standard security vendor information, maybe even blueprints from county records, Braddock offered, his voice hesitant, clearly wrestling with the line he was approaching. The biometrics, that's harder. You'd need a physical sample. A lifted print from a glass he used, something like that. And we'd need a team, Nina said, looking back at Katie. A 2-person job at minimum. One to run the impersonation, one as lookout, driver, contingency. Maybe a third in a vehicle nearby, for comms and rapid extraction if it goes sour. It would be you and me, Katie said, holding Nina's gaze. No one else. We can't bring Harwick into this. We can't ask anyone from the field office. It's us or it's nothing. You're injured, Nina stated bluntly, her eyes dropping to Katie's slingless but still favored shoulder. You can't fight your way out of a paper bag right now. I don't plan on fighting. I plan on walking in, looking like I own the place, doing the job, and walking out. If it comes to fighting, the plan has already failed. Another long silence descended, broken only by the relentless plink-plink of the water. Braddock shifted, clearly uncomfortable with the turn the conversation had taken. He was an analyst, a digital detective, not a field operative plotting a black bag job. I'll get you what I can on Sentinel Hub, he said finally, the words sounding forced. Discreetly. But that's where my involvement stops. I can't be your getaway planner. You've done more than enough, Katie said, meaning it. Just keep an ear to the ground on Vance's audit flags. If you get even a hint that he's looking at your logs, you need to warn us. A clean break. Braddock nodded, already looking like a man who wanted to be anywhere else. He gave them one last, uneasy glance, then turned and walked away, his footsteps echoing with a quick, receding rhythm until he vanished up the stairwell, the metal door clanging shut behind him. Katie and Nina were alone again with the folder and the plan taking shape in the cold, foul air. This is insane, Ford, Nina said, but there was no heat in it, only a weary acknowledgement. As I know. We're going to need more than a cloned badge and a prayer. We're going to need a way to get Kern's fingerprint. That means getting close to him, physically, without him knowing. Katie's mind went back to the quiet street in Annapolis, the well-kept house, the man retrieving his mail. He lives in McLean. He goes to Annapolis. He's a creature of habit. We find a public place he frequents. A coffee shop near his house, a restaurant. We wait. We take a glass after he leaves. It's not rocket science. It's forensics, Nina corrected. And it leaves a trail if anyone thinks to look. Which they will if the server breach is discovered and traced back to his credentials. Then we have to make sure the breach isn't discovered. Or we have to move so fast after we get the data that it doesn't matter. Katie hugged the folder tighter. We're out of good options, Nina. We're down to bad ones and worse ones. I'm choosing the bad one that has a chance of working. Nina pushed herself fully upright and opened the driver's side door of her sedan. The interior light clicked on, a small, warm square in the vast gray gloom. Get in, she said, her voice all business now, the decision made in her tone if not yet in her heart. We're not planning a felony in a parking garage. We'll use the safe house in Alexandria. We need to study every page in that folder. Then we need to start building a profile on Sentinel Hub and Philip Kern's weekly routine. And we need to do it tonight. Because if Braddock's right about Vance's audit flags, tomorrow might be too late. Katie slid into the passenger seat, the folder resting heavily on her lap. Nina got in, started the engine, and let it idle for a moment, the exhaust adding a new layer of smell to the garage air. She didn't put the car in gear immediately. She just sat, her hands on the wheel, staring through the windshield at the concrete pillar ahead. If we do this, Nina said, not looking at her, there's no going back. We burn our careers. We maybe go to prison. We definitely become the people we're supposed to be chasing. Katie looked down at the plain manila cover. Inside was proof that the people they were supposed to be chasing had been wearing suits and sitting in corner offices. They already are us, Nina, she said quietly. That's the whole problem. Nina took a deep, slow breath, then put the car in reverse. The backup lights painted the concrete behind them white for a second before she turned the wheel and guided the sedan out of the space, heading for the exit ramp, leaving the echoing drip and the oppressive gloom of the garage behind. Chapter 32. The apartment was too quiet. The hum of the refrigerator was a low, steady drone, a sound so constant she normally tuned it out. Now it was the bass line against which every other silence was measured. A pipe groaned deep in the wall, a metallic sigh of contracting metal. Then nothing. Katie stood in the center of her kitchen, the overhead light a harsh, clinical white that bleached the color from everything. It pooled on the worn formica of her table, a surface she'd wiped clean 1,000 times after solitary meals. Tonight, it was an evidence board. She had spread it all out. Every piece. The Meridian Logistics file lay open, its pages fanned. Post-it notes flagged the shipments, frozen seafood, medical supplies, and the shell company addresses in Delaware and the Caymans. The corporate structure diagram Braddock had appended looked like a spider's web. Beside it was Cole, Braddock's meticulous background packet on retired Deputy Director Philip Kern. She hadn't just read it, she'd absorbed it. The service record, pristine and decorated. The post-retirement board positions at defense-adjacent nonprofits. The discreet consulting fees that were just a little too consistent. Next to that, the official evidence logs, now containing the inventory sheet for the burner phone from Daniel Severn's safe. Its call records, printed out, formed a damning timeline that ended abruptly. Then, the grainy, illicit screenshots. She de-risked her badge to pull them from the archive, and they showed the first page of the sealed 1997 case file. Regan, Paul J. The letters were blurred from the hasty photograph of a microfiche screen, but the case status, sealed stamp, was brutally clear. And finally, the photographs. Not a copy, but the original. The one from her father's desk, taken the summer before he died. Warren Ford, grinning with his whole face, his arms slung around a younger Paul Regan's shoulders. Both men were squinting against the sun, caught in a moment of unguarded friendship. Paul's smile was quieter, more reserved, but his eyes were bright. The edge of the photograph was worn soft from handling. She didn't touch anything. Her hands were braced on the back of a wooden chair, her knuckles pale from the pressure. She just looked, her eyes jumping from one cluster of facts to another, letting the connections solder themselves in the cold light. It wasn't a conscious process of deduction. It was a visceral, clicking alignment, like tumblers in a lock falling into place. Meridian was the artery. It moved cash, the $250,000 in the storage unit proved that, but it also moved silence. It was a service. It served the network. The same network that had identified her father as a threat in 1997. A federal auditor asking the wrong questions in the wrong rooms. They hadn't just killed him. They had buried the investigation, smothered it before it could draw breath. Philip Kern, then a rising star in counterintelligence with a reputation for ruthless efficiency, had authorized the seal. Not to protect national security. To protect the network's participants, the ones wearing suits and badges, the ones whose careers and fortunes were woven into the fabric of the thing. The contractor on I-95 wasn't a random predator. He was a scalpel, wielded with surgical intent. The couriers, Bailey, Severn, Voss, they were loose threads. Because Marin Salas had tried to pull on one. Her attempted exposure through the mimic leak had threatened to unravel decades of careful stitching. So the network had ordered a trim. A permanent one. Clean up the vulnerabilities. Eliminate the links. It was operational hygiene, not madness. And Director Vance. Katie's breath fogged the still air in front of her lips. She watched the faint cloud dissipate. Vance had been a mid-level agent in the D.C. field office in 1997. Ambitious, connected. He would have been aware of the Regan case, even if he wasn't on it. The sealing of an auditor's murder would have been office gossip in certain hushed circles. Now he was the director. He'd assigned her to the I-95 task force, a move that felt, in this new light, like containment. Keep the problem close. Monitor it. He'd also had her followed. He'd debuilt a file on her, a psychological profile. He'd reassigned the Meridian warrants the moment they were approved, shunting the entire case to organized crime, where it would dissolve into a morass of bureaucracy and competing priorities. A killing stroke disguised as administrative procedure. The pieces locked into a terrible, coherent shape. The edges fit with a silence that was more deafening than any sound. Vance was either a knowing protector, a guardian of the old secret, or he was a piece on the board being moved by someone who was. Kern, perhaps. Or someone even higher, a name not yet on her radar. She had no proof of which. Only the chilling symmetry, the echo of a pattern that stretched from a roadside execution in 1997 to a sanitized warehouse in Jessup in the present day. The network that killed her father was still alive. It hadn't died with one murder. It had grown, evolved, put down deeper roots into the system it was supposed to protect. And it had just felt her pulling at its threads. Her visits to Marin. Her trip to Annapolis. Her questions about Kern. The warrant on Meridian. Each one a tiny vibration along the wire. A buzz shattered the silence. It was a flat, electronic BRRRRT that seemed to tear the air. Her personal cell phone, face up on the table beside Eli's photograph, vibrated against the formica with a skittering motion. A text notification glowed on the screen. Unknown number. For a full 3 seconds, she didn't move. Her eyes stayed fixed on the phone as if it were a live insect. The dread was a cold pool spreading in her stomach, but her thumb moved before her mind could fully register it, driven by a professional reflex that overrode fear. She picked up the phone. The glass was cool. She tapped the screen. It was a photograph. Her own front door. The pale blue paint she'd chosen because it reminded her of a summer sky, now rendered in the sickly green-gray tones of a night vision or highly zoomed image. The brass number 4B was slightly blurred but unmistakable. The angle was from across the street, slightly elevated, taken from a vehicle or perhaps a second-floor window of the apartment building opposite. The timestamp in the white corner of the image read 8:47 p.m. She checked the clock on her microwave. Its digital numbers glowed a relentless green. 9:01 p.m. 14 minutes ago. Her blood turned to ice. The sensation was physical. A sudden, deep chill that started in her core and radiated outwards, raising goosebumps along her arms. The phone in her hand felt dangerously cold, an object of contagion. Her breath hitched, caught in a throat that had gone tight. She was at the light switch in 2 long, silent strides, her socked feet whispering on the linoleum. She didn't slap the switch. She pressed it with the heel of her hand, plunging the kitchen into instant darkness. The afterimage of the table, the stark white pages, the photograph, floated in her vision like a ghost. Blinking it away, she moved. She passed through the short hallway, her shoulder brushing the wall. The living room was darker, lit only by the faint orange-gray glow of the city bleeding around the edges of the blinds. She went to the window, keeping her body to the side of the frame. She pressed her back against the cool wall, the plaster solid through her shirt. Slowly, she leaned her head forward just enough. With one finger, she peeled back a sliver of the vinyl blind. It made a soft plastic tick. The street below was a canyon of parked cars, sedans, an SUV, a work van she recognized from a neighbor. Pools of jaundiced light from the street lamps created islands of visibility in a sea of shadow. No headlights. No idling vehicles with exhaust pluming in the cool air. No figures standing in the deep shadows between the lamps. Nothing moved. A curtain was drawn in a window across the way. It was just a quiet DC. Residential street on a weeknight, utterly mundane. Empty. That was worse. An obvious threat you could locate, assess, confront. This was a vacuum. The photograph proved a presence, but the empty street testified to its absence, to a watchfulness that had come, confirmed, and withdrawn. The message was in the void. She let the blind slat fall back into place. The tick was louder in the quiet. She looked down at her phone, the screen casting a sickly glow on her face in the dark room. The photograph of her door. It wasn't a threat. There were no words. It was a statement of pure capability. We see you. They knew she was in her apartment. They knew she was here, right now, piecing it together. The watch wasn't about intimidation, it was about verification. They were confirming her location, her isolation, her pattern. They were establishing a baseline. The next move was theirs. The when and the how belonged to them. She was no longer the hunter in the shadows. She was the subject in the frame. Katie didn't move. She stood in the absolute dark of her own living room, a space defined by a second-hand sofa and a bookshelf of unread novels. The weight of the silence pressed in. It was a tangible pressure on her eardrums, a dense blanket that amplified the sound of her own heartbeat, a slow, heavy thud in her chest. She could hear the soft rush of her own breathing, the faint click as she swallowed. The evidence on her kitchen table was just paper and digital ghosts. The real proof was out there, in the watching, in the knowing. The conspiracy had felt the vibration she'd sent through its wires. Her investigation, her questions, her proximity to Kern, and it had looked back. It had focused its eye on her, and in that moment, the nature of the game had changed irrevocably. Her phone screen dimmed, the light softening, then winked to black, leaving her in a perfect darkness that was now charged with meaning. She didn't reactivate it. The glow would be a beacon, a pinpoint declaring her position in the void. She just stood there, a statue in the dark, every muscle held in a tense, ready stillness. Her neck began to ache from the angle, from not moving. She listened past the hum in her ears, straining for a sound that didn't belong. The creak of a floorboard in the hall outside her apartment, the subtle rasp of a key being tried in a lock, the muffled tread of a footstep on the stairwell. As she waited, the refrigerator cycled on again in the kitchen, its motor a sudden, grinding growl that made her flinch. The pipe groaned once more. These were the sounds of her home, now turned alien and menacing. Each one masked a potential approach. She counted her breaths, forcing them to be even and shallow. In. Out. The digital clock in her bedroom, visible through the open doorway, flipped from 9:07 to 9:08. A minute had passed. It felt like an hour. Her mind, against her will, raced through the tactical options. The service pistol was in the locked box on her bedroom closet shelf. Too far. The kitchen knife block was 10 feet away, past the exposed space of the dining area. Her go bag, always packed, was by the front door. To reach it, she'd have to cross directly in front of the door's peephole, a dark shape against the lighter wall beyond. She dismissed it. Movement was risk. The knock didn't come. No sound of a car door closing outside. No buzz from the building's intercom. The silence stretched, becoming a thing in itself, a waiting room with no exit. Slowly, incrementally, she let the muscles in her shoulders relax a fraction. The immediate, heart-pounding alert began to settle into a cold, sustained vigilance. They weren't coming tonight. Not for a confrontation. The photograph was the operation. The message had been delivered. The purpose was psychological, to let her know the battlefield had been redefined. Her apartment was no longer a sanctuary. It was a known location, a fixed point on their map. She finally moved, not toward the light but deeper into the apartment. She navigated by memory and faint ambient light, avoiding the furniture. In her bedroom, she didn't turn on the lamp. She went to the window, repeated the same careful ritual. Side position, finger on the blind, a sliver of a view. The back alley was a deeper pit of darkness, dotted with the hulking shapes of trash bins. Nothing moved. Returning to the living room, she stood again, listening. The clock flipped to 9:15. She had to make a decision. She could not stand here all night. And she could not leave the evidence spread on her table. Moving with a new, grim purpose, she returned to the kitchen. She didn't turn on the light. She worked by the faint glow from the street that filtered through the pass-through window, her hands moving with practiced efficiency. The photograph of her father and Eli went into its envelope, then into the inner pocket of her jacket hanging on a chair. The Kern file and the Meridian documents were stacked, neatened, and slid into a large, plain, expandable folder. The screenshot printouts went in after them. She left only the official evidence log and the burner phone records on the table, things that had a legitimate provenance. The rest was her private, damning archive. She carried the expandable folder to her bedroom and slid it under the bed, not at the head where one might look, but near the foot, pushed tight against the wall under the dust ruffle. It was a temporary hiding place, but it would have to do. Back in the living room, she finally sank onto the edge of the sofa. The adrenaline was leaching away, leaving a hollow, shaky fatigue in its wake. The silence was no longer pressing. It was simply there, a vast emptiness she now inhabited. She looked at the dark rectangle of her front door. The pale blue paint was invisible in the gloom, but she knew exactly where it was. She could see the photograph in her mind's eye, every detail. The slight chip in the paint near the knob, the way the street lamp light had glinted off the brass numbers. "We see you." It wasn't just about tonight. It was about the past week, the past month. Every step she'd taken had been observed. Her meeting with Braddock, her arguments with Nina, her solitary drives. They had been watching, compiling, understanding her pattern just as she had been trying to understand theirs. The symmetry was perfect and utterly horrifying. She remained on the sofa, not lying down, just sitting upright in the dark. Sleep was impossible. Every distant siren, every car that slowed on the street outside, every creak of the old building settling was a potential herald. She was a sentry in her own home, guarding against a threat that had announced itself not with a bang, but with a single, silent image. The conspiracy had a face now, and it was the lens of a camera trained on her door. And in the heavy, waiting dark, Katie Ford understood that the real work, the survival work, had just begun. Chapter 33. The knock came at 6:30 in the morning. 3 sharp, deliberate raps, the sound too solid and intentional for a neighbor or delivery. Each impact vibrated through the hollow core door, a measured, professional rhythm that bypassed the doorbell entirely. Katie was already awake, had been for hours, sitting at her kitchen table with the burner phone and the financial printouts spread before her like a crime scene. The overhead light was off, the only illumination the gray, watery dawn seeping around the edges of her blinds, and the cold glow of her laptop screen, which she'd closed an hour ago after seeing everything she needed to see. Her back was a solid ache from hunching over the table, a deep weariness in her bones that coffee couldn't touch. The apartment held the stale, recycled silence of the very early hour, broken only by the occasional groan of the building's pipes. She knew who it was before she looked through the peephole. No one else would come here now. She pushed back from the table, the chair legs scraping softly on the linoleum. Her socked feet were cold on the floor. She moved to the door, her body stiff, and leaned into the peephole's fisheye lens. Nina stood in the hallway, a worn leather duffel bag slung over one shoulder. The bag looked heavy, packed full, the strap digging a deep crease into the shoulder of her dark jacket. Her face was pale in the sickly yellow light of the hallway sconce, her eyes dark with a lack of sleep that had nothing to do with the hour. They were the eyes of someone who had seen the same ghost, who had stared at the same abyss in the night. She held up her phone, her thumb pressing the screen to life with a deliberate press. It was a photograph of Katie's own apartment door, taken from the hallway. The angle was from directly across the hall, the numbers 307 clear on the dark wood. The time stamp in the corner was from last night, 11:47 p.m. Katie's breath fogged the tiny glass lens for a second. She unlocked the deadbolt, the mechanism turning with a heavy, metallic clunk. Her fingers cold on the brass, then found the lower lock, the chain. She slid it free, the metal links whispering against the track, and opened the door. She didn't speak, just stepped back to make space. The air from the hallway carried the faint, universal scent of carpet cleaner and dust, undercut by a hint of mildew from the stairwell at the far end. Nina stepped inside, her boots making a soft, gritty scuff on the entry tile. She didn't look at Katie immediately, her gaze doing a quick, professional sweep of the small foyer and the living room beyond, checking corners by reflex. Katie closed the door behind her, engaging both locks again with a series of solid, final clicks that echoed in the quiet apartment. The sound felt like a period at the end of a sentence. For a second, they just stood there in the dim foyer, the weight of the photograph hanging between them like a third presence. Nina's breathing was slightly elevated, not from exertion but from a coiled alertness, the shallow, controlled breaths of someone holding themselves ready. Katie could see the fine tension in the line of her jaw, the way the muscle flexed just below her ear. "They're not even hiding it anymore," Nina said, her voice a low, rough thing, scraped raw from coffee and silence. She walked the few steps to the living room and dropped the duffel by the couch. It landed with a dense, muffled thump that spoke of more than just clothes inside, the weight of something solid, maybe files, maybe a laptop, maybe a weapon. She straightened, rubbing her temples with her thumb and forefinger in a slow, circular motion. "That was in my work email this morning. No sender. No subject line. Just the photo. A courtesy." "A warning," Katie corrected, the word tasting like metal, cold and sharp on her tongue. She turned and walked to the kitchen, needing to move, to do something with her hands. The linoleum was cool under her socked feet. She filled the kettle at the sink, the water rushing loud in the silence, a roaring white noise that briefly drowned out the hum in her head. She set it on the front burner with a click of the dial and the hiss spark of the gas igniting, a blue flower blooming under the steel. The mundane action was a tether, a small ritual of normalcy in a space that no longer felt safe. "They're telling us they know where we live. That the surveillance isn't just digital. It's physical. They can stand outside our doors." She leaned against the counter, watching the kettle, waiting for the first sign of steam. "When did you get it?" 4:12 a.m., Nina said, her voice flat. She sank onto the arm of the sofa, not committing to sitting fully, poised to spring back up. She leaned forward, elbows on her knees, and stared at the worn pattern of the area rug as if it were a map. "I was already up. Couldn't sleep. Checked my phone. There it was. I packed and left my place 20 minutes later. Drove around for a bit before coming here." She looked up, her eyes finding Katie's in the dim kitchen light. "They wanted me to see it. They wanted me to know they could get that close, that quietly." Katie pulled 2 mugs from the cupboard. The ceramic was smooth, familiar under her fingertips, the chipped rim of the green one, the perfect curve of the white. "The financial trail from Braddock," she said, picking up the thread Nina had left dangling. "Kern's shell companies funneling money to Meridian. The unauthorized pings on the mimic file from his home IP." She set the mugs down with soft clicks. "It's all circumstantial, a chain of maybes and could-bes, but it's a road. A road that leads straight to a retired deputy director, and it doesn't stop there. A road doesn't just end at a guy like Kern. He's a waypoint. It leads to whoever he's protecting," Katie said, reaching for the box of tea bags. The paper rustled as she pulled 2 out. The network Marin Solis described. "An organism. Kern is a white blood cell. His job is to seek out and attack the threat. He had Paul Regan killed for getting too close. He buried my father's investigation in '97 for the same reason." The kettle began its low, rising whistle, a thin scream that built quickly to a shriek. She lifted it, the heat radiating through the handle, and poured the boiling water over the tea bags. The steam rose in a warm, damp plume that briefly fogged the window over the sink, obscuring the view of the fire escape. The sharp, grassy scent of green tea filled the kitchen, cutting through the stale air. "If we go at Kern directly with what we have, We're just the next threat he neutralizes. We walk into his field of fire. So what's the play, Ford? Nina accepted the mug, holding it between both hands as if for warmth, though the apartment was stiflingly still, the heat ticking on in the baseboard with a sudden metallic ping. She didn't drink, just let the heat seep into her skin, her eyes fixed on the pale green liquid as it slowly darkened. Her eyes over the rim of the mug were fixed on Katie, waiting, assessing. We can't sit on this. That photo means the clock isn't just ticking, it's in the red. They're not watching anymore. They're presenting their credentials. Katie leaned back against the counter, her own tea untouched on the formica beside her. The edge of the counter dug into her lower back, a grounding, almost painful pressure. She crossed her arms, her mind sorting through the chaotic board of evidence. The printouts, the photo, the memory of her father's file, looking for the one move that wasn't a direct confrontation. We don't go to Kern. We go around him. Over his head. Vance, Nina's expression was pure, unvarnished skepticism, her eyebrows lifting high on her forehead. She gave a short, humorless exhale, a puff of air that wasn't quite a laugh. He pulled you off the highway case the minute it pointed to Meridian. He's building a file on you. I can feel it in how he looks at you in meetings. He's part of this, or he's being used by it. Either way, he's a gatekeeper, and the gate is closed. Locked. Probably welded shut. Not Vance, Katie said, shaking her head slowly. She pushed off the counter and picked up her mug, more for something to hold than from any desire to drink. The heat was almost too much for her cold hands. Someone outside the bureau entirely. Someone whose job is to investigate the bureau. Someone with the authority to look at Kern, at Vance, at the sealed files, and not have to ask their permission. Nina's eyes narrowed, her gaze turning inward for a moment as she processed. Then they cleared with a swift, dawning understanding, a flicker of something that wasn't quite hope but was its close cousin, a viable path. Her posture shifted, straightening slightly, her shoulders dropping an inch as some of the coiled tension released into purpose. The Inspector General. Paul Regan was an auditor for the Office of the Inspector General, Katie said, the pieces locking into place with a cold, logical certainty that felt like ice water in her veins. She set her mug down and began to pace the short length of the kitchen, 2 steps, turn, 2 steps back, her socked feet whispering on the floor. He wasn't just some accountant in a back office. He was federal oversight. Internal affairs for the whole apparatus. He found the money trail, the same one we're looking at. He tried to take it to a journalist because he knew he couldn't trust his own chain of command. The chain that leads to people like Kern. She stopped and met Nina's gaze across the room, the space between them charged. And they killed him for it in that parking garage. His murder isn't just a connected case, Nina. It's our leverage. It's the proof that moves this from conspiracy theory to a conspiracy that kills federal investigators. We take what we have on Kern, we tie it to Regan's murder, and we walk it into the IG's office. We ask for asylum. We ask for a protective detail and a special investigation. Nina was silent for a long moment, staring into the pale green liquid in her mug, as if reading tea leaves. Her lips were pressed into a thin, colorless line. The only sounds were the hum of the refrigerator, the faint, distant groan of a pipe in the building's walls, and the soft tick-tick of the cooling kettle on the stovetop. Finally, she put the mug down on the coffee table with a soft, definitive click, the sound a period in the quiet room. It's a smart play, she conceded, her voice low, measured. If we can find the right person inside the IG. Someone not already turned. Someone who hasn't had their career shaped by the same people we're accusing. That office isn't a monolith. It's a bureaucracy. It has factions, loyalties, people waiting for their starched shirt promotion. She looked up, her eyes sharp. We walk in with this, we're lighting a fuse. We need to be damn sure we're handing the match to the right person, or we're just giving them a roadmap to us. We have to, Katie said, her mind racing now, the path forward suddenly, brilliantly clear, illuminating the dark tangle of the last few weeks like a flare in a tunnel. The highway killings, the cash in the storage unit, her father's sealed file, Regan's murder. They weren't separate puzzles scattered on the floor. They were all fragments of the same shattered whole, and she could finally see the outline of the thing that broke. Her voice gained intensity, leaning forward against the counter. Don't you see? The case you assigned me to, those men on the highway, it was never about a serial killer or a cash smuggling ring. It was a thread. A single, loose thread on an old sweater. And when we pulled it, it started unraveling everything. It led back to my father. It led back to Regan. It's all the same conspiracy. A mechanism that's been running quietly in the basement for decades, and we kicked the door open. She gestured to the mess on her table. We're not investigating a case anymore. We're performing an autopsy on a corpse no one reported missing. The weight of it settled between them, immense and terrifying, pressing down on the quiet apartment until the air felt thick with it. It was the weight of institutional betrayal, of a truth so corrosive it could burn through careers, lives, history itself. Nina didn't flinch from it. She absorbed it, her face hardening into the mask of resolve Katie had seen in interrogation rooms and at crime scene tapes, the look that meant she was committed, consequences be damned. We need a name, Nina said, her voice regaining a sliver of its old force, the prosecutorial edge returning. A specific investigator. Someone clean. A bulldog with a clean jacket and no friends in the 7th floor executive suites. Someone who might have even asked questions when Regan died. Braddock can help, Katie said immediately, turning back to the counter where their phones lay side by side, dark and silent. He's already off book. He's in the system. He knows how to navigate the personnel directories without leaving a wake. He can dig quietly, find someone in the IG's office with a reputation for integrity, someone who worked with Regan, maybe. A colleague who asked questions when he died. She reached for her burner phone, then stopped, her hand hovering over it. I can text him a code. Something innocuous. He'll know it means to start looking. Nina stood up, restless energy returning to her limbs. She walked to the window and nudged the blind aside with a knuckle, peering down at the street below. The sky was lightening to a dull pewter, washing the color from the parked cars and the brick facades. A newspaper delivery car crept slowly down the block, a plastic-wrapped bundle arcing out of its window onto a driveway. We can't use phones, she said, not turning around. She gestured vaguely toward the kitchen counter with her free hand. Not even the burners now. They'll be expecting that. They'll have every electronic channel monitored, waiting for us to reach out to make a plan. They'll be listening for Braddock's name, for any ping from our devices. She let the blind fall back into place with a soft rattle and turned, her decision made, her body angled toward the door. We go in person. Today. Now. We get to Braddock, we get the name, we go straight to the IG's building. We don't stop moving. We become a moving target they can't pin down, can't corner in an office for a chat. Katie nodded, a tight, sharp motion that made the muscles in her neck protest. Agreed. We shower them with static by moving faster than their protocol. A compliance review needs you to be stationary, in a chair, answering questions. We won't be in a chair. She began gathering the papers from the table, her movements quick but not frantic. She stacked the financials, folded them roughly, tucked the burner phone into an inner pocket of her messenger bag. Before Nina could respond, formulate the next step. What to take, what to leave, which car to use, Katie's work phone, still on the counter, began to vibrate. It wasn't a gentle buzz, but an insistent, shrill ring that sliced through the tense quiet, a jarring electronic warble she'd assigned to work contacts. The hard plastic case skittered a quarter-inch on the formica with each pulse, dancing toward the edge. They both looked at it as if it were a live grenade that had just rolled into the room. The screen flashed, bright and urgent in the dim kitchen, casting a pale blue light on the underside of the cabinets. BRADDOCK. A cold dread, deeper than any she'd felt at the sight of the surveillance photo, coiled in Katie's gut. Her breath caught, just for a second, a hitch in her chest that felt like a stitch being pulled tight. Her hand, resting on the tabletop, tightened into a fist, the knuckles pressing white against the skin. Braddock was meticulous, disciplined. He wouldn't call her direct line, the official FBI-issued phone, unless it was critical. And he wouldn't call this early, on a morning like this, unless it was catastrophic. This was the other shoe dropping. She could see the same understanding dawning on Nina's face, her eyes widening a fraction, her body going perfectly still. Katie crossed the room in 3 quick strides, her heart hammering against her ribs. She picked it up. The device was warm from its own electronics, vibrating against her palm like something alive and terrified. Braddock. His voice was tight, stripped of its usual easy, analytical cadence, compressed by a raw urgency that left no room for greeting. Ford. Listen. Don't talk, just listen. A sharp intake of breath on the other end. Director Vance just pulled your security clearance. Both of you. Yours and Shaw's. Effective immediately as of 6:05 a.m. You're being recalled for a mandatory compliance review at WFO. They're citing pattern of unauthorized inquiries and potential breach of protocol. The paperwork is being expedited. A car is being dispatched to your registered addresses. Do you understand what I'm telling you? The room seemed to tilt, the floor becoming unsteady, the walls leaning in. Katie's free hand found the edge of the counter again, gripping it hard, the laminate edge biting into her palm. She locked eyes with Nina, who was already on her feet, her body tense as a wire, reading the disaster in the pallor of Katie's face and the rigid, frozen way she held the phone to her ear. Nina took a half step forward, her mouth a thin, hard line, her hands curling into fists at her sides. When, Katie managed, forcing her voice into a strange, flat calm. It sounded like someone else speaking, a dispatcher reporting bad weather. The order was signed 20 minutes ago. The cars are probably already rolling. They'll be polite, 2 agents, maybe someone from professional responsibility. They'll ask you to come in voluntarily to sort it out. His voice dropped, becoming almost a whisper, as if he was afraid of being overheard in his own space. It's not voluntary. You need to be gone before they get there. Do you understand? Gone. Not in the building. Not reachable. I understand, the words were ash in her mouth. Katie, his voice cracked, the cool professional facade breaking for the first time she could remember. There was a fear in it and a profound apology and a helpless anger. I'm sorry. I should have seen this coming. The flags on the system queries, I should have known. I'll try to slow the paperwork from here, create some system lag, but it's coming from the top. The directive has Vance's digital signature and a priority flag. You have maybe 30 minutes. Probably less. The line went dead with a soft, definitive click. Katie lowered the phone, her arm feeling heavy, as if the device had turned to lead. She placed it carefully, slowly, back on the counter, screen down, hiding the glowing name. The hum of her refrigerator seemed to swell in the sudden silence, becoming a deafening roar. The drip of the kitchen faucet, a tiny, intermittent plink, 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 sounded like a timer counting down the seconds they had left. They know, Nina said. It wasn't a question. Her voice was quiet, matter of fact, the voice of someone confirming the fire they're standing in. She was already in motion, a whirlwind of purpose, her earlier fatigue burned away by adrenaline. She snatched up her duffel from the floor, and in the same fluid motion, grabbed Katie's leather jacket from where it was slung over the back of a dining chair. She tossed it to her, the jacket sailing across the room in a flutter of dark material. Katie caught it against her chest, the familiar smell of worn leather and cold air filling her nostrils. They know we're close. The compliance review is a box. A clean, procedural box. She shoved one arm into a sleeve, her movements jerky. They'll bring us in, suspend us pending investigation, and while we're stuck in a windowless conference room on the 10th floor arguing about chain of custody forms and protocol manuals, they'll dismantle every piece of evidence we have. They'll sanitize the Meridian warehouse again. They'll pressure Braddock. They'll bury it deeper than my father's file. She got the other arm in, her fingers fumbling with the simple task of finding the cuff, feeling thick and clumsy. The zipper catch slipped twice, metal scraping against metal, before she connected it and pulled it up in one harsh motion. She looked at the duffel bag now in Nina's hand, then back at Nina's grim, set face. The plan they'd just made was already crumbling, its timeline shattered. We don't have 30 minutes. We have however long it takes 2 agents to drive from WFO to Alexandria. 15 minutes with lights, no sirens. Nina was a step ahead, her mind racing down the same dark path, calculating distances and traffic patterns. The IG. It's the only move left. It was the only move before, now it's the only move, period. We run toward it. Now. Not later today. Right now, she hoisted the duffel strap higher on her shoulder, the weight making her lean slightly to one side. Katie turned back to the table. The map, the financial printouts, the burner phone. She swept it all off the kitchen table in one chaotic motion, an archive of a truth someone was willing to kill to keep hidden, and shoved it into her own worn messenger bag. She didn't fold the papers, didn't organize. She crammed. The corners bent, one sheet tore. She grabbed her personal wallet from the bowl by the door, left her FBI creds and her service weapon in the locked drawer by the sink. The weight of their absence was immediate, a tangible lightness on her hip and in her pocket that felt like being stripped naked. The apartment, with its quiet morning light now strengthening behind the blinds, painting long rectangles on the floor, the half-full mug of tea cooling on the counter, the familiar couch with its dented cushion, it all felt like a place she was already leaving forever. A museum of a life that was about to be declared closed, its contents inventoried and boxed by strangers. Go, Nina said, her hand on the door. She leaned her ear against the wood, her cheek pressed to the painted surface, listening intently for a full 10 seconds, her body completely still, her eyes closed in concentration. Katie held her breath, straining to hear any sound from the hallway. The scuff of a shoe, the rustle of nylon clothing, the muffled crackle of a radio, the whisper of a sleeve against a wall. There was nothing but the distant, hollow sigh of the building's elevator shaft, a sound she'd heard 1,000 times and never noticed until now. Nina pulled the door open a crack, the chain lock extending taut. She peered out through the narrow gap, her eyes scanning the hallway left then right. Then she closed the door, slid the chain free with a quiet snick, and opened it fully. The hallway was empty, a long tunnel of beige carpet and identical dark wood doors stretching in both directions. The sconce light was still on, casting its sickly glow. For now, it was clear. They didn't speak as they moved. Nina went first, her duffel a dark bulk in her hand, her head on a swivel, checking both ends of the hall before moving toward the stairwell at the far end, away from the elevators whose illuminated floor indicator showed a steady 1. Katie followed, pulling her door closed behind her, hearing the latch click and the deadbolt engage automatically with a solid thunk. She didn't look back. Their footsteps were muffled by the thick carpet, but in the utter silence, each soft thud felt too loud, a broadcast of their flight. The air in the stairwell was cooler, several degrees colder, smelling of concrete, stale air, and the faint, acrid tang of cigarette smoke from a long-ago break. They took the steps down quickly, not running but moving with a fast, controlled urgency, their hands skimming the cold metal railing. The sound of their descent was a rapid, echoing shush-shush of fabric and footfalls, a syncopated rhythm of escape. On the ground floor, Nina paused at the heavy fire door that led to the back parking lot. She put a hand out, palm flat against Katie's chest, stopping her behind her. The pressure was firm, insistent. Nina eased the door open just enough to see out, a sliver of gray morning light cutting across her face. The lot was half full, shadows still long and deep in the early light. A few cars had a crystalline sheen of frost on their windshields. Nothing moved. No sedans with government plates or the telltale bulky antennas idling near the entrance. Not yet. The air that seeped in was cold and damp, carrying the smell of wet asphalt and exhaust. "My car, S in the second row, blue Subaru," Katie whispered, the first word since leaving the apartment. Her voice was hoarse. "It's registered to me. They'll flag it the second they run my name." "Mine's around the block, 2 streets over," Nina whispered back, her eyes still scanning the lot, tracking a squirrel that scampered along a fence line. "I parked there last night after I got the email. Didn't want it sitting out front all night like a beacon. It's a rental, under an alias from the Annapolis trip. It's clean." She glanced back at Katie, a flash of grim approval in her eyes. "Oh, instinct." It was the right call. A small, preemptive move that now felt life-saving. Katie nodded, a tight jerk of her chin. "Lead the way." Nina pushed the door open wider and they slipped out, the cold morning air hitting Katie's face like a slap. It was bracing, shocking her system into a sharper, more animal focus. They kept close to the rough brick wall of the building, moving quickly along the edge of the lot, using the parked cars as intermittent cover, ducking behind a minivan, then a pickup, their bodies low. Their breath plumed in the cold air, brief white ghosts that vanished instantly. They crossed a narrow side street, the asphalt slick with dew, then cut between 2 quiet, sleeping houses, their footsteps crunching on frost-stiffened grass and fallen leaves. The neighborhood was just beginning to wake. A yellow light came on in an upstairs window, a silhouette moving behind a curtain. A dog barked briefly from behind a wooden fence, a single, questioning woof. Nina's rental was a nondescript gray Toyota Camry, parked under a bare-limbed maple tree, a few brown leaves stuck under the wiper blades. She used the fob to unlock it, the chirp and flash of the lights sounding explosively loud in the quiet, residential street. Katie winced at the sound. They yanked the back doors open, threw their bags onto the seat, the duffel landing with its familiar thud, the messenger bag sliding, and climbed in, Nina behind the wheel. The interior was cold, the seats leathery and chill. The engine turned over with a subdued, efficient purr. Nina didn't turn on the headlights yet. She checked the mirrors, then pulled away from the curb smoothly, without haste, the picture of a neighbor leaving for an early shift or a gym visit. For the first minute, they drove in silence, navigating the winding residential streets toward the main artery that would take them across the river and into the city. The sky was now a uniform light gray, the kind of dawn that promises nothing, no sun, no break, just a gradual lightening to a flat, cheerless day. Katie watched the houses slide by, each one a sealed box containing a normal life, people making coffee, arguing about socks, packing lunches, oblivious to the silent war being waged in its streets, to the two women fleeing in a gray car. "Braddock first," Nina said finally, her eyes flicking between the road and the mirrors, her gaze lingering on the rear view. "His apartment in Shaw. We get the name. Then we go straight to the IG's office. We don't call ahead. We walk in the front door and ask for the investigator by name." She tightened her grip on the wheel, her knuckles standing out pale. "We create a scene in a public building if we have to. Make them take us into a room with witnesses. Visibility is armor now. Anonymity is a coffin." Katie nodded, twisting in her seat to watch the side mirror, looking for any car that turned when they turned, any vehicle that held its distance too perfectly, any pair of headlights that matched their pace. The street behind them was a mix of sedans and an early delivery truck. Nothing obvious. He might not be home. It's early. He could be at the gym. Or already at WFO, where they can box him in. Then we wait nearby. We can't call him. His line, his apartment, his office, they'll all be monitored now that the recall is active. They'll be watching him as the obvious point of contact. Nina's jaw worked, a muscle ticking. He's a risk. They might already have people on him. Sitting in a car outside his building, waiting to see who shows up. The thought was a cold stone in Katie's stomach, sinking deep. Braddock, with his sharp mind and his quiet loyalty, now a liability in the system's eyes, a piece to be contained or removed. He knew the risk when he gave us the Kern file. He knew what he was walking into. He did, Nina agreed, her voice grim. She switched lanes, her signal clicking a rapid, metronome beat in the quiet car. And now we're going to drag him deeper into it by showing up at his door. But we don't have a choice. We need that name. It's the only key we've got, and the lock is on a door that's about to be welded shut behind us. She glanced at Katie, her expression stark in the gray light. You ready for that? It's to put that on him. Katie looked out the window at the blur of bare trees and concrete barriers. He's already in it. We're just making sure he's on the right side of the door with us. The words felt inadequate, a poor shield for the guilt they carried. They merged onto the highway, the traffic still light but building, a steady stream of red taillights stretching toward the city. The Capitol dome was a pale ghost in the distance, emerging from the morning haze like a forgotten artifact. The plan was gone, shredded by the early morning phone call. All that remained was the running, a desperate forward momentum, and the fragile, desperate hope that they could reach the one door their enemies couldn't lock, the door marked with the seal of the Inspector General, before the machinery of the Bureau closed around them, smooth and silent, and sealed them in a dark, quiet room where the truth could be safely, permanently smothered. The car sped east, into the rising, colorless light, carrying them toward the next fragile chance, the only chance they had left. Chapter 34. The air in the conference room was cool, recycled, and utterly still, smelling of lemon-scented wood polish and the faint, metallic tang of filtered air. Underneath that was a stale, papery odor, like the inside of a long-closed filing cabinet. The only sound was the low, persistent hum of the HVAC, and the soft, rhythmic click-click-click of Director Vance's pen as he tapped its capped end against the polished mahogany table. Each click was a tiny, precise hammer blow, perfectly spaced, a metronome measuring out the silence. Katie sat rigidly in her chair, her spine straight and pressed against the hard, unforgiving wood of the seatback. Her hands rested palms down on her thighs, fingers splayed to keep them from curling into fists or trembling. She could feel the individual muscles in her shoulders and neck pulled tight as cables, a familiar ache settling deep into the scar tissue on her side. She focused on the grain of the table, dark whorls in the reddish-brown wood, a path for her eyes to follow to keep from looking at the door, at Vance, at the damning folder. Nina was a mirror image of controlled tension beside her, her own breathing shallow and measured through her nose. Katie could see the pulse beating a rapid rhythm in the side of Nina's neck, just above the collar of her crisp white shirt. Across from them, Vance was a study in bureaucratic calm, his suit jacket buttoned, his tie a perfect, dark knot of navy silk. A bureau attorney, a severe woman with a sharp gray bob and wire-framed glasses, sat to his right, a closed, beige folder aligned perfectly before her, its edges parallel to the table's edge. The room was windowless, a featureless box in the heart of the Washington field office, lit by the flat, shadowless glare of recessed fluorescent panels that cast a sickly, greenish tint on everything. The walls were a muted taupe, blank except for a single, generic seal of the Department of Justice, its gold frame slightly tarnished. The carpet was a dense, navy blue that swallowed sound, making their presence feel muted, insulated from the world. It felt less like a room and more like a sealed chamber, a tomb designed for the quiet interment of careers. The drive over had been a study in silent preparation. Katie had stared out the passenger window of Nina's sedan, watching the gray streets of D.C. blur past in the late afternoon light, her mind running through scenarios, rehearsing lines, anticipating Vance's moves. The city had felt distant, a diorama behind glass. Nina had driven with a grim focus, her knuckles pale on the wheel, her jaw working slightly as she ground her teeth. They hadn't spoken beyond the necessary. The radio was off. The only sounds were the rush of tires on asphalt and the occasional blare of a horn from another lane. "You ready for this?" Nina had asked as they pulled into the underground garage, her voice tight. Katie had only nodded, the motion feeling stiff and false. Her throat had been too dry to speak. The walk from the garage to the elevator, through the security turnstiles with their familiar beep and green light, and down the long, echoing hallway to this conference room had been a march, their footsteps synchronized on the linoleum, their faces set in identical, unreadable masks. Katie had felt the weight of her service weapon against her hip, a comfort and a reminder of the authority that was now in question. They had been left to wait in the room for 7 minutes by the stark, black numbers of the wall clock. 7 minutes of silence, broken only by the hum and the occasional rustle of Nina shifting her weight, the creak of her leather chair. Katie had used the time to inventory the space, the table's glossy surface reflecting the lights in twin, elongated ovals, the empty water pitcher with its beaded condensation, the 4 chairs precisely arranged. She watched the door, a slab of dark wood with a brushed steel handle, waiting for it to turn. Nina had caught her eye once, a quick, searching glance that asked a dozen questions Katie couldn't answer. Are we doing this? Is he going to bury us? What's the play? Katie had given a minute, almost imperceptible shake of her head. Not yet. Oh, wait. She had then looked down at her own hands, studying the faint scar across her right knuckle, a relic from the mimic investigation, until the door finally opened. "This is a procedural review, agents," Vance began, his voice a neutral, calibrated instrument, neither warm nor cold. He stopped tapping the pen and laid it down parallel to the edge of his folder with a deliberate finality. "Not a tribunal. The purpose is to ensure operational integrity and compliance with Bureau protocols. We'll keep it brief." He spoke as if reading from a manual, his eyes moving between them, holding each of their gazes for a fraction of a second before moving on, establishing control. He opened the folder with deliberate care, using the tips of his fingers to separate the cover. Katie watched his eyes, the way they tracked down the first page. They didn't flicker. They didn't widen. They absorbed text with the dispassionate efficiency of an optical scanner, missing nothing. The first item concerns unauthorized prison visits. He slid a single printout across the table. The paper made a soft, whispering sound as it glided over the polished wood, coming to a stop exactly midway between them. It was a visitor log from the Alderson Federal Correctional Institution. 2 entries were highlighted in sickly yellow marker. Katie Ford. Marin Solis. The dates and times were listed in stark, typed columns. You visited a federal inmate, a person of interest in an active investigation, without prior authorization or logging intent with the case supervisor. Twice, he let the statement hang, his fingers still resting lightly on the edge of the paper he'd pushed forward. Protocol 8.4c is explicit. Contact with incarcerated individuals with potential ties to an open file requires a documented predicate and supervisory approval. You obtained neither. Katie kept her gaze on the paper, on her own name in black and white. She felt the heat of a flush trying to climb her neck, but she willed it down. She felt Nina shift slightly beside her, a minute adjustment of her jacket, the sound of fabric tightening across her shoulders. Katie didn't move. She regulated her breathing, in through the nose, a slow count of 4, hold for 2, out through a barely parted mouth for 6, willing her heart rate to slow, to become a steady, undetectable drum. Vance didn't wait for a response. He produced another sheet from his folder, the paper making a crisp sound. The second item, he continued, his tone unchanged, a flat recitation of facts, is the unauthorized surveillance of a retired bureau official. GPS telemetry from your assigned vehicle, a blue Ford Explorer, registration on file, places it conducting stationary surveillance outside the residence of retired Deputy Director Philip Kern on 3 separate occasions. Durations of 47 minutes, 22 minutes, and 1 hour, 8 minutes. He looked up briefly, his gaze sweeping over them. No 302 was filed. No investigative predicate was established with, or approved by, this office prior to these actions. This constitutes a significant breach of operational security and a violation of the privacy protections afforded to retired personnel under Bureau Policy 12.7a. The attorney to his right leaned forward slightly and made a note on her legal pad. The scratch of the pen's tip was absurdly loud in the quiet room, a sharp, tearing sound on the paper. She wrote in neat, vertical script, her head tilted, the lenses of her glasses flashing white under the lights. Vance's hand went back into the folder, emerging with a third sheet. The third item is the failure to log material evidence in a timely and transparent manner. He looked directly at Katie now, his gaze flat and penetrating, a physical pressure. A cellular device, recovered from the residence of homicide victim Daniel Severn. It was logged into the Washington Field Office Evidence Control System 3 full days after its documented recovery at the scene. The chain of custody for that 72-hour period is, he paused, letting the word hang in the still, cool air. He leaned forward an inch. Unclear. The evidence voucher lists only secure storage as its location, with no secondary signature, no log of access, no documentation of its analysis prior to formal submission. He tilted his head slightly. Where was the device, Agent Ford, between its recovery and its logging? And what was done with it? He closed the folder with a soft, definitive thump and steepled his fingers before him, his elbows resting on the table. The tips of his index fingers pressed against his lips. He looked over the peak of his fingers, his eyes moving from Katie to Nina and back. These are significant breaches, agents. Individually, they are matters for counseling and corrective action. Together, they speak to a pattern of operating outside established channels. A pattern of concealment. He lowered his hands, placing them flat on the closed folder. It creates vulnerability for active cases, for future prosecutions, and for the institutional integrity of this bureau. I need you to understand the gravity of what is documented here. This review is the first step in a process that can lead to administrative suspension, reassignment, or termination of federal service. The attorney is here to ensure that process is followed to the letter. The meaning was clear, layered under the bureaucratic language but unmistakable. He could end them. He was showing them the mechanism, the visitor logs, the GPS pings, the evidence logs, and his hand was on the lever. The attorney's presence formalized it, made it a matter of record before it even began, a witness to their supposed transgressions. The silence that followed was thick, pressurized by the hum of the vents. Katie let it stretch. 1 beat. 2. 3. She could hear Nina breathing beside her, a shallow, controlled rhythm. She had rehearsed this moment in the sleepless hours before dawn, staring at the cracks in her apartment ceiling, weighing the colossal gamble. She had run the words through her mind until they felt smooth, until the raw fear behind them was buried under a layer of cold, procedural delivery. She looked past the violations sheet, past the attorney's impassive, waiting face, and locked her eyes onto Vance's. She made sure her voice was steady, clear, and projected just enough to fill the dead air without seeming forceful or emotional. It was the voice of an agent delivering a briefing, nothing more. Before you proceed with any administrative action, Director, she said, the words emerging evenly, you should be aware of a relevant development that materially impacts the context of these operational notes. Vance's expression didn't change, but a new stillness came over him. It was in the set of his shoulders, the cessation of all minor movement, the slight sway, the almost imperceptible tap of a foot under the table. He became a statue. Agent Ford, he said, a note of mild, corrective warning in his tone, a teacher addressing a student who's spoken out of turn, this is not the forum for case updates. This review pertains to your conduct, not the details of your investigation. You will have an opportunity to provide a written response to these points. At approximately 9:17 this morning, Katie continued, overriding him just enough to be noticeable, but not enough to be outright insubordinate, keeping her tone factual, the Office of the Inspector General received an anonymous, cryptographically secured data package via a blind digital drop. Its contents are comprehensive. She paused, ensuring she had his full, arrested attention. The attorney had stopped writing, her pen hovering a quarter-inch above the paper, a small dot of blue ink forming at its tip. The package includes the full, unredacted financial trail for the shell company Meridian Logistics, LLC. This includes international wire transfer records from correspondent banks in Luxembourg and Singapore, Shell account registrations in the Cayman Islands, and the complete transaction history of a dedicated operational account used to pay contractors. She leaned forward an inch, placing her own hands flat on the cool table, mirroring his earlier posture. That operational account is linked, through a series of 3-layered offshore trusts, to a retired deputy director of this bureau. Philip Kern. The attorney's pen lowered silently to the pad, leaving a small blue smudge. She was no longer looking at her notes, but at Vance, her professional composure cracked by a flicker of naked alarm. Her lips parted slightly. Katie didn't relent. She kept her eyes on Vance, watching for the cracks in the marble, the tiny tells. The same data package contains the notarized Delaware corporate filing for the registered agent who formally petitioned for, and obtained, the 1997 judicial seal on the Mimic case file. The seal placed on the investigation into the shooting death of FBI agent Warren Ford. She let the name hang in the air between them, a ghost-given substance. She saw Vance's right eyelid give the faintest twitch. That registered agent, a lawyer named Arthur Claiborne, is also listed as the incorporator and sole signatory on the original Meridian Logistics Formation documents filed with the Delaware Division of Corporations. The same hand that sealed my father's case created the corporate vehicle used to pay for the murders we're investigating. The hum of the HVAC seemed to grow louder, to vibrate in Katie's teeth, in the fillings of her molars. Vance's pen, lying beside his folder, was perfectly still. His face remained a mask of professional composure, but Katie saw it, a minute involuntary tightening of the skin at the outer corner of his right eye, a fleeting blankness behind his gaze as the implications connected and cascaded. It was the look of a man watching a carefully built wall develop a sudden, catastrophic crack, seeing the whole structure's fragility exposed in an instant. His nostrils flared slightly with a slow, controlled inhalation. The OIG, Katie finished, her voice dropping slightly, becoming more final, more grave, now has a direct, documented financial link between a retired senior official of this bureau, an active conspiracy involving the murder of a federal auditor and the homicides of multiple private contractors, and the illegal sealing of the investigation into a fatal on-duty shooting of an FBI agent. They have the account numbers. They have the dates that correspond to key events. They have the name. They have initiated a preliminary inquiry. Any administrative action taken against the agents who uncovered this link would, of course, be reviewed by the OIG as part of their scope. It would raise questions of motive. The room was utterly silent, the air now feeling thin and used up. The attorney's eyes were wide behind her glasses, fixed on Vance, waiting for a cue, a direction that wasn't coming. Her hand, still holding the pen, had gone limp on the legal pad. The polished table seemed to reflect their frozen tableau back at them. 2 agents leaning forward, a director turned to stone, an attorney caught in the blast wave. Vance slowly, very slowly, leaned back in his leather chair. It gave a soft, protesting creak under his weight. He looked from Katie to Nina, his gaze assessing, calculating the new board state with a speed that was almost visible. The calm professionalism was still there, but it was thinner now, stretched taut over something much colder and more dangerous. The bureaucratic mask remained, but the eyes behind it had changed. They were no longer the eyes of an administrator conducting a review. They were the eyes of a strategist whose flank had just been exposed, calculating damage, assessing threats, searching for countermoves in a game that had suddenly escalated beyond procedure. He held Nina's gaze for a long second, a silent question, "Did you know? Are you part of this?" Nina met his look without blinking, her own face a blank wall, giving him nothing. Several seconds passed, measured by the relentless hum. He reached for his pen, not to tap it, but to hold it, his fingers curling around it tightly, the knuckles whitening. He looked down at the closed folder containing their supposed violations, then back up at them. "This meeting," he said finally, his voice devoid of all inflection, a flat, dead sound that seemed to absorb the room's light, "is adjourned." He stood in one fluid, decisive motion, gathering his folder and his pen. The attorney scrambled to her feet, her chair legs scraping harshly, a jarring shriek against the floor. She fumbled for her own pad and folder, her movements uncharacteristically clumsy. Her glasses slipped down her nose, and she pushed them back up with a jerky motion. Vance didn't look at them again. He turned and walked toward the door, his steps measured and firm on the sound-killing carpet, leaving no imprint. The attorney followed in his wake, a half-step behind, like a subordinate trailing a commanding officer leaving a battlefield, clutching her belongings to her chest. Vance pulled the door open without hesitation, and a slice of brighter, harsher hallway light cut into the room, illuminating swirling motes of dust in the air. He stepped through without a backward glance, his silhouette disappearing into the glare. The attorney followed, pulling the door shut behind her with a hurried tug. It closed with a soft, definitive thump, followed by the barely audible, precise snick of the latch engaging. Katie and Nina sat in the sudden vacuum left in their wake. The echo of the latch faded, absorbed by the hum and the thick walls. The two highlighted violation sheets still lay on the table between them, suddenly looking trivial, pathetic, like childish notes passed in class in the face of a hurricane. The yellow highlighter seemed garish and stupid. The air still smelled of lemon polish and fear. After a long moment, Nina let out a slow, controlled breath that trembled slightly at the end, deflating like a punctured tire. She ran a hand over her face, her fingers pressing hard into her closed eyelids, leaving red marks on the pale skin. She dropped her hand and stared at the door, her brow furrowed. "Jesus, Katie," she murmured, the words muffled and thick with a mix of awe and dread. You actually did it." She shook her head slowly, as if trying to clear it. They stood almost in unison, pushing their chairs back. The legs made a dull, dragging sound on the dense carpet. They gathered nothing because they had brought nothing in with them. No notebooks, no files, just themselves and the story they had just detonated. Katie's legs felt unsteady, a delayed reaction to the adrenaline crash, a hollow, watery feeling in her knees. She placed a hand briefly on the table to steady herself, feeling the cool, slick wood under her fingertips, the solid reality of it. Her palm was damp. She wiped it surreptitiously on her slacks. Nina reached the door first, her hand hesitating for a fraction of a second on the brushed steel handle, as if expecting it to be locked from the outside. Then she pulled it open. The hallway beyond was sterile and bright, lit by harsher, more glaring fluorescence than the conference room. The air was slightly warmer and carried a faint, generic smell of coffee and photocopier toner, the mundane odors of bureaucracy. Sounds filtered in, the distant, tinny ring of a telephone unanswered, the murmur of voices from an office down the hall, the squeak of a shoe on linoleum around a corner. They stepped out. Nina let the door swing shut behind them, and it closed with a heavier, more final sound than before, a solid thud that echoed briefly in the corridor. They stood for a moment in the empty hallway, disoriented by the normalcy of the sounds around them, like swimmers breaking the surface into a different world. Katie looked one way, then the other. The corridor stretched for 20 yards in each direction before intersecting with other hallways, a maze of beige and off-white. It was clear for now. The ceiling tiles were speckled white, the floor a speckled gray linoleum, worn shiny in paths leading to the most used doors. Nina moved closer, her shoulder almost touching Katie's. She spoke in a low murmur meant for no one else, her eyes scanning the ceiling corners, the smoke detector, the fire alarm panel in its red casing, anywhere a microphone or a camera might be hidden. "Either you just saved our asses from a suspension and a desk in the basement," she breathed, the words barely audible, a vibration in the air between them, "or you just ended us. You understand that, right? You painted a target on every back in this room, including his." She gave a slight, almost imperceptible nod down the hall toward the vanished Vance. "He can't touch us administratively now without it looking like retaliation. But that doesn't mean he's out of moves. It just means the moves get darker." Katie followed her gaze down the long hallway toward the distant bank of elevators, where Vance and the attorney had disappeared. The gamble was made. The dice were in the air, tumbling end over end through a void where she could no longer control them, could only wait for them to land. She had invoked the OIG, the one entity Vance could not directly control or intimidate. She had tied Kern to the murders and to her father in a way that could not be ignored. She had forced Vance's hand into a realm of external scrutiny he could not shut down with a procedural review or a quiet reassignment. The relief of having acted, of having pushed back, was already curdling in her gut into a cold, leaden dread of the reaction. What did a man like Vance do when cornered? He didn't submit. He escalated. She looked at Nina, seeing the fatigue in the smudges under her eyes, the fear beneath the fierce concentration, the way she kept her body angled slightly, ready. "We'll know by morning," Katie said, her own voice low and rough from tension. She started walking toward the elevators, her steps feeling both heavy and unmoored, as if the floor wasn't entirely solid. The hallway seemed longer on the way out, the exit farther away, the perspective warped. Every closed office door they passed, with its nameplate and little window of frosted glass, felt like a watching eye. They passed a janitor's cart, smelling of ammonia and wet mop, standing empty outside a supply closet. The normalcy of it was surreal. They reached the elevator bank, and Nina pressed the call button. The button lit up with a soft yellow glow. They stood in silence, listening to the faint mechanical whir and clunk of machinery behind the walls, both of them staring at the polished steel doors, waiting for them to open, half expecting Vance to be standing on the other side. The doors slid open with a soft chime. The elevator was empty. They stepped in. The doors closed, sealing them in a new, smaller silence. The hum of the car's descent the only sound as they rode down together, not speaking, each alone with the consequences of what had just been set in motion. Chapter 35. Dawn broke over the district, a pale wash of gray light that seeped through the slats of the blinds in Katie's apartment, painting faint, parallel stripes across the foot of her bed and the floor. She had slept in fits, her body refusing true rest. The sleep she did get was thin and populated by sharp, fleeting images that jerked her awake with a silent gasp. The sterile white of a rest-stop security monitor, the glint of a knife in a contractor's hand, the impassive set of director, Vance's mouth in the conference room. Each time she surfaced, her heart would be pounding a dull, quick rhythm against her sternum. Her eyes would snap to the digital clock on the nightstand. 2:17 a.m., 4:03 a.m., 5:48 a.m., the red numbers floating in the dark. Her right hand would drift from the warmth of the covers to the cool, checkered polymer grip of her service weapon on the identical nightstand to her left, her fingers confirming its presence, her thumb finding the textured safety. But no one had come. No pounding at the door, no urgent calls lighting up the screen, no summons from the 7th floor to a career-ending meeting. The silence that filled the apartment between the distant groans of the building's plumbing and the occasional siren several blocks over was its own kind of alarm, a taut wire humming with absence. When the gray light finally brightened enough to erase the shadows in the corners of her bedroom, turning the room a uniform, dull pewter, she gave up. She pushed back the covers, the sheets cool and slightly damp with sweat against her skin, and sat on the edge of the mattress. The ache in her shoulder was a dull, familiar presence, a deep throb that pulsed in time with her heartbeat. She rolled it slowly forward, then back, feeling the specific, tight pull of scar tissue beneath her collarbone, a map of damaged nerves and bone. As she stood, the hardwood floor was cold under her bare feet, the grain rough against her soles. She padded to the kitchen, her movements automatic in the semi-darkness, her body navigating the familiar path around the armchair, past the small dining table, without conscious thought. The ritual of making coffee was a small anchor. She flicked on the under-cabinet light, the sudden fluorescence harsh against her tired eyes. She filled the carafe at the sink, the water rushing loud in the profound quiet, splashing against the stainless steel. She measured the grounds, one heaping scoop, then a second, their rich, bitter smell a brief, earthy comfort as she inhaled. She slid the carafe into place on the machine, the glass clinking against the hot plate, and pressed the brew button. The machine gurgled to life, a series of clicks and hisses, a small red light glowing like a coal. She leaned her hips against the counter, arms crossed tightly over her chest, and watched it. The first drops hit the bottom of the empty glass pot with a sharp hiss-blink, then steadied into a thin, dark stream. The aroma began to spread, warm and pungent, cutting through the stale, closed-up air of the night. The apartment felt hollow, a shell she was occupying. The quiet was punctuated only by the rhythmic drip of the brewer and the distant, rising hum of city traffic beginning its day on 16th Street, a sound like a far-off river. She walked to the living room window, the floorboards creaking under her weight. She nudged the blind aside with 2 fingers, creating a narrow slit. Below, the street was wet from a pre-dawn rain she hadn't heard, the asphalt shining black under the streetlights. Taillights smeared long, watery red streaks on the pavement. A bus exhaled a cloud of diesel exhaust at the stop, the cloud hanging in the damp air before dissipating. A man in a dark coat walked a small dog. Normal life proceeding on its track, oblivious. She returned to the kitchen, her footsteps the only sound inside the sealed space. At 7:00 a.m. exactly, the microwave clock flipping to the new hour, she picked up her personal phone from the charger. The screen was blank, a dark mirror. No new emails. No missed calls or notifications. She swiped down from the top to refresh, her thumb moving with a practiced flick, but the action was pointless. The digital silence was absolute. She set the phone back down, the click of it on the laminate countertop oddly final, a period at the end of a sentence. She took a plain white mug from the cupboard, the ceramic cool and smooth. She poured the coffee, black, to within half an inch of the rim. The steam rose in a twisting, fragrant column, catching the weak gray light from the window over the sink. She carried the mug to her small, 2-person kitchen table, the heat seeping through the ceramic into her palms. She sat in her usual chair, its vinyl seat sighing under her weight. She placed the phone in the center of the table, screen up, and positioned the mug to its right, precisely aligned with the edge of a woven placemat. Then she waited. She watched the second hand on the microwave clock sweep its silent, relentless circle. The numbers changed from 7:30 to 8:00 with a nearly inaudible digital click. She took small, scalding sips, the heat a focal point that burned away the fog of fatigue. At 8:14, she realized she was holding her breath, her diaphragm locked. She released it slowly through her nose, a long, controlled exhale that made her shoulders drop half an inch, the muscles in her neck loosening just a fraction. At 8:15, the phone rang. The vibration was a harsh, aggressive buzz against the wood, making the device skitter a quarter-inch. The screen lit up with a 202 area code, a number she didn't recognize. It was not Vance's direct line. Her heart gave a single, hard knock against her ribs, a visceral jolt. She picked it up, her thumb hovering for a fraction of a second over the green icon, her skin suddenly dry. She swiped to answer and raised the phone to her ear. She kept her voice level, neutral, a professional mask. Agent Ford. Agent Catherine Ford. The voice was a woman's, crisp, professional, devoid of warmth or identifiable regional accent. It was the voice of a government directory, of recorded menus and formal correspondence. And yes, this is Deputy Inspector General Margaret Hale, Office of the Inspector General, U.S. Department of Justice. Do you have a moment to speak? Katie's grip tightened on the phone, her knuckles pressing white against the black plastic case. She shifted in her chair, her back straightening, her free hand coming to rest flat on the tabletop. I do. Go ahead. There was a brief pause, the hollow sound of an open line, then the faint rustle of a page being turned. We received your materials, delivered by your colleague late yesterday afternoon. We also received a separate package, delivered under seal to our office this morning by a court officer. It was recovered from the personal safe deposit box of our late colleague, Paul Regan. Katie closed her eyes. Behind her lids, she saw the empty sublevel of the federal garage from the case file photos, the lonely pool of light from a single fixture, the dark shape on the concrete. Paul Regan's, the federal auditor, murdered in a parking garage before he could meet his journalist contact. He'd been methodical. He'd gotten a copy out, a backup plan, and it had sat in a vault for years waiting for someone to connect the dots, waiting for her. A slow, deliberate breath escaped her nose, flaring her nostrils slightly. The two packages corroborate each other in significant detail, Hale continued, her tone measured, each word chosen with care, placed like a stone on a scale. Based on this preliminary review of the evidence, we are opening a formal investigation into the improper sealing of the 1997 Mimic case file and related financial irregularities involving retired Deputy Director Philip Kern and the corporate entity known as Meridian Logistics Partners. The words landed not with a crash, but with a profound, quiet finality, like a heavy door clicking shut in a distant, soundproofed room. Katie felt the complex tension in her shoulders, the wire-strung anticipation, the fear of being too late, the anger, unlock, not in relief, but in a transfer of weight. It was out of her hands. The great, slow, deliberate machinery of oversight was now engaged. Her part, the reckless, unauthorized, bleeding in the dark part, was theoretically over. She opened her eyes, staring at the pale wall across from her, at a small scuff mark near the baseboard. What happens now? Katie asked. Her own voice sounded faint to her, slightly blurred at the edges. The investigation will proceed through proper channels. Hale's voice was implacable. It will be methodical. It will take months, likely longer. You may be called as a witness. You will be contacted by an assigned investigator to schedule a formal, recorded interview. Until then, my instructions to you are clear, a pause for emphasis. You are to have no contact, direct or indirect, with Philip Kern. You are not to discuss this matter with Director Vance or any personnel within the FBI chain of command regarding its substance. And you are to conduct no further independent investigation into these matters. Is that understood? The orders were a cage, its bars spelled out in clean, bureaucratic language. A cage of procedure. Understood, Katie paused, her mind working, choosing her next words with care. Our security clearances. Director Vance suspended them. Will the investigation address that? That is a bureau personnel matter, Hale said, her tone not unkind but firmly delineating boundaries, a line drawn in administrative sand. I have no jurisdiction over the FBI director's administrative decisions. My purview is the investigation of misconduct. I cannot compel him to reinstate your access. That is between you, your chain of command, and the security division. I see, the two words were flat. We will be in touch, Agent Ford. Thank you for your service. The line went dead with a soft, definitive click. Katie held the phone to her ear for another 2 seconds, listening to the dead air, before lowering it slowly. She set it down carefully on the table, aligning it perfectly with the edge of the placemat, the screen now dark again. The coffee in her mug had gone lukewarm, the surface still and oily looking. She wrapped both hands around the ceramic, absorbing its residual warmth, the heat almost gone. And she took a sip. The liquid was bitter, almost acidic now, and the taste grounded her in her body, in this kitchen, in this moment of suspended animation. The IG had the evidence. The investigation was official. It was the outcome she and Nina had aimed for once they understood the conspiracy reached the 7th floor, once they knew they couldn't trust the very architecture of their own organization. It was a victory of a sort. A validation that they hadn't been chasing ghosts, that the rot was real. But as she sat there, the quiet of the apartment pressing in from all sides, thick and expectant, it felt like surrender. A month. Kern and Vance would have months to lawyer up, to obscure trails, to maneuver behind walls of procedure and privilege. And she was sidelined, benched, ordered to stand down and watch from the bleachers. The professional crisis was now in a holding pattern. The personal one churned on, unanswered, a cold current beneath the ice of official procedure. Her gaze drifted past the kitchen doorway into the living room, drawn there as if by a magnet. It came to rest on the simple, brown cardboard box sitting on the floor beside her sofa. The box of her father's things. It had been there for days, a silent, patient presence. She pushed her chair back, the legs scraping softly on the linoleum, a sound that seemed too loud. She stood and walked over to it, her bare feet silent on the area rug. She knelt on the carpet, the rough, synthetic nap pressing into her skin. The box was medium-sized, unsealed, the flaps tucked loosely into one another. A fine layer of dust coated the top, a gray film disturbed only by her own smudged fingerprints from earlier, hesitant handling. She lifted one flap, then the other, the cardboard edges dry and slightly curled. The smell that wafted up was complex. Old paper, faint mildew, cedar from a long-gone mothball, and the unmistakable scent of time. The dry, closed-in aroma of an attic, of things put away and deliberately forgotten. As she reached in, her fingers brushed first against a folded wool sweater, the yarn coarse and heavy, smelling of lanolin and disuse. Beneath it was a small, hinged wooden box, its surface smooth. She set these aside carefully on the rug, arranging them neatly. Near the bottom, her hand found the familiar, stiff corner of a photograph. She drew it out slowly, as if lifting a relic. It was the picture of Eli. Her brother's young face, forever 12, smiled up from the glossy paper, slightly faded at the edges to a yellowish cream. She turned it over. The Sonoma County postmark on the back was a dark, inky smudge, the date barely legible, June 1996. She held it in both hands, her thumbs resting on the white border, her fingers cradling the back. She could feel a slight warp in the paper, a permanent curve from being stored in an envelope. The network, her father's death, the cash pipeline, the sealed file, the dead couriers on I-95. It was all connected, a sprawling, rotten organism with tendrils that reached back into the past and coiled through the present, choking everything they touched. She had pulled one thread, the thread of a murdered auditor and a shell company, and the whole ugly tapestry was beginning to unravel for the inspectors and the lawyers. But the one thread she cared about most, the one that was knotted around her own heart, the one that led from this photograph to a boy on a porch, and then into a void of silence, remained stubbornly, painfully unresolved. The official investigation would follow the money, the corruption, the conspiracy to murder. It would not follow a lost child. It would not ask, with the obsessive, personal need that kept her awake at night, "Where did you go, Eli?" Her phone buzzed on the kitchen table, a sharp, insistent vibration against the wood. The sound was an intrusion, a rip in the fragile membrane of her thoughts. She stayed kneeling for a moment longer, her eyes tracing the curve of her brother's smile, the glint in his eyes that the cheap camera flash had caught. Then, with deliberate care, she slid the photograph back into the box, nestling it between layers of the old wool sweater, a gesture that felt like tucking someone in. She stood, her knees popping in protest, a dull ache settling in the joints. She walked back to the table, her steps measured. She picked up the phone. A text notification from Nina glowed on the screen, a green banner against the black. She tapped it open with her thumb. Clearances restored. Effective immediately. Vance didn't fight it. That tells us something. Katie stared at the screen, the bright white letters etching themselves into her vision. She reread the message twice, parsing each word. Vance hadn't hesitated to use the suspension as a weapon, a warning, a way to isolate and pressure them. For him to relinquish that leverage so quietly, so quickly, after the IG notification, it wasn't acquiescence. It wasn't a change of heart or a concession to fairness. It was pure, cold strategy. A tactical retreat to more defensible, bureaucratic ground. Her lips pressed into a thin line. Her thumbs moved over the screen, tapping out a reply, the clicks of the virtual keyboard the only sound. It tells us he's covering his tracks. The IG is now involved. Any obstruction from him looks guilty. Restoring our access looks like normal procedure. He's insulating himself. Oh, she hit send. The message whooshed away with a faint swoosh sound. She watched the screen, her cold coffee forgotten. Nina's reply came seconds later, the 3 dots appearing and vanishing almost instantly, as if she'd been waiting, phone in hand. My thought exactly. He's in containment mode. We're back in the building, but we're on a leash. What did Hale say? Katie typed, her movements precise, her index finger stabbing at the letters. Formal investigation opened. No contact with Kern, no discussion with Vance, no independent action. We wait. Oh, she sent it. The 3 dots appeared again, pulsed for a long moment, 5 seconds, 10, as if Nina was composing and deleting several responses, wrestling with the implications. Then her final text arrived, blunt and resigned. Then we wait. But we watch. See you at the office. Katie didn't reply. She placed the phone face down on the table, the screen against the wood, muting its presence, turning it into just another inert object. She picked up her mug and finished the coffee in 2 long, grim swallows, the bitterness coating her tongue and the back of her throat. She carried the empty mug to the sink, ran the tap until the water was lukewarm, and rinsed it thoroughly, watching the brown swirl disappear down the drain. She left it upside down on the ridged plastic drain board, a white circle against the stainless steel. She walked back to the living room window, crossing her arms tightly again, a self-hold. The city was fully awakened now. The uniform gray had burned off to a flat, white overcast that bleached the color from everything. People in dark coats hurried along the sidewalks below, heads down against a wind she couldn't feel, their postures identical in their haste. Cars jockeyed for position, horns bleating occasionally, a dissonant urban music. The world was moving, indifferent on its endless loop. She had followed the evidence to the threshold of powerful men, and an external authority had taken the burden. The weight was shared now, distributed across anonymous desks at the OIG. But the photograph in the box was a weight no inspector general could ever lift, a stone of private grief and unanswered questions that sat squarely in her own chest, its edges sharp against her ribs. She returned to the box. This time, she didn't kneel. She bent at the waist, her back straight, and lifted it, the weight surprising her. It was heavier than it looked, dense with memory and the physical residue of a life interrupted. She carried it the few steps to the sofa, her arms tensing, and set it down gently beside her as she sat. The cushions sighed, releasing the smell of fabric and old foam. She didn't take the photograph out again. Instead, she let her hand rest on the closed flap of the box, feeling the texture of the cardboard, the slight give of it, the dust gritty under her fingertips. Her mind replayed Hale's orders on a loop. No independent investigation. The path was closed. Officially, formally closed. She was to go to the office, do her job on other matters, file reports, attend meetings, and wait to be called. To become a functionary in her own life's most critical chapter. But as she sat in the quiet of her apartment, the morning light strengthening to a dull, directionless glare against the off-white walls, Katie Ford knew with a calm, grim clarity that some threads you never stop pulling. The instinct wasn't about disobedience or recklessness. It was something deeper, more fundamental, a compass needle buried in her gut that pointed only one way, true north to a single, fixed point of loss. The official search would look for crimes and criminals. It would not look for her brother. That search was hers alone. It always had been. Hale's orders had simply clarified the landscape. The lighted, paved, well-marked path was for the bureaucracy. The dark one, the silent one that ran parallel through the woods, was for her. She had always been on it. She traced the edge of the cardboard box with her index finger, a slow, absent motion, following the seam where the flaps met. The network had taken her father. It had taken Paul Regan. It had used men like Daniel Severn and Martin Voss, and then discarded them like trash on the shoulder of a highway. It was connected to Eli's disappearance. She felt it in her bones, the same cold, cellular certainty that had guided her from the prison visit to the warehouse to Kern's quiet street in Annapolis. The connection was there, buried under layers of time and lies and official seals. The official investigation might brush against it, might even expose a fragment in a footnote of a final report, but it would not pursue it. It was not built for that. It was built for indictments, not for answers. She would have to learn to work in the dark. To watch, as Nina said. To listen in the spaces between words. To be patient in a way that felt like physical agony. The leverage had shifted. Vance was insulating himself. Kern would be doing the same, his lawyer on speed dial, his financial trails being meticulously rerouted. Their movements would become more careful, more calculated, more minimal. But pressure did that, It forced cracks to close, but it also forced things to move. And anything that moved, no matter how slight, could be seen if you were looking from the right angle, with the right kind of hungry attention. She stood up, leaving the box on the sofa, a silent companion. She needed to shower, to dress, to go to the office, and be an agent with restored clearances, to walk the halls and nod at colleagues, and pretend the world hadn't just been divided into the sanctioned and the forbidden. The routine of it, the choice of a dark suit and a white blouse, the packing of her bag, the checking of her weapons load, and the smooth slide of the holster onto her belt, would be a kind of discipline, a way to steady her hands and her breathing for the long, passive wait. But as she walked toward her bedroom, her eyes were already scanning the living room not as a sanctuary, but as an operational space, a base of her own. The blinds needed a slight adjustment on the left side to eliminate a blind spot in her view of the street entrance. The burner phone, currently powered off and wrapped in static shielding foil in the back of a kitchen drawer behind the spare towels, would need a new, more secure location, perhaps inside a hollowed-out book on the shelf. The file copies, the photographs of the evidence logs, Braddock's notes on Kern, currently all together in her go bag, would need to be separated, some left here, some moved to a drop she hadn't yet established. The fight hadn't ended with Hale's phone call. It had just changed shape, mutated into a new, more insidious form. It had gone from a sprint through burning buildings to a slow, cold walk through a minefield in the dark, where every step had to be measured, every sound analyzed. But she was still walking. The thread was still in her hand, thin and strong as spider silk, leading back to a box on a sofa, to a faded photograph, to a sun-bleached porch in another life, a lifetime ago. She would follow it, step by careful, invisible step, for as long as it took, for as long as she could draw breath. The light from the window had grown stronger, and it caught the dust motes stirred up by her movements, turning them into a slow, swirling galaxy in the middle of the quiet room. She watched them for a moment, these tiny, aimless worlds adrift in the beam, then turned her back on them and began to prepare for the day, her mind already partitioning itself, building the interior walls she would need to survive what came next. Chapter 36. The duffel bag was too small for doubt. Katie zipped it shut, the sound a rasping, final declaration in the quiet of her apartment. She had packed methodically, each item considered and placed with deliberate care. She started by laying the empty bag open on her bed, the dark nylon mouth gaping. 2 changes of practical clothes, dark jeans, plain tees, a fleece jacket chosen for its lack of logos or distinctive features. She folded each item tightly, tucking socks into the toes of her boots before placing them at the bottom. Toiletries went into a clear quart bag, travel-sized toothpaste, a toothbrush, a bar of soap, deodorant. Nothing scented, nothing memorable. Her service Glock 19 in its pancake holster, 2 spare magazines loaded with 9 rounds. The weight of the weapon was familiar, a hard, dense presence among the soft fabrics. Her credentials in their leather case. A cheap, prepaid burner phone, still sealed in its stiff plastic packaging. A worn moleskine notebook, its black cover softened at the edges, its pages filled with her tight, angular script. The essentials for a trip with no official purpose, for a destination that felt more like a descent. She had booked the flight under her own name, paid with her own card. A personal trip to Sonoma County. The origin of the postmark on the photograph of Eli. It was the only thread left that hadn't been seized by the OIG, the only one she could still pull without triggering a dozen internal flags. A vacation. A pilgrimage. A last, desperate reach into the past. Her phone buzzed on the kitchen table, vibrating against the dark wood with a persistent, insect-like hum. Zdenina. Katie picked it up, feeling the cool glass against her palm. The screen's light cast a blue pallor on her fingers. And hey, where are you? Nina's voice was tight, the professional calm strained at the edges into something brittle. Katie could hear the faint hum of a car engine in the background, the whisper of tires on wet pavement, the occasional swish of a passing vehicle. Home. A packing. A beat of silence, thick with everything unsaid. Katie could hear Nina take a slow breath, the air hissing slightly between her teeth. Nina knew. Of course she knew. The silence stretched, filled with the memory of their confrontation in the musty barracks office, the ultimatum, the fragile truce that had followed. Katie, it was just her name, but it carried the weight of a warning, a plea, and a rebuke all at once. It's just a trip. A few days. To wine country, Nina said, the words flat and utterly devoid of belief. Katie pictured her jaw tightening, the muscle in her cheek flexing. Right. Because after all this, you suddenly developed a taste for Pinot Noir. You're a terrible liar, Ford. Always have been. I need to see it, Katie said, her eyes fixed not on the window or the room, but on the sealed manila envelope on the table. She traced a finger along a groove in the wood grain. I need to stand there. I need to know if he was really there, if any of it was real. It's a postmark, Nina. That's all I have left. The OIG said stand down. Nina's voice sharpened, cutting through the static. That means stand down. They have the file. They have Kern. They have the whole damn rotten tree. Let them run it. It's their job. They'll run it into a committee, Katie said, her own voice dropping low, barely above a whisper, as if the walls themselves might be listening, and then into the ground. Meetings, reviews, jurisdictional squabbles. Or worse, Nina. Worse, they'll bury it again. A quiet word, a lost memo, a lack of prosecutorial merit. I can't wait for another 25 years. I can't. Nina sighed, a long, ragged sound of pure exhaustion that crackled over the line. Katie could picture her, one hand on the wheel of her sedan, the other white-knuckled around the phone, driving through the DC. Night toward some empty apartment. The image was so clear it ached. You're going alone, Nina stated, each word a hammer tap. With no backup, no jurisdiction, no safety net. You're a federal agent walking into a potential hostile situation with zero protocol. If you trip, there's no one to catch you. If you fall, there's no one to even report you missing for days. You know what that makes you. A civilian with a gun and a grudge. And they eat those for breakfast out there. It's the only way, Katie repeated, the phrase feeling hollow even as she said it. It wasn't a strategy, it was an instinct, a gravitational pull she could no longer resist. She pressed the heel of her free hand against her forehead, where a dull pressure was building. Another pause, longer this time, filled with the ghost of their partnership. The shared coffees in pre-dawn diners, the silent watches in cold cars, the unspoken trust that had been their armor. Katie heard the faint click of Nina's turn signal, the sound of her slowing, maybe pulling over. When Nina spoke again, her voice had softened into something grim and resigned, stripped of its professional veneer. Be careful out there, it wasn't just a platitude. It was an acknowledgement, a blessing, and a farewell. I mean it. Check in. Use the burner. Don't be a hero. Just look and come back. In one piece. Your piece. I will, Katie said, and for a moment she almost believed it. Her throat felt tight. The line went dead with a soft click. The silence in the apartment rushed back in, deeper and more profound than before. It was a physical presence, thick in the still air. Katie placed her personal phone down on the table beside the envelope, with a deliberate tap. She wouldn't take it with her. It was a leash, a tracker, a liability. A glowing breadcrumb leading straight back to her. She picked up the envelope. It was thick, heavy with photocopies and printouts, a tangible accumulation of her obsession. The weight of it pulled at her wrist. Everything she had managed to copy before the OIG lockdown. Braddock's financial links tracing Kern's Cayman payments, the labyrinthine shell structure of Meridian Logistics, the heavily redacted pages of the 1997 Paul Regan case file that she'd risked her career to photograph. The grainy, haunting photograph of a smiling boy who might be her brother. On the front, she had written in clear, uncompromising block letters with a black Sharpie, Nina Shaw, if I don't check in within 72 hours, open this. She placed it squarely in the center of the kitchen table, using the edge of her hand to align its corners perfectly with the wood grain. A white rectangle on the dark, empty surface. It was a message and a confession, a will and a testament. Her entire case, her father's ghost, her brother's mystery, handed over. She stared at it for a full minute, her eyes tracing the block letters of Nina's name, committing its position to memory, centered between a faint water ring and a small scratch in the varnish, as if its placement was a ritual that could guarantee her return. Then she turned, the floorboard creaking under her weight. She slung the duffel over her shoulder, its weight familiar, a detective's burden, and flipped the light switch. The room plunged into darkness, the envelope disappearing into the gloom, swallowed by the shadows of the chairs and the countertop. She didn't look back. She opened the door, felt the cooler air of the hallway brush her face, and stepped into the dim, carpeted passage. She pulled the door shut behind her, the familiar weight of it swinging closed. The deadbolt turned with a solid, metallic thunk that echoed in the empty hall. She was gone. The office was a study in anonymous power. 22 floors up, it commanded a view but revealed nothing. Polished walnut desk, its surface a vast, empty lake reflecting the ambient city glow from the windows. A deep, oxblood leather chair that sighed like a living thing when occupied. The carpet was a dense, sound-absorbing gray, swallowing footsteps whole. The walls were bare save for a single, large abstract painting in shades of slate and charcoal, chosen for its lack of meaning rather than its beauty. A wall of floor-to-ceiling windows framed a glittering, indifferent view of the D.C. skyline at night, the Washington Monument a pale, distant needle against the black velvet of the Potomac Basin. The man behind the desk was just a silhouette against this backdrop of manufactured light. Details were swallowed by the gloom. Only his hands were clearly visible where they rested on the green leather blotter, lit by the soft glow of a single, shaded brass desk lamp. Manicured nails buffed to a dull sheen. A silver Patek Philippe watch with a simple, white face, the second hand moving with a silent, expensive sweep. A Georgetown-class ring, the gold worn smooth with time, the crest barely distinguishable. The phone on the desk rang, not the chirp of a cell phone, but the soft, insistent, analog trill of a secure landline. A direct line. A clean line. The sound was muted but penetrating in the profound quiet. A hand reached out, moved with economical grace, and plucked the receiver from its cradle. The skin on the back was smooth, the veins not prominent. And yes, the voice on the other end was male, efficient, devoid of inflection or identifiable accent. A voice trained to convey data, not emotion. The IG has the Regan files. Physical delivery was logged at 1847. They've opened a formal case. Title 18, Public Corruption Conspiracy. They've issued the first round of subpoenas. Bank records from Cayman National. They're starting with the retired deputy director. The man at the desk did not move. His breathing remained imperceptible, his shoulders relaxed against the leather. Outside, the city lights twinkled, a circuit of endless, mundane business. "Scope," he said. The single word was calm, dry, a request for parameters, not a reaction. Initial focus is on Kern, as anticipated. But the covering memo from the receiving agent references Meridian Logistics by name. It also cites the 1997 sealing order as a predicate act of the conspiracy. They're treating the seal itself as evidence. Who delivered it? The Ford agent. Again, Shaw. They bypassed the chain. Didn't go through Vance, didn't file a 302. They walked it straight to the IG's intake office on K Street. Hand-delivered 2 copies. They waited for a signed receipt. A faint, dry sound, the man exhaling slowly through his nose, a controlled release of air. His left thumb began to stroke the cool, machined metal of his watch casing, a slow, repetitive motion, back and forth over the crown. Contain it. Use the administrative channels. Slow walk the document productions. Challenge the jurisdictional hooks. Argue executive privilege where the seal is concerned. Make it a procedural maze. They need to be chasing paper, not people. Understood. The initial response will require 7 to 10 business days. We can extend that with appeals, consultations. Do so, the man paused, his thumb stilling on the watch. His gaze, invisible in the dark, remained fixed on the middle distance of the night sky, on a specific cluster of lights that marked a federal building. And find out what Ford knows about the Sonoma connection. A hesitation on the line, a beat of genuine surprise poorly concealed by a sharp intake of breath. Sonoma. There's no marker for that in any of the filed materials. No reference in the evidence logs. She's digging, the man said, his voice dropping a fraction, becoming more precise, each word a carefully placed stone. A personal flight was booked this evening. Washington Dulles to San Francisco, connecting to Santa Rosa. It's under her own name. Find out why. What catalyst, what fragment led her there? What she believes she's looking for. Report directly. No intermediaries. Use the travel desk, the airline records. I want her itinerary, her seat, her rental car confirmation. Everything. Yes, sir. The call ended without a farewell. The receiver was placed back in its cradle, with a precise, quiet click that echoed in the soundless room. For a full minute, the man did not move. He became part of the office's stillness, a statue of shadow and intention. The only movement was the gradual sweep of the second hand on his watch, a tiny, relentless engine in the dark, and the slow rise and fall of his chest, so slight it was almost imperceptible. Then, with deliberate slowness, he leaned forward. The leather chair whispered, a soft exhalation. He pulled open the top, right-hand drawer of the desk. It moved smoothly on well-oiled runners without a sound. Inside, against a backdrop of pristine black Montblanc pens lined up like soldiers, a leather-bound daily planner, and a silver letter opener shaped like a miniature dagger, was a single manila folder. Its edges were worn soft from handling, its color faded to a pale, dusty tan. The tab was typed, the letters faint but perfectly legible in the lamplight, Ford, KNNETHJ. 1997. He did not open it. He did not need to. He knew every word, every redaction, every photograph within. He simply looked at the name, his expression unreadable in the dark, his face a mask carved from the same material as the night outside. The folder was an artifact, a tombstone. After a long moment, his fingers, which had been resting on the drawer's edge, flexed once. Then he pushed the drawer closed. The well-made latch engaged with a quiet, definitive snick, a sound of finality. The past was filed away again. But the present, in the form of a daughter on a westbound plane, required a new kind of attention. He steepled his fingers, the tips pressing together with gentle pressure, his gaze returning to the glittering grid of the city. He began to think in terms of interception and correction, of channels and controls, his mind mapping the distance between this office and a small airport in California, calculating the vectors of a threat he had believed neutralized a quarter-century ago. Katie found her seat, 17A, a window in the dim cabin of the red-eye. The plane was sparsely populated, a ghost ship heading west. A few business travelers already asleep, necks crooked at awkward angles, mouths slightly open. A student with oversized headphones on, the glow of a laptop illuminating tired eyes, and the pages of a textbook. The air was cool and carried the faint, sterile smells of recycled air, disinfectant, and distant coffee from the galley. Underneath it all was the faint, oily scent of jet fuel. She stowed her duffel in the overhead bin, having to push aside a crumpled blanket from a previous flight. The compartment door clicked shut with a hollow, plastic finality. She sat, the seat upholstery sighing under her weight, and buckled the belt, pulling the strap tight across her hips. The fabric was stiff and slightly abrasive. She pressed her forehead against the cool, slightly curved plastic of the portal window. Her own faint reflection, pale face, dark circles under eyes like smudges of ash, superimposed itself over the view of the rain-slicked tarmac and the glowing terminal, where tiny ground crew moved like ants under the brilliant work lights. Below and behind, the lights of Washington receded as the plane pushed back with a jolt and began to taxi, the engines whining to a higher pitch. A sprawling circuit board of power and secrets, of decisions made in rooms like the one she'd just left, of files stored in drawers with quiet latches. It shrank with terrifying speed, transforming from a world into a model, then into a vague, glowing smear on the vast palette of the dark earth. She watched it fall away, feeling a strange, weightless detachment. It was the sensation of cutting a tether, of feeling a constant, background tension suddenly go slack. She was leaving the grid, stepping off the map that the OIG and Vance and the faceless man in the shadows believed they controlled. She was a moving point now, unplotted, her signal fading into the noise. She didn't know about the office high above the fading glow. She didn't know about the phone call, the calm orders given, the worn folder with her father's name that had just been consulted in the dark. She didn't know her trip had already been noted, her destination already a subject of inquiry, her purpose a new variable in a very old equation. The ignorance was a kind of shelter, thin and temporary. The plane turned onto the runway, lining up with the long corridor of blue guide lights. The engines rose to a deafening, all-consuming roar that vibrated up through the floor and shook the fuselage, making the plastic panels rattle. The force pushed her back into the seat, a firm, insistent hand. Lights streaked past the window in blurred lines of white and red. Then the weight in her stomach, the lift, the moment where the earth let go and the wheels thumped up into their wells. Washington vanished entirely, swallowed by the vast, unlit country below, a continent of darkness punctuated only by the occasional lonely flare of a factory or the string of headlights on a distant highway. Ahead lay only the black void of the Midwest, punctuated occasionally by the lonely, orange constellation of a small town, grids of light that looked fragile against the immense dark. The compass needle in her chest, the one that had swung erratically for months between duty and obsession, between case and family, now felt steady. It hummed, pointing true. True north was west, a county of vineyards and coastal fog she'd never seen. The postmark on a photograph. A ghost of a boy, forever 9 years old, waiting in a place called Sonoma. A flight attendant moved quietly down the aisle, her shoes whispering on the carpet, offering thin, plastic-wrapped blankets and thinner pillows. Katie shook her head, kept her gaze fixed on the window, on the nothingness outside. The attendant moved on. The cabin lights dimmed further, plunging the rows into a submarine gloom broken only by the occasional reading light and the glow of seatback screens. The man across the aisle, a middle-aged man in a rumpled suit, snored softly, a rhythmic, congested sound. The plane leveled off with a slight change in the engine pitch. The seatbelt sign chimed, a soft double ding, and went out with a click. The hum of the engines settled into a steady, white noise drone that filled the cabin, a sound so constant it became silence. Katie unbuckled her belt, not to move, but to feel less constrained, to allow herself a deeper breath. She pulled the burner phone from her jacket pocket, felt its lightweight, plastic casing. It was cool and anonymous. It's her only line back. She powered it on. The screen glowed a cheap, harsh blue in the dark, asking for activation for a network. She would do that on the ground, find a big box store or a pharmacy, buy minutes with cash from a different register. For now, it was just a talisman, a promise of connection she hoped she wouldn't need to use. She powered it off, the blue light dying, and slipped it back into her pocket. She leaned her head back against the seat, but her eyes stayed open, staring at the textured ceiling just visible in the gloom, at the tiny, glowing exit signs that cast a faint green haze. Sleep was impossible. Her mind was a projector, flashing images against the dark. Her father's smile in the one good photo she had, the stark, official type on the Regan file, Nina's worried face in the barracks under the fluorescent lights, the stark block letters on the envelope left behind on the dark table. It's the boy. It's always the boy. His face from the photograph, frozen in a sunny moment that no longer existed anywhere but on paper. The plane banked gently, a long, slow turn westward that pressed her slightly against the window. Somewhere below were the Appalachians, then the plains, then the Rockies, all invisible, known only by the slight bumps and shudders that traveled up through the frame of the aircraft, the occasional pocket of turbulence that made the wings flex and the overhead bins creak. She was crossing a secret geography, flying over the sleeping heart of the country toward a personal frontier, her journey marked not in miles, but in layers of buried truth. Her brother was out there. Or the truth about him was. The answers were waiting, buried in the dirt of a wine country town, hidden in the memories of people who had no idea a federal agent was coming to ask questions they'd forgotten how to answer, or had been paid to forget. She closed her eyes, not to sleep, but to watch the darkness behind her lids, to feel the immense, silent speed of the journey. The vibrations of the aircraft traveled up through the seat, into her bones. The dawn would find her over Nevada or California, a slow seep of gray, then pink, then gold light into the cabin, washing out the darkness on the other side of the window. It would find her changed, already further from the person who had boarded, the agent giving way to the sister, the investigator to the seeker. She waited for it, suspended between one life and the next, between the case and the quest, a woman alone in the metal shell, hurtling toward the past on a vector set 25 years ago. The night held her, and the engines droned on, a lullaby for the lost and the searching. This concludes the audiobook recording of Ghost by Sam Barron, narrated by Virtual Voice Sky. We hope you enjoyed this audiobook. Visit bookempathy.com for free books daily. Thank you for listening to this free full-length audiobook recording. Please support the author by buying a copy of the book and by subscribing to the BookEmpathy channel here on YouTube.
I hope you enjoyed part 1 of that audiobook. Again, please consider subscribing to the channel Book Empathy on YouTube so that you can keep listening to my audiobooks free of charge. And do consider buying a copy of this book to support the author. Thank you.